All right, it being 0900 hours at this time, I would like to perhaps ask Representative Jones if you would lead us in the pledge, as is our custom here in State Federal Veterans. Okay, at this time we will get started, and our first measure up today is HB 264 FN with a financial note relative to delegates to an Article 5 convention. This is Article 5 day here in State Federal. This bill makes it a Class B felony for a delegate to an Article 5 convention to support or approve proposing an amendment not authorized by our legislature. Prime sponsor is here. Representative Ullery, welcome.
Thank you, Colonel. I appreciate it. For the record, my name is Jordan Ullery, representing Hillsborough, New Hampshire, and Hillsborough 13. I am the sponsor of HB 264 FN. Over the past several years, a decade or so, I've been constantly receiving email and letters, and have been spoken to at the post office while food shopping, dining establishments in town. The hue and cry is such that my wife could make this presentation from merely overhearing these discussions, and she doesn't particularly like politics. The issue is the lack of responsiveness of a distant national government. Throughout history, this has been the issue of states and nations. The founding fathers of the United States, however, had extraordinary insight into human nature and saw the danger of a massive bureaucracy in a government. And they left us with a constitutional method of sharing power. As we all know, our government nationally rests on a three-legged stool of people, states, and a federal government. The people directly elect representatives, electors, to elect the president and the members of the House and the Senate. These two branches then support the supposedly nonpartisan devotees to the written law, the Supreme Court judges. Yes, this is a deliberately inefficient method of governance, wherein the people can have a direct say. We have strayed from that. Again, the founding fathers were rather sure a bureaucratic government would exist. They had just fought a war largely because of a distant government not responding. Remember? Tea taxes, the Intolerable Acts. After long debate and within our Constitution is the basis for the people to restrain that government. Yes, we can elect people to office, but sometimes it's necessary to shake the tree, as it were, and legally threaten the accumulated power by invoking the right of the people to tell their federal government what to do. As opposed to torches and pitchforks of the nearby Shays Rebellion, the Constitution allows for the states. Remember that the several sovereign states have co-equal standing with the people and the federal government to take action to apply change to the federal government. That's a paraphrasing of Jefferson. Via a constitutional amendment originating not from the bureaucracy or deep state, but from the incubators of democracy, the states themselves. That is Article 5 in a nutshell. An essential part, far too infrequently applied. Congress has an appetite for power. It is up to the states to curb that power which infringes upon the rights and privileges of we the people. In the bills before the committee today, there is an attempt to rebuke the will of the people already passed by this body, by this legislature. A bill to assure the state legislative control of delegates when an Article 5 convention is called, such as this, HB 260, whatever it is, 4, and another call for a convention of the states. This letter, this speech, which I've provided to the clerk, can apply to all three and serve as testimony on those bills. With regard to an attempt to reject the will of the people, the 1970s, in the 1970s, and more recently SCOTUS decisions have repeatedly stated that when petitioning the federal government, once the petition is made, the goal has been scored, and you can't unmake a goal. There is no rescission that can therefore be valid. It is in my considered and informed opinion that such an effort is speculative at best and certainly moot to the entire purpose of Article 5 itself. With regard to delegates, by whatever name known, the states have the absolute right to appoint whomsoever the state wishes. Since a convention of states is a legislative action, no executive involvement is valid. States already routinely place restrictions on commissioners to interstate compacts such as the Connecticut River Compact. The bill before you does nothing more than that. Among the handouts before you is a list of states that have already submitted petitions before the to the federal government. It's the chart. Even Senator Schumer, as well as nearly every responsible constitutional expert, has repeatedly declared that a petition for a convention, regardless of a topic, is substantially similar to merely a call for a convention to undertake a specific action. It is up to the states to limit what topic their delegates, by whatever name called, can vote upon. New Hampshire led the way with this principle when the Constitutional Convention was called by the Confederation of States in the 1780s. Our delegates left Philadelphia to return to Concord for instructions. Others followed suit. I was reminded today that some didn't even bother to show up until after New Hampshire came back and said, yeah, let's do this. Some seem to forget that our federal Constitution has elements that challenge federal primacy. Some people may advance a theory saying the states cannot call a convention, or that the convention will run away, or that the world will implode. Some seem to say the Constitution must be protected by not following the constitutional provisions available to the states. Some seem to think that the provision in the Bill of Rights, which was adopted largely by the insistence of New Hampshire, especially the 9th and the 10th, do not apply. A small, vocal, progressive, socialist-sounding minority suggests that the convention will lead to the total destruction of a constitutional republic. As an aside, it is interesting to note that the founder of one of those special interest groups was a strong advocate for using Article 5 to control the deep state of federal bureaucracy way back in the 70s. I would remind you that a constitutional convention is akin to a committee hearing, such as this. It is important, but not the end all. Rather, we the people must vote on the results of the convention actions. The bar for changing the Constitution is high, as the discussion of the ongoing ERA Congress-created amendment illustrates. It is not the convention one must fear. Rather, one must examine the motives of why the rights of the people not to be able to vote on topics are being attacked. I am providing a copy of Utah Senator Ken Ivory's book, Where is the Line? I hope the chairman makes it available to any who request it, but I have requested more copies from my friend Ken Ivory for the rest of the committee. We need to stop the federal government from its overreach and interference in the commission duties of the state governments. We can return the power to the people by, as Tip O'Neill suggested, keeping the power local via the states challenging the overbearing Washington, D.C. bureaucracy. In this committee, you have a serious obligation to help return power to the states and their sundry people. I have included in my presentation handouts from the agency created out of the 2018 Convention of States, held in Phoenix, as a repository of information on Article 5 and the 10th Amendment. I was a delegate to that event appointed by the Speaker. Representative Bill Ohm and several others were also present. The President of the Senate appointed Senator Dan Innes. Rules for the operation of the convention were created and sent to the various states. The interesting impediment to there not already having been a call issued by Congress is that the employee of Congress, the archivist, to whom petitions are addressed, has never reported the petitions to Congress. You may recall that the longtime archivist recently retired and took his pension rather unexpectedly. The Library of Congress, to which petitions are sent for efficient government filing, I say that remembering the last scene of Raiders of the Lost Ark, has some 38 to 40 petitions on file, depending upon whether you count several that are different. Based upon the information and belief, there are a few members of Congress of both bodies and both parties who are actively preparing interested Supreme Court litigation that may happen within this legislative term to force a publication and counting of the sundry petitions. Thus, this type of legislation is necessary. As you know, a deliberative and measured legislative approach is second only to the lethargic and dawdling pace of litigation. Finally, remember this: Congress accumulates power to itself. Congress as an entity abhors power sharing, and the Constitution envisioned that. Congress fears, as is illustrated by the uncounted petitions, the states exercising their constitutional power to threaten the status quo. New Hampshire led the way in establishing the Constitution. New Hampshire can maintain its role as a leader in this nation with the passage of HB 264, which is a step in that direction. I'll be glad to answer any questions. I will point out that the multi-page final draft is a work product of the Phoenix Correspondence Commission called the PCC, which is in your packet. And there is a handout talking about the problem, the solution, and who PCC is, and how you can get involved, just as a bit of a prima facie information on it. Supporting that, I've also included the current national debt, which is why I petitioned for and got the balanced budget amendment established in the first place, which is rising at the rate of about $70,547 per second. That's an interesting figure. You may have seen Representative Massey has a little clock on his lapel pin. And that's how fast it's going, because you can hardly count the last 4 digits. They're rotating over so fastly. And then there's sometimes been a question regarding faithless delegate legislation. Well, that question was risen in 2020 and again this year, but the Supreme Court decided that decision when they talked about faithless elector laws. An elector is a delegate of the state elected by people. And they said, yep, you can control how people vote on federal issues. I'd be happy to answer any questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for the wonderful handouts, especially the Article 5 Convention Legislative Progress Report. Very useful, very helpful. So thank you for that. A couple quick ones. You just mentioned faithless electors versus faithless delegates. So the Supreme Court ruling on faithless electors, you say that applies to faithless delegates as well to Article 5?
I would say it does, yes, because the electors are elected to do a job for the state, that is to reflect the election of the individuals. States can place restrictions on individuals saying that you signed up to do this, you advertised to do this, you were elected to do this, you have to do this. And at the same time, a person who signs up to go to or is appointed by the legislature to be a delegate of the legislature at a convention would I signed up to do this. I said I'm going to vote on this topic and this topic only, and that's the only topic I'm going to vote on. Same thing as I signed up and I'm only going to vote on for A or B.
Okay, got it. A similar measure to this, Representative, has come through this committee and through the House before. I'm trying to remember. I believe it went to the governor's desk and maybe was vetoed. I'm trying to recollect. You're probably ahead of me on this. If that's the case, if a similar measure was vetoed, do you remember what the rationale for the veto was?
To the best of my recollection, several governors have vetoed this. And I remember Dan Itza had put some legislation in a decade or so ago along the same lines, and it was vetoed by a Democrat governor, and it was also vetoed by Republican governors. The argument at the same time was, well, it's nice, it'd be a good idea, but we really don't need it. We don't need this to have on the books. I would suggest to this committee and to the entire general court that time is running out. Once it was discovered that the petitions had not been counted, and there are efforts underway to count those petitions.
Thank you, Representative. Other questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here to take my question, which is in the specifics. The broad strokes sound pretty reasonable and good. I'm a little curious about the specifics, particularly when it comes to definitions under unauthorized amendment and legislative instructions, where it says that an unauthorized amendment means a proposed amendment or change to the United States Constitution that is outside the scope of the Article 5 application and legislative instructions. So then we look to legislative instructions. It says means instruction given by the general court to a delegate before or during an Article 5 convention. So what is the scope of that exactly? What is and does not qualify? Is it a full vote of the House? Is it a vote of those present? Is it a vote out of a committee? Is it a speaker's instruction?
It would probably be a bit of a combination of both. Let's take housing, for example, which is discussed in the fiscal note. If the speaker said you cannot stay at a 5-star hotel, then that's an instruction. And if you go to a 5-star hotel, anything above $60, $110, $200 a night, it's on you. Would be my interpretation of that. The other instruction would be something from the joint resolution of the body. And remember, we can call our own body into session at any time for a special session to issue new instructions. So if, for example, the convention was called, and the convention was called for the purpose of discussing my favorite topic, a balanced budget amendment, and somebody brought up an amendment to appeal the Second Amendment, our guys couldn't vote on that Second Amendment unless they said yes, vote on it, and vote no. And while we're on that one, remember, it would take 13 states, the people or legislatures of 13 states, to say no to any amendment, and it's dead. So it's a big hurdle to pass.
Representative Gagnon has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Ulrich, for taking my question. I know the answer. You know the answer to this question.
Then why are you asking?
Because other people around might not know. So, if you'll indulge me here, I see the penalty for violation is a Class B felony. Could you tell the people what a Class B felony, how many years that is?
1 to 7, I believe.
3.5 to 7.
3.5 to 7.
3.5 to 7. I suppose Class A is a 7 to 15, 7.5
or
to
life,
15.
yeah.
Follow up, sir?
Follow up.
Thank you. Assuming that this bill passes this committee, you are also aware that it'll probably go to the C&J committee to see whether or not the penalty would be proper, which could slow things down. Are you aware of that, right?
Yes, I am aware of that, and I'll tell this committee, which will have the obligation, if this committee passes it, which will be presenting it before C&J, that a penalty is substantial enough to get somebody's attention works.
I'll point out that this measure also has a fiscal note. This is HB 264 FN. Typically, measures with fiscal notes are looked at by finance. Possibility of a different committee looking at it as well is interesting. And thank you, Representative Gagné, for the lesson on felony charges. People watching at home always learn from watching our hearings at state, federal. Any other questions for the prime? Representative Budataki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity, and thank you for testifying today. My question is, why is this bill necessary when the Constitution already provides a method for amendments through congressional approval and state ratification?
Thank you. There are two methods in Article 5 for approval. This has nothing to do with a petition for a constitutional convention, a call of the states. This only regulates the delegates to that convention if called. What this does is establishes the authority of the state to prevent delegates to a constitutional convention, which has nothing to do with Congress. Only the states would be involved. Under the second half of Article 5. This would regulate the conduct and the voting behavior of the delegates to that constitutional convention. Now, Congress can amend the Constitution anytime it wants. Sometimes they've been successful. Remember, Congress passed the Volstead Act so we could not drink. They did a good job on that one. One way to get organized crime firmly embedded in society. The states have the equal authority to propose amendments to the Constitution. And this regulates our delegates, not our Congress critters, but our state delegates to the Constitutional Convention. So there's two co-equal activities, one federal and one state. Article 5 is silent regarding the ability of the state to control, but that is because the state is its own entity that is co-equal in theory with the federal government. The federal government has grown to the point where the states are being abused again.
Other questions? Seeing none. Okay, Representative Jones.
On the legislative instructions, thank you, are given by the general court to a delegate before or during an Article 5 convention. That doesn't mean he has an independent way of voting. He has to vote the way he's told. Is that correct?
It could be, or it could be also just to not consider. Remember, we have instructions when we're across the hall. If we're present, we have to vote. But we can also have instructions not to attend. And I'm sure somebody in here has at one time or another been told that it was probably time for them to have a smoke break, even if they didn't smoke. So that's what a legislative instruction is. They could be told to vote yay on this proposed amendment or vote nay on this proposed amendment by the general court, because the general court retains the power.
And they're obligated. I'm sorry, follow up on.
Yes, they
Thank
would
you.
be obligated.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Prime Sponsor, Representative Ulrey. Okay, Sam Fieldman is back. We saw Sam a number of times last year. Sam has asked, or Mr. Fieldman has asked for 2 minutes. I think we can do that, Mr. Fieldman. Or Okay, well, Mr. Fieldman, you certainly can have 2 minutes. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Fieldman. Thank you, Chair Moffett, members of the committee, testifying in support of this bill. Last year, I testified in support of 2 other bills to regulate the Article 5 convention delegates. I participated in drafting one of those bills, it's an area of expertise for me. I'm one of the top experts on the Article 5 convention process in the country. The advantage that this bill has over the ones last year, although I certainly support the ones last year and actually I like them better than this one is considerably simpler. The ones last year ended up dying in the Senate, and as far as I understood it, the reason why they died in the Senate was largely because they were too complicated for the Senate to deal with in the time that was available. They didn't see it as a priority, although I certainly view it as such. This one is much simpler. It just puts on one penalty onto delegates who violate their oaths, and that exact thing has been upheld by the Supreme Court unanimously as recently as 2020 in the case of electors to the Electoral College. Representative Moffett asked about the comparison between delegates and electors. It's important to note in that case there's 2 comparisons. One, the regulations over delegates to Article 5 conventions has a longer history than regulations over electors to the Electoral College, because the Article 5 ratification conventions that were used in 1933 to ratify the 21st Amendment included regulations in some of those bills, particularly in Arizona, that had a bill virtually identical to the one in New Mexico that was the subject of that case in the Supreme Court. And further, Larry Lessig, who argued in the other side, in the losing side of that case in Schiaffalo v. Washington, he thought that the regulations would not apply to the Electoral College, but would apply to the delegates to an Article 5 convention, because the arguments in favor of those kinds of regulations applying to delegates to convention are significantly stronger based on various factors in how the Constitution treats the two. I disagreed. I thought they applied to both, and the Supreme Court ended up agreeing with me that they do apply to the electors, and there's no reason to think that the same wouldn't hold true for delegates.
Always good when the Supreme Court agrees with you.
Yes. I mean, Larry Lessig was happy with the decision, even though he lost it. Yeah, he's talked many times about that being a successful loss. The one last thing I want to point out, there is a potential for an Article 5 convention coming up fairly soon based on existing convention calls that passed as of 1979, including New Hampshire. Many of those have since been rescinded, but rescission is not relevant once you hit the threshold of 34. The argument there is that since we've crossed that threshold as of 1979, the rescissions that happened after that point no longer matter, even though rescissions certainly are valid if they happen before you hit 34. Based on that, there could be a convention coming in the near future. Now, if you support that idea, you should want to pass this regulation. If you oppose that idea, you should demand that you pass this regulation. Either way, it makes sure that the process is safer and does follow in addition to the many other safety checks on that process, it adds one more to just ensure that the delegates follow what is asked of them.
Sure, extra insurance, so to speak. Would you take any questions?
Absolutely.
Are there any questions? Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I apologize. I have a really bad head cold this week. So are you not, given your background, are you not concerned that this would tie delegates to a more partisan politics position rather than allowing them to engage in a more independent and in good faith measure?
It would tie delegates to the demands of their particular state. And that is the way that process is supposed to work. If the states are not able to come together on a particular policy, then that policy should not and cannot be in the Constitution, and that's the way that's supposed to work.
Follow up?
Thank you. So are there any protections that could be allowed for to make sure that a minority voice can also be represented, especially given that the penalties of tying delegates is so high?
Sure, well, absolutely. The delegates are, first of all, the Constitution guarantees, this is a substantial majority view in the literature, that the Constitution guarantees the delegates the ability to deliberate. They have to be able to have some decision-making process. The state can tie their hands to a certain degree in terms of like the subject matter and procedures, but it can't prevent deliberation to come together. It can't mandate a specific language, for example. There are also going to be people from all 50 states at this. This is not just for the states that support a particular policy. It's for all 50 states. And in particular, only 34 states have to come together to call the convention to discuss that policy, but you need 38, which is 4 of the additional 16, a quarter of the ones that did not call for the convention, still have to come together as part of the ratification. So their voice has to be heard, or else it will never go through ratification. So even the states, if they may want to dominate it with a particular left-wing or right-wing policy, that would not end up resulting in an amendment to the Constitution. It would end up resulting in nothing, which is why I don't fear a convention, even on subject matters where I disagree, because either they will find language for the Constitution that passes that enormous threshold and solves the many hurdles, or it won't end up in the Constitution and it will become one of several proposals that simply are not part of the law.
Understood. Thank you for that. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Fieldman.
Thank you.
Bob Hanson from Salem. Is Bob here? Yes, he is. He's asked for up to 2 minutes. Welcome, Mr. Hanson. He's in support of the bill.
Thank you for the opportunity. I've lived in Salem for 50 years. I've voted in every local and national election for over 60 years. I just want to support this motion. I support the Article 5 convention. I would just want to make sure there's a distinction made that regardless of any feelings you have on the Article 5 convention, you need to really look at this independently. They need 34 states to have the convention. 19 states have already approved this. There are another 3 to 4 states that are in process in the next few months. So we should reach the 34 states within a number of years. When that happens, New Hampshire is going to send delegates regardless of whether or not they approve of the bill. So it's important that we have the rules in place to be able to control the delegates and be able to make sure that they're complying with the state requirements. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for that affirmation of what we heard earlier. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Will you take any questions, if there are any?
Yeah, sure.
Are there any questions for Mr. Hanson? Seeing none, thank you.
I just had one other thought
Sure.
that occurred to me. The speakers before me a couple times, they use the term a conventional convention or a constitutional convention. I just want to make the distinction. The Article 5 convention is only to propose amendments to the existing Constitution. A constitutional convention is usually interpreted as trying to come up with a new constitution, and Article 5 is not trying to do that. They don't have the authority to do that. I just want to make out the distinction for you. Thank you.
Thank you again. Important distinction indeed. Eric Benavides. Is Eric here? Mr. Benavides. It looks like he is in the House. He's asked for 3 minutes. He's in support of the bill, HB 264. Welcome, Mr. Benavides.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you, committee members. I will not take that much time because I did not realize Sam would be here. So I thought I was going to be representing Wolfpack in this, but he was here and he is much more knowledgeable than I am on Article 5, so I'm grateful for that. My name is Eric Benavides. I live in the town of Guilford. I am here in support of this bill. While there is lots of evidence, peer-reviewed evidence, that Article 5 conventions, state conventions, are safe, and that the process will work exactly how we envision it to, and it will not go off the rails. Let me just state that right away. I do believe that bills like this offer greater protection for us, and also give people confidence that this process will work. So I'm in favor of this, and as the gentleman stated, we are very close to possibly having a convention, so having these bills in place, these regulations would be good. I believe 25 of the 50 states have already passed bills like this, faithful delegate bills. So they are already in place in those states, and I believe New Hampshire should be the 26th. That is all I have to say. I can take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Benavides. Are there any questions, Mr. Representative Budataki?
So, hypothetically speaking, let's say 34 states have passed or adopted this bill. What specific constitutional changes do you hope to achieve through an Article 5 convention that cannot be accomplished through? Sorry, let me find the right questions.
That's okay.
Sorry, I will come back later.
Response?
Well, let me just state what Wolfpack's mission is, who I'm here representing.
Sure.
As a volunteer, but still I do represent that organization. Wolfpack's goal is to get large money out of our political system, the corrupting influence of it. And we support any means necessary to make that happen, anything available to us in the Constitution, whether that is through Congress, whether it is through bills and legislation within a state itself, or whether it is the Article 5 convention. We do not discriminate any way we can get there. We want to get there. And so that is our goal. We do believe that Congress would have a chance to pass this, but being America, everything is divided. We do not set power in one place. That is why we have three branches of government, to separate the powers. That's why there is a Senate and a House. That's why there's a governor. We separate the powers to make sure that one body does not have all the power. And Article 5 and the ability to propose amendments is the exact same thing. We cannot have that power live in one body alone. We need it to be separated. The states have the right, if Congress will not act, to propose for a convention so that we can propose amendments as well. And to put all of that power into one body, or to be afraid to use our state right to invoke that power, limits us and causes us to have a corrupt body that is the only place that can propose amendments. And I do not believe that America was designed in that way.
Thank you again, and thank you for confirming the Wolfpack mission. Other questions? Representative Mandelbaum?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So I just wanted to clarify something for the record. So I've heard that 34 states are needed to call a convention, and 19 states so far have already passed faithful delegate views.
No,
bills?
25. 25 states have passed faithful delegate bills.
Okay. And one of the previous speakers mentioned 19. Do you know what, or if
It could be that, I don't know, records are different. Was he talking about faithful delegate bills, or was he talking about possible states that passed convention calls? That was convention
that's
call. So
convention.
convention call is separate from a faithful delegates bill. The faithful delegates bill that we are looking at today is not a convention call. It is to put restrictions on a delegate. A call to a convention is a totally different, and we have already passed a balanced budget amendment call to the Constitution. And I'm afraid that I don't follow the balanced budget amendment as much as I follow the campaign finance amendment. So I'm not sure what the total is right now, you'd have to refer to one of my balanced budget amendment
All right.
colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Benavides.
Yep.
When the clerk asks for something for the record, that's a good thing. We want to make sure we have
Yeah,
the numbers
absolutely.
correct. Other questions? Representative Budataki.
Sorry for the previous confusion. I found my question now.
Okay.
So, what specific constitutional changes do we hope, or do you hope, to achieve through an Article 5 convention that cannot be accomplished through the traditional amendment process?
The last part, the what?
Traditional amendment process.
There is nothing that can be done. If Congress wants to do the traditional amendment process, I would be more than happy to allow them to do that. The fact is that they are not doing that. And our job is to push for an Article 5 amendment because Congress will not act. And that is our duty.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Yeah, I appreciate
All the way
it.
down here from Guilford. I have two more cards. Carol Petrusowicz. Carol, it looks like she's asked for 56 seconds, but maybe I'm not reading. 56 seconds. That's a request we can definitely honor coming here from Rochester. Thank you.
I wanted to make sure I typed it up so I could be super fast because I know you have a lot of people to listen to. Thank you so much for having me. New Hampshire should definitely pass this resolution. Since New Hampshire legislature turns over every 2 years, New Hampshire needs to have its delegate legislation in place. The New Hampshire legislators that I've spoken to are not sure how basic agency law works. They're not lawyers, and they're not required to be lawyers. Passing this legislation stops the confusion on how to proceed when an Article 5 convention is called. I would love for this legislation to include any interstate convention as well, thus protecting New Hampshire even further. It would also be great to include delegate selection protocols and who is going to charge them for being guilty of a Class B felony and who is going to hold the delegates accountable. I thank the sponsors for their foresight in protecting New Hampshire, and I thank this committee for passing HB 264. I am available for questions.
And I thank you for that excellent, succinct, organized testimony. Much appreciated. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for that. Our final card here is from Joe Torelli from Hampton. He's asked for 2 minutes, speaking for himself, and he's in support of the bill. Welcome, Mr. Torelli.
It's a wide chair. Thank you, committee. I want to start with my timer here, so I have it. I just want to talk about briefly, I'm going to follow up on several of the other comments from other people providing testimony. I'm not going to read the book to you. Belt and suspenders. There's safety measures. So people refer to belt and suspenders as solving one problem. If it breaks through, there's a backup to it. And so what we have in the belt and suspenders are things that Charles Pinckney brought into the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia in March of 1787. There was no option for Congress to propose amendments with that Article 16 that was presented to the chamber based on the Virginia Plan. It was solely the state legislatures that were going to call a convention to propose amendments among the several states at that time, 13. So that was put in place and discussed until it shifted in June when Congress, that was actually Alexander Hamilton wanted to have, well, we need Congress to do this. And it shifted back again, so it included Congress and the word or. In the written testimony that I sent last night, a 5-page document, I don't know if any of you saw it, I actually specify the words. It says, the Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution. And it says this Constitution twice in Article 5. So that's belt number one. Suspenders, there's 3 topics. So this bill refers to Article 5. 3 topics: impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, limit the terms of office for its officials and members of Congress. So any delegates that are appointed, elected by the states are signing up for those topics and committing that those are going to be what those topics are that they're going to debate at a convention for proposing amendments. And then what gets forgotten, one state, one vote. So if 50 states go, if New York wants to send one person to object to it, they get one negative vote. If they send 50 people, whatever the majority of New York is, they get one vote. Every state gets one vote. And then when those amendments, whatever gets 26, goes back to the states for ratification, and it takes 3/4 of those states to ratify. So we have belts, suspenders, we have Velcro double-sided tape, we've got all kinds of things, and all it takes is 13 chambers of 99 bodies, because Nebraska only has one, 13 chambers can say no. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Torelli? Seeing none at this time, before I close this hearing, I want to say excellent civics lesson today from everyone who's spoken up on the Article 5, which I think a lot of folks need to understand better. Okay, that brings us to our next measure. We're almost right on time. HCR 3, House Concurrent Resolution 3, applying for a convention of the states under Article 5, which we've just been talking about, of the U.S. Constitution. The prime sponsor is here. Thank you, Representative Bernardi. And we'll send these both ways. Okay, we have a lot of pink cards, which is great. So I'm going to run this through. I want to let the prime sponsor fully develop his position. When we get to other folks, because of the many, many pink cards we have, I do not want to have to be in a position to limit testimony. So if someone has given some testimony and touched on some points that you were going to make, this is on YouTube, it's being recorded, so don't feel the need to repeat things. We're looking for new information with every new testimony. So with that, welcome Representative Bernardi, the prime sponsor.
Thank you, Chairman Moffat and committee. Glad to see you all again. For the record, Representative J.D. Bernardi, Rockingham 36, Hampton Falls, Kensington, Southampton, Newton, and Plastow. So I am here to offer HCR 3, a concurrent resolution applying for a convention of states under Article 5 of the Constitution of the United States. And I know that there are many new members here, and you heard some of Article 5 I guess, procedures already, but I just want to reprise that quickly for the committee. What is an Article 5? It's a procedure to amend the Constitution. And there are two methods. Congress, with a 2/3 vote, can propose amendments. Or 2/3 of the states can make an application for a convention. to propose amendments. And those would be limited purpose conventions with specific uniform applications to amend, not redraft, the Constitution. That convention comes up with the wording of the amendments that are then presented either from Congress or from the convention to 3/4 of the states to ratify. Well, all the states to ratify, and 3/4 in order for it to actually be ratified, to become part of the Constitution. Now, why was this two-part process or two-mechanism way adopted? So the initial proposal being discussed at the Constitutional Convention was that only Congress was going to propose the amendments. And that was supported by Madison, the father of our Constitution. And remember, he didn't support the first 10 amendments and what became the 27th as well, but led their way to advancement when he became a congressman in the first Congress. But during that Constitutional Convention, George Mason stood up and said, congressional role alone would be excessive, exceptional, and dangerous. The plan now formed will certainly be defective, as the Confederation has found on trial to be. Amendments, therefore, will be necessary, and it will be better to provide for them in an easy, regular, and constitutional way than trust to chance and violence. It would be improper to require the consent of the national legislature because they may abuse their power and refuse to consent to that very account. So basically, Mason stood up and said, Congress, if there is a need, may decide they don't want to deal with this issue. Eldridge Gerry, our erstwhile neighbor to the south, proposed the state convention process. It was unanimously adopted on the last day of the convention. Madison then switched his support to it and spoke to it in Federalist 43. There has also been great concern that the actual constitutional convention that dealt with this was not legitimate. In 1786, the Annapolis Convention on Trade and Commerce resulted in Virginia's call for devising and discussing all alterations and further provisions as may be necessary to render the federal constitution adequate to the exigencies of the Union. You had 6 states then call for a constitutional convention. Then the actual Confederation Congress issued their decree. And then 6 other states followed. The only one that didn't was Rhode Island. Madison, speaking about this in a letter to Jefferson, said, the recommendations from the meeting at Annapolis of the plenipotentiary, meaning we're going to do the whole thing, convention in Philadelphia in May next, has been well received. Indeed, the evidence of dangerous defects of the Confederation has at length proselyted the most obstinate adversaries to reform. Madison in his diary then wrote, all agreed and owned that the federal government in its existing shape was inefficient and could be lost. Members of the southern and middle states seemed generally anxious about some Republican organization of a system which could preserve the Union and give due energy to the government of it. In the handout I provided, I gave you the actual commissions of those 12 states saying we want to have a convention to deal with the issues in a plenipotentiary way. And I gave you the list of 42 documented conventions that have been held since the Europeans came to this continent. In no case were these runaways. I give you this information because there are those that are going to follow and say, If you have an Article 5 convention, it will be a runaway. It can be a runaway. It'll be a disaster. I wanted to put a stake through the heart of that fantasy. That is not true. You have the commissions of the states that said, we want to do this. We want to have a revision of the articles and create a new government. And you have the examples of conventions that have been held where there has been no runaway problems. Now, Article 5 conventions have been tried in the past and never happened in the United States to this point, but they have been drivers of change. And I gave you two examples. In 1912, 29 of the necessary 31 states pushed for direct election of senators. That caused the Congress to act. They created the 17th Amendment. In 1983, we got 32 states of the 34 necessary at that time to pursue a balanced budget amendment. The result was Congress passed the Graham-Rudman-Hollings provisions the following 2 years. So you can see that even if a movement for a convention doesn't actually get there, it can be a spur to Congress to act, because they oftentimes do not want to take actions against their power and authority, and the budget amendment is clear. So what is HCR 3 proposing? Basically, controls in 3 different areas. First, to discuss potential options for fiscal restraints on the federal government. Right now, we have almost a $37 trillion debt. When I spoke on this measure 2 years ago, it was around 32 trillion. It is clearly out of control. Hence, there's a very strong movement for some kind of balanced budget amendment, and as well as a tax revenue cap proposal. There could be other items that fall under fiscal constraints, but those seem to be the 2 most common. Second, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government. Well, this comes from the fact that we have an administrative state that is ruling far too much of our life. We have a Supreme Court that has made decisions, particularly on the interstate commerce clause, where they decided that growing wheat on one's own farm for one's own use was interstate commerce. Once they did that, the door was open, and Congress could make a law on anything, citing it was compliant with Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. And Article 1, Section 8, if you remember, that's where it lists these are the powers of Congress. Everything else that's not here belongs to the states. Well, they've taken that and they've run with it. So we have massive amounts of power that Congress has accrued to itself to make laws that we are not in favor of, if from a state perspective, or create an administrative state that does the same. So the kinds of things that could be considered and discussed in a convention on this particular item would be proper definition of the Commerce Clause, or state laws, state opportunity to abrogate laws, regulations, executive orders of court decisions. I mean, a proposal, 3/4 of the states or 2/3 of the states, if faced with a law that says, all right, everybody has to drive EVs by 2050, say, no, we're not going to do that. If enough states decide that they want to, in a proposal like that, if that was a constitutional amendment, that states had that authority, one could overturn a inappropriate overreaching of Congress or the executive. reversing the 17th Amendment, restoring state legislatures back to deciding who is going to be their senators. So the senators work for the states and protect state interests rather than the broad general public, where our state representatives are supposed to take that task. Congressional override of Supreme Court decisions by a supermajority, sunsetting of agencies, congressional approval of agency regulations. Right now, the Constitution says that the Congress is the only entity that can make laws. Yet we have administrative agencies making most of our laws. Something's wrong with that equation. So there are multiple areas of discussion for proposals for amendment under this broad topic. And finally, the third topic is limitation of terms of office for officials and for members of Congress. So, term limits for representatives and senators, term limits for senior federal officials working in the government, term limits for judges and justices. These are all potential proposals under this broad rubric, and that could be discussed and amendments hence proposed. I'd like to point out that Linda Massimella, a former member of this committee, and I were honored to participate in a simulated Article 5 Convention of States in August of 2023. With legislators from every state, and it was an outstanding success, and I think truly demonstrated the opportunity that this kind of procedure could hold. But bottom line, you as state legislators are our nation's last line of defense against an all-powerful, overreaching federal government. The framers preserved this task for you as your birthright. You are enabled to reclaim the people's power. 19 states have done so. I urge you to be the 20th. The issue deserves full consideration in the House. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Prime. Sponsor, Representative Bernardi. You said the Article 5 was adopted unanimously in Philadelphia. Is that what I
Article
heard?
5, the proposal of having, yes, both the congressional route and the state route, and it was discussed for on several rounds, and finally, Colonel Mason was able to convince all that it was appropriate and necessary.
Representative Gagny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm looking at the prior bill and I'm looking at your bill. My understanding is that you want the same outcome as HB 264 for an Article 5 convention. Could you tell me, if any, what the difference between your bill and the other bill? Would yours accomplish more?
I don't think so. The key language is having the state agree that it wants to move forward in the three areas, and the three areas are the same.
Thank you.
And I would point out that Representative Bernardi's measure is an HCR. It's a House concurrent resolution. The previous measure was a HB, was a House bill, so there was a distinction there. Representative Foss, I'm sure Representative Bernardi would love to have a question from you.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Bernardi. I just want a clarification, and I apologize, I don't have your resolution in front of me. So in your handout here, you say each state gets one vote like in the Electoral College, but I think anyone who's stayed up all night on election night knows that not every state in the under the Electoral College gets one vote. So can you just clarify, in your resolution, is it one state, one vote, or is it a situation like the Electoral College?
No, it's in a convention, each state gets one vote.
So
yes,
Follow-up?
unlike that, yes.
Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Bernardi. I have a follow-up to Representative Foss's question. So can states determine how many delegates they send to a convention, but they'd still have one vote?
Yes, states can send as many delegates as they want. In the original articles of Confederation, you could send as many you want. You needed 2 to agree, or a majority to agree. You needed 2 at least to make a vote. If only 1 showed up, your state didn't get a vote. You needed at least 2 to participate, and you have your vote count. But if you had 17 show up, you had to have a majority opinion, and that was your 1 vote.
All right, thank you. Follow-up?
Follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, first, thank you for this handout. I'm finding it very useful as someone who has not had a civics lesson on this topic. So, on the back side of the sheet, you give some examples of what these different amendments could be. In a constitutional convention, are delegates or states typically voting on a package of amendments or specific things, like a separate amendment that would have term limits for representatives, and another amendment that would have term limits for judges?
Okay, first, it's not a constitutional convention. It's an articles convention.
Okay.
But yes, every particular proposal that is discussed, and I gave examples of items that could be discussed and potentially turned into amendments under those 3 topic areas. Every one of those would be a separate amendment that then would be proposed to all the states, requiring 3/4 of them to ratify.
All right, thank you.
Other questions for the Prime? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for bringing us this bill. I have a question because I'm a little bit agnostic on the concept. I don't disagree in the least with your intent behind doing this, but when I look at the actual process and how to go about it, and I look at, for instance, Amendment 1, abridging the freedom of speech. Well, we've recently seen a lot of censorship on the internet that was asked for by federal government. We see Amendment 2, shall not be infringed. It's feeling pretty infringed in a lot of ways. Amendment 4, secure persons, houses, papers, and effects. It seems like the federal government is spying on just about everybody all the time. Article 4, Section 4 guarantees to each state a Republican form of government that will be protected from invasion. So if the Constitution is really good, and I tend to think it is really good, and the federal government just isn't following it, why does changing the letter of the Constitution change what the federal government is doing?
Well, I think it boils down to areas where the Congress, as well as the courts, have allowed some fuzzy interpretations of what the Constitution is. I mean, the Constitution is what, 4 or 5 pages printed out. It's a statement of key principles, and those amendments are a matter of a few lines. And so, what do they mean? You can get, as I mentioned, the Interstate Commerce Clause, for an example, where there was a court case that said growing wheat on your own land for your own use impacted interstate commerce. Well, that gave Congress the right to do anything. That is not what was legitimately meant by addressing interstate commerce. By the same token, you're talking about, infringement of freedom of speech, the Second Amendment rights, search and seizure, censorship. I mean, these are areas that are all currently in the court system in various arenas. If we get bad decisions there and Congress goes along with them, then that could be an area for an Article 5 convention to say, hey, we need to turn this back to mean this and be much more clear and specific. So it's an opportunity to fix where these issues have gone off the rail.
Other questions for the Prime? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, sir. Previously, we did House Bill 264, and that called for a balanced budget. And in reading your HCR, it calls for imposed fiscal restraints. Would balanced budget be included in that fiscal restraint?
Yes, as you noted when I on the backside of my comments, I indicate that a balanced budget is within that broader rubric, as well as tax caps or other controls on government spending.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions? Representative Budataki, go ahead, and then Representative Siebert.
Quick clarification. So in your next page, I like all the goals, very interesting. One thing that I want to know more about it is sunset agencies. Could you talk more about these? What are the agencies that you want to sunset?
These are not my proposals. What I did was list under the concept of limit power and jurisdiction of the federal government, what are the mechanisms that one could potentially legitimately consider in a convention? As the convention gets together and says, all right, we need to limit power and jurisdiction of the federal government. What powers and how? And how are we going to do it? So if your concern is runaway federal agencies, one of the ways one can constrain federal agencies are sunset provisions. It's just an example. I'm not proposing that. I'm not saying that's what we should do. I'm not saying that's what New Hampshire representatives to a convention should do. I'm just saying that is a kind of thing that one could consider. Because remember, that convention is a conversation of the representatives of all the 50 states or whoever shows up to that convention. You're going to discuss the issues, you're going to thrash them out, and you're going to propose potential amendments or decide, hey, there's nothing here for us to propose at all.
Representative Seibert, ranking member.
Yeah, I have a question in regards to rulings such as Citizens United. Even with the application, I'm having a very hard time seeing how we protect this process from influence from outside entities. I mean, one could say, I guess, that, here in the we're elected by the people, and so we would be good to go represent that. But, don't we see a lot of money flowing around here in Concord for certain pieces of legislation or on behalf of certain legislators to do certain things to appease those special interests? And I'm talking about, everybody up here. It's not just one side of the aisle, the other. So I guess, what are the plans to protect, that further?
Well, there is not a proposal under this particular resolution to deal with federal financing of elections. If one wanted to propose an amendment in that regard, and I think Wolfpack is pursuing a potential amendment in that arena, then there's an opportunity to bring that topic discussion to a convention if you have the requisite 2/3 states agree, and thrash out an amendment proposal that would be considered as an amendment to the Constitution. It's not in this particular listing.
Follow up.
Thank you. I guess what I'm talking about is, say, a corporation paying a delegate to, put a certain subject or whatever that would benefit them in the end when that said delegate goes to attends the article convention.
delegates from a state are sent by the legislature, so they're picked by the legislature, whatever process it decides is appropriate, and sent with a particular point of view. So I'll go back to the Constitutional Convention. New York sent 3 delegates. They worked in that convention for a period of time. Two of them decided that what was being discussed was beyond the scope of what was their remit from the state, so they left. And Alexander Hamilton remained the only one there. They didn't have the requisite authority anymore with only one delegate. So if you're asking, would the state send a delegate that is then being paid under the table by a corporation? I mean, that would seem to me a violation of the charter of a commissioner going to the commission.
Other questions for the prime? Representative Foss.
Thank you. I actually have a follow-up from Representative Belcher's question. So you used the example of the Commerce Clause and saying that obviously Congress has passed many laws based on their understanding of the Commerce Clause, and the Supreme Court has held these up as constitutional. So if a convention were to find that actually Congress doesn't have the authority to, I don't know if you'd rather regulate interstate commerce or regulate it in this manner, isn't this essentially creating a 4th branch of government?
No, it's not created. If in the example of interstate commerce, a convention strikes an amendment that brings the understanding of what regulating interstate commerce meant back to what the original purpose was back when the Constitution was created, what it means is the federal government is not going to have the authority to pass laws in that area. So the states then are given that authority. The authority comes back to the states to act on specific items and concerns.
Follow up?
But so that essentially would act on a check to laws that Congress has already passed, U.S. Congress, and that the judicial branch has found constitutional. So this is a check on them, similar to our system of checks and balances. So, but this would not create a 4th branch of government, you're saying? And I just don't understand how wouldn't it if it has this check and balance power?
So if you consider the check and balance being judicial, legislative, and executive, fine, but there's another check and balance, which is federalism, federal, state, local control. So if you take power away from the feds who have inappropriately taken it, and the court system said it's okay, now you pass a constitutional amendment and say, no, you don't have that authority. That authority, as articulated in the 10th Amendment, goes back and stays with the states. So the state has the authority to act. It's not another branch of government. It's another layer of government.
Okay, one final follow-up.
But wouldn't that be a violation of the Supremacy Clause, that the federal government, that federal laws are the law of the land?
And the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. And if the amendment says that the states have authority in this area, it's not a violation of the Supremacy Clause.
Other questions for the prime sponsor? Yes, go ahead, Representative Gagny.
Thank you for your indulgence. An Article 5 convention, is that not giving the people back the right for the laws to be for the people, by the people, and of the people instead of the government overreach.
Absolutely. I second the motion.
Did I see a hand up? Representative Lloyd, please.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. So in this, if this were to go through, and let's say that this resolution does come through and an Article 5 convention is called, how does New Hampshire currently have a process in place for delegate selection?
I do not believe New Hampshire has a formalized process in place. That would have to be something the legislature would take up, and I would expect that it would be some kind of discussion between the speaker and the president of the Senate of how we're going to identify who those commissioner delegates would be.
Seeing no further hands, I want to thank the prime sponsor, Representative Bernardi. Wonderful civics discussion here for the folks here in the room and the hundreds watching and who will watch at home. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Plant, would you check that sign up front? We're not on HB 264. Where if there is an HCR 3 sign, we can put that up. If not, we will just remove that sign. Five. Okay, at this time, I do have, as I said, a good number of speaking requests, but I want to go to a gentleman who is a former United States Senator from Pennsylvania, former presidential candidate. Rick Santorum is in the House. And our custom here is maybe the case in the U.S. Senate is to try to avoid applause. But
I don't object to that.
Former Senator Santorum does not object. You've been to New Hampshire before, I believe, Senator. Welcome back. The Senator has asked for 15 minutes, and I think given the distance you've traveled, we can do that. So welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it is truly an honor to be here before this committee and to be back in New Hampshire. I only wish that the committee treats me kinder than the voters of New Hampshire did in 2012. We got a lot of support, but not quite enough. It's great to be here, and I want to do my best to try to answer maybe even some of the questions that have been asked here. I just want to give you a little bit of a background as to how I got involved. And when I was asked about this issue, actually it was during the 2012 campaign, I knew nothing about it. I'm a lawyer. I was in Congress and the Senate for 16 years and knew nothing about Article 5 and really didn't even realize that state legislatures could propose amendments because it was nothing I'd ever heard before. And so my initial reaction was, as being a conservative, was, let's just say, very skeptical. Well, if it hadn't been done for 240 years, why are we thinking about doing it now? And so I really had the position of really not being a supporter of it. And it wasn't until later on, and I remind the committee that when I was running for president in 2011 here in New Hampshire in 2012, the federal deficit, federal debt was $14 trillion. I mean, that doesn't seem that long ago that I was up here campaigning, and it was 14 trillion. It's almost 35, 36 trillion dollars now. Every 4 months, we're adding $1 trillion to the national debt. I just ask any of you, and I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, if we continue this, are we not headed to a fiscal crisis? And do you see anybody, either party, both parties are guilty here. Do you see either party doing anything in Washington, D.C. to stop the accumulation of debt and the collapse of our financial system? Does anyone believe that's not going to happen? Okay, I don't see any hands going up. So when people tell me, well, there's a risk if we do a convention of states. Well, if the alternative is fiscal collapse is a certainty, what's the risk? If your house across the street is burning and you have to cross the street to put the fire out, there's a risk of crossing the street. There is. Their car could be coming by. It could hit you. Bad things can happen if you cross the street. But if your house is burning, you cross the darn street. Ladies and gentlemen, you know all this. You know this. I mean, you're the live free or die state. You know that Washington is on a crash course, whether it's financially or whether it's the tyranny that we're seeing candidly from both parties when it comes to the president and the way they wield their pens and tell you how they're going to change everything and do things that presidents heretofore never thought they could do. This is not what we signed up for, if you will, in this Constitution. People talk about, they pull out their pocket Constitution, say, don't change this. Well, it was perfectly written. It was divinely inspired. We don't have any Madisons or Franklins or Jeffersons left in the United States. Well, we may not, but let's just be honest. This document has been changed. It's been changed 27 times. It may have been a perfect document. It was a darn good one. And I would argue that most people think most of the changes are pretty darn good. First 10 amendments, not too many people disagree with those, right? The amendments after the Civil War, not too many people disagree with those. In fact, someone asked the question, well, you know, we don't follow the laws now. Why will we follow them in the future? Look at the amendments. We actually do follow those. We actually follow them pretty darn well. Do we not limit presidents to 2 terms? Yep, we follow that. Do women have the right to vote? Well, I look around here, I'd say the answer is yes. We follow those amendments. Why do we follow them? We follow them because it is darn near impossible to pass an amendment to the Constitution. It's the hardest thing any government, any level of government is required to do to pass anything. The hardest, highest bar is to add an amendment to the Constitution. You need 3/4 of the states. Imagine if you had to get 3/4 of the House here to pass anything. Oh, you'd get, you'd name a park or two, but anything controversial, no way you're going to get 3/4 of it. And here's the interesting thing. Someone said, well, you only need 13 states for one house of legislature to oppose it. That's wrong. You need 13 states and one house of legislature to do nothing. They don't have to oppose it. They don't have to vote on it. What is the easiest thing? I know some of you are new members, but let me assure you the answer to this question. What is the easiest thing for any legislator to do when it comes to an issue? Nothing. Right? Put it in your drawer. All 13 houses of 13 different states have to do is put it in their drawer. This is darn near impossible. And so in order to pass something, you need broad consensus. If you look at all the amendments that have passed to date, they were overwhelming consensus that this needed to be done. You need 75% of the states. My guess is you need 85% of the public to agree to get 75% of the states to pass. You talk about a runaway convention. A convention simply does one thing. It proposes amendments. Tomorrow, the Congress could propose an amendment to eliminate the First Amendment. They can do it tomorrow. Do you see people running around saying, oh, I'm worried that Congress might propose an amendment that's going to take my rights away? Nobody worries about that. Why? Because it's damn near impossible to pass anything through the legislature. They knew they wouldn't get something like that passed. Do you think folks, after having worked hard to get 34 states to do the 3 things that Representative Bernardi, who did, by the way, a fabulous job, do you think after working that hard to get a convention, they're going to propose things that have no chance of passing? No, they're going to propose things that have some chance for states that may not be excited about the topics that are at hand, might see a way to pass something. I use an example. People say, well, what would that be? Would it be a balanced budget amendment? Maybe. I doubt a balanced budget amendment candidly will pass 38 state legislatures at this point. I doubt it. In fact, I greatly doubt it. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try, but I don't think it will happen. Do you think, well, then what would happen? The one example I use that I still think could pass, and something that would be very important for the stability of our republic, is to limit the Supreme Court to 9 members. That would prohibit either party from packing the court and trying to do something which I think would be against the interests of our country. I know Democrats may say, well, that's because you have a majority now. Well, that hasn't always been the case, and let me assure you it won't always be the case. It will swing back and forth, but it will do so gradually over time, and that is the way stability works for America. And I think 38 state legislatures could actually pass that. Would it be worth doing a convention of states just to do that? In my opinion, absolutely yes, for three reasons. Number one, the act alone of calling a convention. The founders, remember, had something in common. And people forget this, but it's true. The founders were state legislators. They didn't want the power in the federal government. They knew there needed to be more power, but they didn't want the power to go to the federal government. They wanted it at the states. So they were state legislators, and they focused on one thing. They focused on checks and balances, and particularly checking the federal government becoming a tyrannical body, because they were afraid of that. They came from that. And so they put all these checks in place to make sure that happened. They put two particular provisions in that Constitution to protect the states. One was mentioned earlier. You folks used to pick United States senators. Now, as someone who's a United States Senator from Pennsylvania who would never have been picked by my legislature, I'm actually glad that's not the case anymore. But the reality is, it was there so you had a body to check Washington, D.C. from taking your power. The Senate, just so you know, most folks don't know this, but prior to the 17th Amendment in 1912, in order to bring up a bill in the United States Senate, you know what percentage of senators had to agree to bring up a bill just to vote on it? 100%. Do you know what the federal deficit was in 1912 when the 17th Amendment was passed? $1.50 from the Spanish-American War. The federal government, Washington, D.C., was a backwater town that nobody paid much attention to. 17th Amendment came, changed everything. People say, don't touch this Constitution. It has been touched, ladies and gentlemen. It has been touched, and it's been fundamentally changed and shifted the power away from you to Washington. And Washington, D.C. exploded. Second thing that happened was court decisions during the New Deal primarily that expanded all of these provisions in the federal Constitution to allow an ever-expanding role of government, and that continues. This is not the same Constitution. People wave this around. If you order a Constitution from the General Printing Office in Washington, D.C., do you know how big it is? It's 2,600 pages. That is the Constitution you live by. When people say, don't touch it, it's been touched, folks. This is not 2,600 pages. But the Constitution you live by, which is annotated by Supreme Court decision and amendments, is 2,600 pages. Do you think we might be able to touch that? You think that might be a good idea? And so the reason it's important for you to have this call and to do this convention is to reassert your authority, because the second provision is the one we're talking about, was the provision to allow you to propose amendments. Everybody needs a boss. Everybody needs a check. You are the check to the federal government, and for 250 years, you haven't used it. For 130 years, you didn't need it. You had another check. It was the United States Senate. But for the last 100 years, you have not used the check that was the emergency check. And you can make the argument that up until the last 20 or so years, you didn't need that either. But you do now. You have an obligation because you have power. Spider-Man, right? You're Spider-Man. You have great power. You have great responsibility. I know state legislatures, you're used to being dumped upon by the federal government, everybody telling you how to do things, how to run things. There's one good way to stop it. A good slap beside the head. Hey, we're the power in town. New sheriff. We're going to pass this resolution. We're going to assert our authority rightfully under the Constitution. You're going to people say, oh, this is, this under the Article 5 is part of the Constitution. Article 5 is your authority, your responsibility to protect this country. Don't shirk that responsibility because, oh, I'm afraid of a runaway. A runaway what? A runaway convention to propose amendments. Remember, Congress can do it today. So this proposes amendments. And by the way, as for the runaway, because I know that's an important issue, I'm running around, I'll be in South Dakota on Monday. We're going to probably pass South Dakota. It'll be the 20th state. So New Hampshire, you got to get cooking if you want to be 20. So South Dakota will probably pass it next week. We already passed the Senate by a big margin, should pass the House. We have to go around state by state by state to get 34 states to ratify this thing. And we're using the language that you have before you is the same language in South Dakota. It was the same in Georgia, which was the first state to pass this, and Arizona and Texas and Florida and a whole bunch of other states have already passed it. It's the same language. Well, why are we bothering to do that? Well, because the language, just like when you pass a bill, it has to be the same in the House and the same in the Senate or it doesn't become law. Same thing here. It has to be the same in all 34 states or you don't get a convention called. How do I know that? Because there's been 400 calls for a convention in the history of our country, and we've yet to have a convention. If all you needed was 34 states calling a convention and you can go and do anything, we'd already have a convention. But Congress has never called a convention. Why? Because 34 states haven't agreed on the subject matter that they all agree on to what? Limit the convention. I mean, it just makes sense. If you need 34 states to agree on what the convention's about, that obviously means something at the convention. They're limited by what the call of the convention is for. You had a bill earlier in this discussion talking about faithful delegate. That's a belt and suspender, as the gentleman appropriately said. That's to make sure that your state is following what you as the legislature want, which is limiting to those 3 topics, at least the ones we're talking about here, and maybe other things that you want to limit to, that they have to vote for this or can't vote for something of this. That's up to you. You control the process. People say, well, we don't know what the rules are. There's no rules set. Well, the reality is there's precedent. I don't know about you, but most legislatures, when they come into session, have to adopt rules. You guys have to adopt rules when you come into session? Okay, well, how do you know what rules to adopt? How do you know what process to use? You have a precedent that when you come in, you do certain things, not in the rules, because you don't have any rules, but you have precedent as to how things are done, and you operate by precedent all the time. Well, as was mentioned, there's been 40 conventions of states in the history of our country, and they've all run the same way. There is precedent. There is one state, one vote. How do we know? Because we've had 40 of them, and they've all been one state, one vote. Just like you, before you adopt your rules, that precedent will rule until you have a rules, and then you could change that at the rules. Good luck. There's about 3 times more small states than there are big states as population. You think they're going to give up power to the big states? Let me assure you, New Hampshire's not going to do that. Neither is South Dakota. I know there's a lot of panic around this, and I get it, because with uncertainty and unfamiliarity, people get nervous and they feel like, oh, there's risk. I'm here to try to get you comfortable that this is not a risky thing to do. And in fact, it is an absolutely necessary thing. And it's an absolute abandonment of your responsibility as legislators not to intercede and do an intervention on both parties in Washington, D.C. We need you. And particularly New Hampshire. It's one of the reasons I was so excited to come up here. You folks want to be first in the nation, and you are. You guys want to lead. You want to be the ones who have a oversized weight on what's going on in Washington, D.C. And here, I'm up here pleading with you to do that here. I would think New Hampshire would have been first. Live free or die. Protect our rights as the state. Why aren't you the first to be out here? Both parties. I don't get it. So educate me. Be happy to take your questions. Yes.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
I do want to say that New Hampshire was 9th to approve the original Constitution, which put us over the top. So we perhaps will put you over the top with this, and time will
Pennsylvania
tell.
was second, but just saying.
Time will tell. And I do want to say that when you did lose the New Hampshire primary in 2012, you lost to a gentleman who had a place on Lake Winnipesaukee.
I know very well.
So there's that. So I see Representative Mandelbaum, our clerk. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Santorum, for being here and taking my question. So I'm curious what potential legal challenges there might be to an amendment that is passed by a convention.
Okay, so again, the convention proposes amendments. They don't pass it, and all 50 states gather together. Each state gets one vote. 26 votes are necessary for an amendment to be proposed. It is then, according to the Constitution, sent to the states for ratification. All but of the 27 amendments, 26 were done by the state legislatures themselves, having to pass it both houses, and in the case of Nebraska, one house. And once it is adopted, just like all the prior 27, once it's adopted, it's included in the Constitution, and therefore has the same force as any other provision of the Constitution. So, the court will then go ahead and interpret what that means. But if the court is limited to 9 members, there's not much interpretation there. I mean, again, it depends on the amendment, but at least the one I'm suggesting would not leave itself very much open to interpretation.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Foss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Santorum.
you.
I'll echo Chairman Moffett. Welcome back to New Hampshire,
Thank you.
and you should come here when it's not winter sometime.
I have.
Oh, good. Glad to hear it. The examples that have been talked about are generally, or the examples that have been used, limiting the power of the federal government. But is there the check to do something like expanding the power? Like I say Chevron deference was just overturned, which, I mean, it's been a minute since I took administrative law in Pennsylvania, and it seems like kind of threw the administrative law world into a tizzy, let's say. So what's to stop a convention from proposing an amendment that would reinstate something like Chevron deference, that administrative agencies have the power to, essentially make laws? Are we the only check there?
No, again, as mentioned before, the language of the resolution would limit what is eligible to be proposed. Wolfpack wants to have campaign finance. Well, you can't, if that happens, if there's a convention on campaign finance limiting the spending in Washington, you can't have an abortion amendment be proposed. It's non-germane. And so that would be ruled out of order, number one. Number two, if you look at the fact that these states, 34 of them, came together because they wanted to limit the power of the federal government, at least 34 of those states are probably going to vote for things that limit the power of the federal government, not expand it. I mean, that would be a rational thing to say, because at the time that 34 is accomplished, 34 states still have to be controlled by people who agree with this. Otherwise, like I know is being considered here, it would be rescinded, and then you wouldn't get to 34.
One follow-up.
Thank you. But there's nothing to, so should this happen in an Article 5 convention be held, there's nothing to stop me from introducing another resolution that would propose an amendment to enshrine abortion, affirmative right to abortion in the Constitution. So, there's no stopgap there. It seems like this would set quite the precedent.
Well, any delegate could come forward, and obviously they have the right to say anything and propose anything, but that doesn't mean that you have the right to propose all sorts of things here in the legislature, and that doesn't mean it's going to pass. And in this case, it will not be it will not be considered. It would be considered out of order because it's not germane to the subject matter of the convention, and so it would be dismissed for that reason. I think it would also probably fail because there wouldn't be sufficient votes for it to happen. But by order of like I said, if you need 34 states to come together and agree on the exact language, that language has meaning. And the meaning is that the convention is limited to those things. And so anything that is outside the scope of that would be considered out of order and not be eligible to vote. And then we mentioned before, and you have here the faithful delegate bill, you would be an unfaithful delegate. If New Hampshire would pass a law that said that you have to limit the areas of discussion to the things that are in the call for the convention, and you don't do so, then you'd be in violation of that. That's one of the reasons I'm supporting the faithful delegate bill. And I think mentioned before, about half the states have already passed something like that, because they don't want people going to these conventions that are limited to certain things and introducing other issues. They want to keep it to the subject matter because that's what they promised the people they would do when they passed it. You know, when you make a vote, it's a promise. You're saying to the people of the state, this is what we're going to do. We promise that we will uphold the language, the resolution, or the statute that we passed. And you would be violating that, and you would be subject to penalties as a result, as an individual delegate.
The questions. Representative Seibert.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to your example there that you had in regards to, like, say the topic is campaign finance. Could you actually, underneath that, because it is still under campaign finance, say, like, as you were like, do, you know, campaign finance for pro-choice or something like that?
Again, I'm not advocating for campaign finance.
No, I understand that, but I'm just...
So I'm not an expert on what, I don't even know what their language says specifically, so I really can't answer that question. I can tell you with respect to the language we have, they're all very clear as they're limiting. It's limiting language. It's to reduce the power of the federal government. It's not to expand the power of the federal government. And so that's how our language works. I can't speak to theirs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
Can
Hope you're
you
feeling better.
Can you understand a little bit of my can you understand a little bit of my concern here, in that New Hampshire does not have a defined delegate selection process, and how I'm concerned with this potentially having a very partisan slant should this be taken up and come to pass. To use your example of the Supreme Court situation, couldn't a delegate also create or use a convention to force a hearing for a Supreme Court appointee to happen in a timely manner, when it's proposed by the sitting president? I mean, like, there's a lot of partisan slant to this, and I guess my concern would be the delegate selection process and making sure that every voice is represented.
Yeah, about a dozen states have passed delegate selection procedures, and all of them, the legislatures basically determine who the folks are. And I would, our expectation is, and I think most people's expectation is, that the legislature would appoint legislators. Now, there may be some people outside the legislature that could be appointed, but by and large, we suspect that legislatures, seeing this as their responsibility, would put some of their colleagues forward. And as far as the partisan breakup, I mean, every state's going to be different as to how they do that, and the numbers. Some states have I think 7 or 8, some have 6, some have 5. I mean, they're all over the place as far as the number is concerned. But it is the decision by you, and you as a legislator will have the opportunity to weigh in on that and try to influence how that process works. Again, you folks control the whole process.
Other questions? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator, thank you so much for being here. Welcome back to New Hampshire.
Thank you. It's
You're always
great
a
to be
wealth of
here.
information.
Thank you.
And mine is a simple question. The one vote concept, that's great for New Hampshire, but wouldn't California and New York and so on say that's not full representation?
Well, I just go back. I mean, you mentioned California. California has been involved with conventions of states in the past. The Colorado River Compact, which allocates water for the Colorado River, was done through a convention of states. Each state passed a resolution to appoint commissioners. All the states involved appointed commissioners. They were sent. They each had commissioners come, more than one. They all gathered together. They came up with an idea and then went back to the states. California didn't complain. They had one vote, and Utah had one vote. Why? Because if you look at the language, I mean, it's a convention of states. It's not a convention. It's not a delegate convention. It's a convention of states. Each state is a sovereign entity. And so they may complain about it. But as I mentioned before, the precedent is one state, one vote. That's how it would begin. There would be a rules package that would be adopted. And maybe California and New York would say, well, we want, states to be the votes to be based on population. Well, there'd be about 38 or 39 states that would say no, because they would be at a disadvantage. There are only a handful of states that have huge populations, and they are not going to, I guarantee you, none of the small states are going to give up that privilege.
Other questions?
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Bennett.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm kind of new, so
welcome.
Thank you for coming here. I'm just curious about your timetable. Like, I know you can't pinpoint who's gonna do what, but I'm sure you have a projection of, how you think this is gonna play out. So I just wondering, like, are you thinking a year, 2 years? Like,
Yeah, I wish I was that smart. One of the things I've learned a long time ago is projecting how state legislatures are going to behave is really a risky business. I don't think you'll see anybody at Caesars putting odds up on things like that. There are several states. I mentioned South Dakota. South Dakota, you would have thought was a state that would have passed this a long, long time ago, and Wisconsin passed it. Wisconsin's, a very, very purple state, and yet it passed it, and some of the reddest states have not. And so it's a hard thing to figure. The answer is it's not going to be this in the next couple of years, and unlikely to be the next 3 or 4 years. But it's going to take, I hate to say it, things have to continue to keep getting worse. And the worse it gets, the more people are saying, okay, really don't have a choice here. We've got to do something. We need an intervention. And I think we're going to pick up, at least I'm very hopeful, we'll pick up 3 or 4 states this year. And hopefully that'll build some momentum.
Any other questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Senator, for being here.
Thank you.
You made a good case. I think I am somewhat swayed, but I do have a little bit of a question.
Yeah.
You made the case that we're heading for a real fiscal crisis. I don't disagree. You also made the case that it's very unlikely that a balanced budget amendment would be able to make it through given the constraints that exist under Article 5. I also don't disagree. So given that, is there a reason that we ought to look at the Article 5 process rather than, say, the process outlined by Madison, nullification and interposition?
Yeah, look, first off, nullification has been debated and lost, and we fought a war over it, and it didn't go very well for the nullifiers. I don't think that's a path that is going to be a fruitful path for resolving the problems that we have today. And I mentioned before, one of the biggest reasons I am personally for this is just doing it. Even if nothing happens, even if you propose amendments and none of them are ratified, what you've done is you've told the Congress and the president there's a sheriff in town, that you guys actually are willing to use the power given to you to draw. Imagine, I think people don't realize how much of a deal this would be. We've never done this in the history of the country. Can you imagine the attention nationally this will get? This will be a huge deal. This will be covered wall to wall. There'll be all sorts of attention on what? Federalism, the role of the states when it comes to the federal government, where power should be allocated, where is it best placed? There'll be movements behind different amendments. Will there be money behind it? Sure, I'm sure there'll be money behind, but there'll be money behind good things and probably bad things. Things you'll agree with and things you don't. There's always money involved. Why? Because there's power involved. There's power involved, money's going to be involved. But it's all going to be, the beauty of this will be out in the open. It'll be a transparent process. There'll be a national debate, and you folks will be at the center of it, not Congress, not Washington. You folks will be educating the American public about federalism, about imagine if our kids in school had to actually learn what the Constitution said right? And we had a national discussion about what Washington should do and what's best left at the state or what's best left to the people. That in itself, that educational process and that new sheriff in town process tells me more than anything else. Look, I served in Washington. There is absolutely no governor on what every member of Congress, I don't care how conservative you are, you get there and you got people in your office, you know this. How many people in your office come here and say, I wish you'd do less of this, or don't spend as much money on this? Nobody does. Nobody does in Concord, and let me assure you, nobody does in Washington. And they ask us to do things that we have no constitutional authority to do, but we don't want to say no. This changes the game, because once you do it and once all the fears are swept away, that it runs orderly and you propose amendments, maybe some pass, maybe they don't, guess what you can do? Congress gets out of line again or doesn't start addressing the issues you address. You say, you know what, we're coming back. You are supposed to be a player on the national scene. I can't stress that enough. Why? Because you are closest to the people. There is nobody closer to the people than you. 400 of you, immeasurably close to the people. And we need you in Washington.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other hands up, I do want to thank you again, former U.S. Senator. We don't get that many in here. Our new governor, by the way, is a former U.S. Senator.
Oh, I know. I served with her, yes.
And before we lose you, as a senator from Pennsylvania,
and by the way, she has Pennsylvania ties. So we're very proud of that as a Penn Stater. So
she was a Keystone State resident at one time as a student. As a former U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania, did you go to the Steelers or the Eagles?
I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy, so that should probably answer your question. So I'm
okay.
But I root for the Eagles because I represented Philadelphia, so I'm for them for the Super Bowl.
Well, the Eagles did beat the Patriots one year, but we need to move on. Thank you so much, Senator, for your time.
Pleasure.
Okay, we have 15 cards. We're going to let everyone have time to speak. We're going to have to. By the reality of time, limit subsequent speakers to 2 minutes or less. Our Vice Chair, Representative Rollins, when you are coming up on 2 minutes, will wave his hat or give you a signal because we want to let everyone have a chance to speak. 15 seconds before he'll give you the high. So some of you have only asked for a minute, and that's fine. So we're going to have to do that to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. So let's go right to Representative Ullery. Is Representative Ullery still here? Yes, he is.
Nowhere near as eloquent, and I'll be much more brief. In listening to the testimony thus far, there appears to be some confusion. HB 264 regulates the delegates to a convention for the purpose of proposing amendments. It does not establish or have any other except restrictionary on who is a delegate. Delegate selection is made by the body. That is the general court in New Hampshire, and maybe the legislature in Nebraska or Kansas, whichever has the unicameral one, or the two bodies meeting together in joint convention in most cases, and for most applications, standard state compacts. A convention of states is not another form of government. It is only a convention to propose substantially similar proposals. For example, you have a soccer game. If you have a soccer game, you could bring a black and white ball. You could bring a yellow and black ball. You could bring a yellow and white ball. But you're bringing a soccer ball. You bring a football. You're not, unless you're playing Australian rules, and we're not in Australia. You're not going to be able to play in that game because you brought a football to a soccer game, which is why the purpose of establishing a convention is made by the legislature. The miracle of Article 5 is that there is a method for Congress, big government, to propose amendments. And for the other 1/3 of the federalism, that is the state governments, which are directly elected by the people, to propose amendments to the foundation document. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not going to ask if anybody wants to ask a question. If any rep or any member of the committee wants to ask a question, go ahead and sound off. If you have a salient, important question, please do. Otherwise, we will try to let everybody have a chance to weigh in. Representative Timothy Horrigan is here. He opposes the bill. Welcome, Representative Horrigan. He opposes the resolution, HCR 3. It's not a bill.
Yes, so I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 10. So it's Senator Santorum. That's a hard act to follow. I've never been a U.S. Senator or run for president or been a CNN commentator. So I'm not quite as polished as he is, and probably not even as polished as Representative Ullery. So I mostly came here this morning to speak in favor of the next bill, but this is a flip side of the same thing. So I think an Article 5 Constitutional Convention is a bad idea. I mean, it probably doesn't sound as bad given the chaos in Washington, D.C. It's better. It's probably better than trying to amend the Constitution by have the president signing executive orders. But it's a bad idea, and as written, this convention would inevitably run away because its scope is so broad. Just about everything is related to something that's in that. And we're talking about the delegate selection process. That's actually not for the states to determine. The Congress will pass an enabling act. They've never needed to send one to the president's desk, but some have been considered in the past, and they've always there's a good possibility they might have a direct election of the delegates. And certainly the delegates would have the same rights as members of Congress. This convention would essentially be a third branch of a third chamber of Congress. So they would have the same rights that U.S. representative senators do, and that does not extend to the state being able to recall them if they vote the wrong way. And
thank you, Representative. And we look forward to hearing you speak to the next measure once we get through this one.
Yeah, I have a hard stop at 12:30, so we may not get through them all. But if everybody keeps it to 2 minutes like I've just failed to do, I guess we'll be there by about noon. So thanks.
Honorable Scott Wallace, former representative, is in the House. Welcome back, Representative Wallace, who supports the measure.
Thank you, Chairman Moffat, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Scott Wallace, representing myself from the town of Danville. I'll read a little bit faster considering the time constraints. HCR 3 deserves your support. An Article 5 convention is the people's way to amend the U.S. Constitution when a runaway Congress will not do its constitutional duty. Historically, Congress has refused to heal itself unless and until the people have made their discontent plain by aggregating sufficient support for amending the U.S. Constitution. This is most effectively done by the aggregation of Article 5 petitions from the several states. I suggest that the people of New Hampshire and the United States spoke loud and clear of their desires to rein in a runaway federal leviathan by their choices at the ballot boxes last November. The federal government uses unfunded mandates to effectively control state legislatures, local governments, and we the people. They insert themselves into America's most personal decisions, and they have destroyed our nation's fiscal security. New Hampshire has a balanced budget amendment petition waiting to be acted upon. We are all well aware that the impending debt crisis is a sword of Damocles hanging over taxpayers' heads. It's time to bring their tyranny to an end, and a convention of states is the way to do it. We have long talked about the split between the establishment politics and agitators. The agitators unseated former House Speaker McCarthy by supporting Mike Johnson, giving the establishment a painful lesson. Agitators will only be ignored for so long. The American voters have just delivered part 2 of this lesson to the dumbstruck political establishment for both parties. Part 2 is simple. The class of agitators is much larger than you thought. We consist of working class Americans across the nations, and our patience has run out. Both parties are scrambling to figure out what the wave of populism means for the future and what adjustments must be made in light of the new political realities. Let's be honest. District of Columbia politicians are more DC politicians than anything else. The chances are extremely high they'll get it wrong if they get it at all. Here amongst the grassroots is how elected officials in both the states and the federal government can get it right and why we must not get it wrong. The American people want their power back. Passing HCR 3 would be a step in that direction. Mason had it right when he included a way for the people to reassert control of the federal government. We know New Hampshire's people no longer trust their government at the federal level. We want to govern ourselves again at the state and local level. We are tired of watching a money-gobbling District of Columbia machine crank out policies that don't work, don't help, and don't line up with what the Constitution says the federal government should and should not be doing.
Thank you, Senator. I'm supposed to senators. Thank you, former Representative Wallace. We need to move on.
Understood. I'll be happy to take any questions.
As I said earlier, if anybody has a question that screams to be asked, please do.
I've been pushing this for a dozen years and formerly the prime sponsor of this resolution and faithful delegate 2 or 3 times historically in the last decade. So I'm pretty well read on this subject.
Yes, former Representative Wallace is a resource. He's been involved with this before. He's been here before. Okay. Speaking of senators, we have another former senator, former state senator, who's asked for 1 minute. Welcome back, Senator Jim Rubens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Jim Rubens, formerly state senator from District 5, and also a board member and War Room Director of the Federal Fiscal Sustainability Foundation. We're the leading national organization seeking a single subject fiscal responsibility amendment to the U.S. Constitution. And we speak on behalf of the Federal Fiscal Sustainability Foundation in wholehearted support of this resolution, the COS resolution. It's going to differ with Senator Santorum in 2 places. Modest difference because we wholeheartedly support this resolution. Number 1, it would likely be deemed germane should a proposal come up to the floor of an amending convention on the subject of limitation on federal power, a proposal to allow state limitations on campaign money. I also serve on the board of American Promise, the leading organization seeking a congressionally drafted campaign money limits bill. So again, right now the Supreme Court has ruled that the states do not have power to limit campaign money in most places, except for direct contributions to candidates. We perceive that that would be deemed germane on the floor of an amending convention under the limitations of federal power. Second, I think a fiscal responsibility amendment would pass. It's supported by supermajorities of voters of all political persuasions, left and right. Everyone knows we've got a fiscal problem in our government. The polling shows this. And while a balanced budget amendment might not pass, a more flexible fiscal responsibility amendment that allows for the growth of the government, et cetera, would likely pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Sam Fieldman is still here in the House. Welcome back, Sam. Mr. Fieldman, you have a minute or 2.
Thank you, Chairman Moffitt, representative of the committees. I'm here as a volunteer with Wolfpack, and I'm testifying neutral on this resolution. You should pass or reject it based on your view of the policies that it advocates, not based on the Article 5 convention procedure itself. I want to offer myself up to the committee as one of the leading experts in the country on the convention process to help you understand that aspect of it. There are multiple protections in this process. There's roles to be played with the federalism and separation of powers system designed by our founders, roles to be played for the Congress, the courts, the states, and the delegates. Each one of those have interplay between them, creating numerous protections over this process, ones beyond those that were originally explicitly written in, such as the ratification of 3/4. And specifically as an example, I want to speak to some of the things that have been brought up by Representative Siebert and Representative Lloyd. When in terms of delegate selection and regulations over them, when there was a ratification convention for the 21st Amendment, none of the states had bills in place to choose their delegates to those ratification conventions. Those were all passed very quickly. The whole process went off very easily. It would be better if states did that in advance, which is why I advocated for such a bill that this committee and the House passed last year, and I hope that the full body will pass that soon. But even without that, that is still in place. In addition, the delegates, when they're chosen for a specific purpose, that does help add an additional level of protection that they will serve for that purpose. It is an extra protection when that purpose is campaign finance, which is a protection that you get with the resolution that Wolfpack advocates for, which is not in place here. Then campaign finance violations tend to hurt those people rather than help, but it is still a protection that it's a single subject.
And thank you for speaking to Representative Seibert and Representative Lloyd's question. I have a quick one for you before you step away. 21st Amendment rescinded the 18th Amendment, the prohibition one.
Yes.
Was there a movement for a convention of the states that led to the 21st Amendment that maybe... Can you speak to that real quick, or do you know?
Yes. There was an effort to get an Article 5 convention for that purpose. It was not a significant part of it, but it was. I advocated pretty well. There was at one point the representative in New York who got it passed in New York got a standing ovation when it was. When they voted in favor of it, because the people were so in favor of it. But ultimately, there was the way that got passed was through a massive organizing effort, primarily from a group called the Women's Organization for National Prohibition Reform, and Wolfpack has learned a tremendous amount from that organization's history in terms of how we're redesigning our approach and trying to get the amendment through the use of the convention process as well as other tools.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Joshua Skinner from Farmington is here, and he supports the measure, the House concurrent resolution.
Good morning, Chairman Moffat. Good morning, committee. My name is Joshua Skinner. I'm a proud native of New Hampshire and a disabled Army combat veteran. I'm here today to testify in support of Article 5 of the Convention of States, because I swore an oath to the whole Constitution and everything in it. These words set the standard for liberty and freedom around the world. A government instituted among men derives its power by the consent of the people to be governed. It's a contract that the government shall preserve and enforce the rights afforded to we the people of the United States. The Declaration of Independence clearly states that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter, abolish it, and institute new government. These words set the standard for liberty and freedom around the world. These words filled me with a pride and courage when I shipped off to Afghanistan to defend the country, defend the nation in a time of need at the age of 18. It's a circumvention and disregard for the Constitution and corruption within our government that is a problem and my concern. The American people deserve better. So do the families of those that gave the ultimate sacrifice for this nation, my brothers and sisters in the arms that fought and bled for 2 decades just to witness the abomination of the withdrawal from Afghanistan. We deserve a government that isn't so out of touch and responds to the people. I support Article 5 Convention of States because it gives we the people a way to stifle this long too encroaching tyranny. It gives more power back to the states and the people, and will be a giant step in the right direction. The authors of our Constitution knew all too well of the dangers of the government obtaining too much power and that the people needed a recourse of action. If this should arise in the future, Article 5 was the only amendment that was unanimously adopted by the authors. Some of you served in the military, and you also took the same oath I did to our Constitution. So once again, do we take an oath to our Constitution with everything in it, or do we just pick and choose what amendments that we support? We, the people that are already aware, they understand Article 5, want it, and we are asking for you to pass this to the floor for an honest vote. We are simply exercising our constitutional right to process amendments to this existing Constitution and that are aimed to benefit the American people. The common fear-mongering of a runaway convention are absurd and just can't happen. Article 5 is a limited convention of the states to only propose amendments to this existing Constitution. At the convention, only the topics that are on the applications are subject to discussion. Anything outside the scope of these 3 topics is out of order.
Thank you for that. We need to move on. The points you just made, we've heard before, but thank you for emphasizing those. And also, thank you not only for your words, but for your service. This is the House Committee on State Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs. So thank you for being here and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Nathan Marston from Chichester supports the HCR 3. Welcome.
My name is Nathan Marston and I live in the town of Chichester. I'm here today to express my deep concern for this nation's future. Our federal government has gone out of control and if not corrected will soon end in failure. Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution is the only process to fix this problem. Article 5 allows the states to propose amendments that will limit government overreach, federal debt, and impose term limits on Congress. When the Constitution was written, elected officials were expected to be general citizens who would represent their communities. Over time, Congress has become a place to make a career rather than to serve the people. Additionally, the Constitution was formed with the idea of many small bodies of government. However, the federal government constantly takes power away from the states. Furthermore, the national debt has scaled to a staggering $36 trillion, climbing at a rate of $1 million every 20 seconds. If broken down by state, New Hampshire alone would owe $728,400 million. Daniel Webster stated, "There's no nation on earth powerful enough to accomplish our overthrow. Our destruction, should it come at all, will be from another quarter, from the inattention of the people to the concerns of their government, from their carelessness and negligence." He referred to the government as the people's government, made for the people, made by the people, and answerable to the people. It is time that we the people make Washington answer to us. Our founding fathers knew that the federal government would grow too large and eventually no longer care about its residents. That is why they gave us Article 5, so we could prevent it from becoming tyrannical.
Thank you so much for that. Right on time. Bob Hanson, Mr. Hanson was here earlier. He's still here. Yes. Welcome back. If you can take a couple minutes, Mr. Hanson from Salem.
Something large. I'll pass this around for copies afterwards.
Excellent.
All right. I was going to change. I was going to talk about because I think there's a big education process that took place today. The Constitution is very well organized, and the first 4,000 words talk about the structure of the government, the Senate, the House, the President, the Supreme Court. Then we get down to Article 5. Article 5 is only one sentence long. It's the only part of the Constitution where the state legislature is referred to. And I would ask you people, after today, go home tonight, go home this weekend, find the Constitution. Get down to Article 5 and put your finger on it where it talks about the state legislature. You have a duty, you have the authority to do something that totally bypasses Congress. We're going through the committee. It's expected that this bill is going to be voted on by the entire House and by the entire Senate. We're going to have to go through the Senate also. But I just ask you to go through it, put your finger on it. Get your spouse together, get your child, get your children, and say, look at this. The founding fathers had trust in me. I'm that person on the Constitution. They're putting their trust and confidence in me that I'm going to follow through when we have to break the glass for the emergency. It's time to do it. So I'd ask you all to pass this resolution and take care of your duty. One other thing, I'm the Veterans Coalition Director for the Convention of States in New Hampshire. Joshua Skinner was up here earlier. He's one of about 1,800 veterans that are also supporting this movement. Thank you for your time.
And you're a veteran, it sounds like.
Yes, my father and my grandfather were both Navy veterans. I enlisted in the Navy in the Vietnam era. I took the same oath as you did. In there it said support, defend the Constitution. That's why I got involved. I started saying, what can I do? I'm really upset with what happened. I went through the Constitution. I couldn't find anything where I could do it as an individual other than vote. And the section on the legislators being able to propose amendments opened up my eyes, and that's how I got involved in this.
Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your service.
What do I give this to?
Carol Petrusewicz is back. She'd asked for 3 minutes and 42 seconds. She'd asked for 56 seconds earlier. Obviously, you've timed yourself out. If you can time that down slightly, that would be great. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. We all agree that civics education is lacking in America. As you have demonstrated your love of country when you raised and spent your own money on your campaign and gave of your time to knock doors and have meetings with your constituents to get elected, you now have the opportunity to live up to your great character. By passing HCR 3, you're providing Americans an opportunity to get caught up with their civic education. Once 34 resolutions are passed, all citizens, young and old alike, will bear witness to history in the making. They will learn firsthand, starting with your leadership, how checks and balances work within our constitutional republic, vertical and horizontal. When your constituents see how much you do care for them, that you are willing to use the most powerful check and balance, Article 5, and you are willing to defend their unenumerated, inalienable rights, they too will receive that transfer of civics education. They will know what you knew when you passed HCR 3, that Article 5 is the only way to return the federal government to its jurisdictional lane. I gave you guys a packet, and it's very information to help support you and your constituents. Feel free to share it with your seatmates in Legislative Hall and with your senator friends across the aisle. And if you need any more, don't hesitate to ask. The first one is about the map of the 19 states that have passed the exact resolution that you're looking at today. It shows the people that voted, and you can see that it's evidence of the nonpartisan support. This information supports that what you are living up to your constituents' expectations, shown at the last presidential election. The people don't want a party. They want a political, all-American policy that benefits everyone. Next is the double-sided document showing those 42 interstate conventions, and it's showing the evidence of why the founders did not write the how-tos of all the details of Article 5, just like they didn't write the how-tos on the trial by juries. They knew how to run interstate conventions, just like we know how to run them today. There's some court cases, so you can see how that's been all worked out with how the usage of Article 5 is. And then there, of course, is the history of the calls and commissions of the original Constitutional Convention of 1787. And of course, as a bonus, I gave you an outline of the Constitution at a glance, because that's helpful to keep on hand. Thank you for always remembering that United, as a New Hampshire legislator, your only function is to protect and defend your constituents' unenumerated, inalienable rights. Passing HCR 3 is one way to fulfill that mission. I look forward to the fruits of any proposals returning to the Wordsmithing Convention for your ratification. And I'm grateful that the hope HCR 3 provides will not only restore the structural boundaries of the federal government for me and my posterity, but also increase your power to do greater good for New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very organized testimony and for the handouts. And I appreciate your reference to civics education. I think this whole hearing has been, I think, a wonderful civics lesson for the many people that are watching and who will watch. Okay, Margaret Tully. Welcome, Margaret. Ms. Tully from Manchester, correct?
Correct.
Supporting the measure?
Yes. And today, what I'd like to talk about is the character of the people today, and can it measure up to the founders and the framers of the Constitution? And the greatest people in the world have all risen from humble beginnings, and we have Abraham Lincoln, and Abraham Lincoln's father had no idea that Abraham Lincoln would be Abraham Lincoln, nor did Susan B. Anthony's mother expect her to be Susan B. Anthony, or Martin Luther King's father or mother expect them to be so great. So I don't want anybody to say that the character of the people today aren't what the character used to be. And the second thing I'd like to talk about is the ultimate sacrifice. And when all of us are stepping up in order to do great things, one of them is the veterans. And whenever we pass a grave, there's, you know, the flags flying over there, or, you know, placed on that grave. And they gave the ultimate sacrifice, and they didn't pick and choose what part of the Constitution they were going to endorse. And I think that's a very precedent to as we go forward. And the other thing that I want to talk about, which is something that just recently happened, is we don't know who's going to come into the world and change the world. And I really want to talk about a bishop, he's an archbishop, Fulton Sheen, and he died in 1979, and he was a bishop out of New York, and he had a television show. I don't know if everybody remembers who he is, but I grew up with him, and recently he has been on his way to sainthood. And with that, you have your first miracle, and there's 3 miracles that you have to do to become a saint. So the first miracle was a baby born in Southern Illinois, which is where he was from. And with that, the baby was born stillborn, or the umbilical cord was around her neck. There's a couple of different stories. But the baby was 61 minutes dead, and it came back to life. And so that is what made him become going past the first thing of a saint. So I just want to say, and that's in our, you know, we remember who he is. So I just want to say, we just don't know who's coming down the path, who's going to change the world, or who's going to be the next saint. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Representative Gagné and I remember Bishop Cardinal Fulton Sheen for sure. Yes. Paul Carey. Go ahead. Yeah, clarifying question from the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Tully. Could you just clarify how you spell your first name? Thank you.
And Paul, Paul, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Carey, like Drew, not Jim. Jim has 2 R's. Anyway, I appreciate the time here this morning. You've heard a lot of civic information and education, which redacted most of my document. But anyway, I'm going to speak on the 3 items that are in the HCR 3. And that's the number 1 for me, term limits for Congress and federal employees. I'm going to give 3 anecdotes real quick. On January 3rd, 2025, Senator Mitch McConnell was starting his 40th year in the Senate, Republican from Kentucky. Likewise, Democrat from California, former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, was starting her 40th year in Congress. And not to mention the federal bureaucracy, Dr. Anthony Fauci joined the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases in 1974. Okay? He was promoted to director in 1984. Might not mean anything to anybody, but it seems like there's a lot of entrenchment in Washington, D.C. One of the things that I tried to do for my local town is we have citizens petitions. We're an SB2 town in Sandown, is where I live. And I put forward a petition warrant article to have the little town of Sandown urge the legislature to urge the Congress to accept the Article 5 Convention of States. And this was before Resolution HCR 3 was put forward. So it's really apropos. And tomorrow is our deliberative session, for those that know about SB2. And so
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. Senator Rubens is here, and he's sitting right behind you to your left. And I believe he's the prime mover behind the establishment of SB2. So if you like it, you can thank him.
Okay.
And if you don't like it, you can talk to him. But
the huge ballots are a problem, but whatever, it is what it is. Anyway,
thank you. I'll give you another minute.
Okay, so we'll have our deliberative session. I have a presentation. I also brought these from the national organization. These are pocket guides to the Article 5. I brought 15 of them. I actually brought 15, but I had Senator Santorum sign one. He's in the book. So if anybody wants one, I'd be happy to give one. I have a presentation tomorrow in Sandown. But most of what I have written down was said. Lastly, and you stole my thunder, Mr. Chairman, New Hampshire was the 9th state to ratify the U.S. Constitution, which made it in force. for the first 9 states. I'd like New Hampshire to be a part of this historical decision.
Which you heard me say to Senator Santorum.
Correct.
So you were listening. Thank you so much, Paul,
Anybody want one?
for your testimony. Okay, we still have 4 more cards. Linda Curran from Londonderry. Linda, welcome. Has some written testimony according to your card, and she supports the measure.
Yes, my name is Linda Curran. I'm the state grassroots coordinator for Convention of States, and I'm from Londonderry. Most of what I was prepared today has already been covered. So I'd just like to say that I believe that as citizens, we have a duty to course correct the shortcomings now observed in the federal government. And as our representatives, we pass that duty on to you. We ask that you vote favorably on a resolution that will allow delegates from New Hampshire to participate in a 50-state conversation on how we can amend the Constitution to rein in the federal government's overreach, restrain it financially, and enact term limits wherever they may be warranted. We respectfully request that you pass HCR 3 out of committee for a full vote of the House and let all the voices in New Hampshire be heard.
And we just heard your voice, and thank you so much for coming up here
Thank you for having
from
me.
Londonderry. Also supporting the bill is John Luce from the beautiful town of Hancock. Route 202 goes through Hancock. Is that close to there, or
Sorry?
Route 202? Is that?
Yeah, it's close, definitely. Yeah, Peterborough, that general area. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, an honor to be here. Thank you, Chairman Moffett, and everyone present, and appreciate your patience. I'm trying to avoid repeating, because I'm sure you've been hearing many of the same points over and over. My name's John Luce. I'm a volunteer. I'm now the director of Convention of States Action in New Hampshire. And I do not claim to be an expert on this topic. I am pretty passionate about the topic, and I'm cramming like I'm expecting a big exam tomorrow to be able to learn more and more about this. This has been a great civics lesson. So I want to just begin by reading what the late Senator Tom Coburn, who was a big supporter of Convention of States, said. And he, by the way, was somebody who reached across the aisle. He had friends on each side of the aisle. If there's one thing that Americans have always agreed on, it's that government functions best when decisions are made closest to the people. And he says, only through a Convention of States may the clear, unfettered voice of the people be heard and overreaching government be reined in. So you all are the closest to the people. And one of the reasons why I think this is to be passed HCR 3 is because you actually are so close, your constituents can actually meet with you. They can talk to you. You're interacting with them. There's a great deal of advantage to that. Convention of States is basically, we're a big tent. We're a grassroots movement. We have 5 million people across the entire country. There's over there are about 16,000 petition signers in New Hampshire alone. So you can see the level of support that we've got. And I think that I'm not going to review any of the stuff that we've gone over. We are concerned about the imperial presidency that's going on, that's accrued powers. And we see all these edicts that are being issued. It doesn't make any difference whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. We know that in 4 years' time, that can be reversed very quickly, 180 degrees. So that's one of the reasons why we need to have something like a Convention of States. Now, I passed this out to some of you. I'm not sure if you all have this, but there was a national poll, and I think this is really important for you to understand. First of all, 68% of Americans back a meeting of the states to propose amendments for fiscal responsibility, limits on federal power, and term limits. That's 68%. 59% of Americans trust state legislators more than Congress. That's you. They trust you because you are close to them. And therefore, actually, I think Congress only has like a 17% approval rating.
71% of Americans believe additional limits on federal power are needed. 88% of Americans support term limits for career politicians. That's what got me involved. And if you look at the voter breakdown on this particular poll, and I will be happy to pass this out to you, it's 38% Democrats, 37% Republicans, 18% independents, 7% unaffiliated. So we're a big tent. I think we have to try to strive to meet common ground. And I do request that we respectfully request that you pass this application out of committee for full vote of the House. We see it as critical for this committee to not restrict our constitutional rights without a debate before the entire House, to simply send representatives to propose amendments with other states. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Luce. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr.
John-
Chairman.
John?
I'm sorry, excuse me.
Mr. Luce, would you want to submit a copy of that document you have there for the record?
Yes, I surely will. I'll bring it up to the.
Thank you.
to Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Gus G. Stratton from Brookfield. Gus, welcome. Mr. Stratton from Brookfield supports the HCR3.
Hi, thank you. After so many of my team members have hit home runs, I feel like Pedro Martinez taking an at-bat. In any event, I'm a retired physician, and as a physician, we have to take an oath when we graduate. It's called the Hippocratic Oath. And, and one of the most important admonitions of that oath is do no harm. And the way I've looked at Article 5, I see it as a tool, as a remedy. And it's clear that there are many signs and symptoms in our society today, in the economy, where there is significant malaise. And I see Article 5 as a remedy. And I'm hoping to appeal to your sense of ethics, because I know you all swear an oath to the Constitution of New Hampshire and to the United States. And I'm hoping that in your decision, you examine Article 5 as its tool function and as a remedial remedy function in trying to help address these the malaise in the economy and in the society at large. And that's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the sports metaphor, which we appreciated. Okay, I have the last pink card in my hand now. To stay with sports, batting cleanup after 16 or 17 speakers. Is Joe Torelli still here? Yes. Welcome, Joe. If there's anything that has not yet been said, here's your chance.
Well, I do have the rest of the book. This is hard to get used to. Thank you again. Oh, I just lost my clock. Thank you again for having this ability to discuss pros and cons on things. And it's part of not only why we're in New Hampshire, but also America. So I have been listening carefully to the previous testimony from the various folks that have been here. And I don't really have much to say, just to fill in a couple of little gaps. First of all, Representative Belcher, you have 10% of all of the committee member constituent petitions are in your district. Okay? There are others that are higher, but you have 10%. I don't know. I really hope that when I hit the submit button yesterday for my 5 pages, that it actually got to you, because I may have hit the button twice, and the error message came up saying you've already submitted. And it's like, I didn't get anything that said that I had submitted, except the error that it didn't. So if you do not have the 5-page, I can easily send a PDF or airdrop it to a phone. There's a lot of really good information in here that's good for review between now and executive session, and also to ask subsequent questions. Okay, so Linda used the term conversation, and I'm thinking maybe we could make it Article 5 conversation of states, because they used the word convention back in the 1700s to say it's a meeting. And so I like conversation of states. I'm an undeclared voter in New Hampshire for a lot of reasons. I feel that this is possibly the most nonpartisan effort that could be hitting the United States because it solves problems for both sides. It comes to compromise, and anybody that goes into a legislature knows that you really can't get anything done without compromise. And when I referred to the previous mention of Charles Pinckney, it originally started May 29th. The assent of the legislature of states shall be sufficient to invest future additional powers in U.S. in C.ASS. Which is in Congress assembled, and shall bind the whole Confederacy. So that was end of May, 1787. When we get to June is when Alexander Hamilton comes in and says, no, it's got to be Congress. So they added Congress to it. And then they compromised as part of the debate process leading into September 10th, is when George Mason, who was twice as old as James Madison at the time. So picture that. James Madison's 26. Comes up and says, okay, well, let's put this in, let's put the or and have the state as part of it. So that's a big one. One state, one voice. One state, one vote. 17th Amendment, I look at, needs to be repealed personally, but what the original plan was, it was supposed to be the ambassador representing the state of New Hampshire to the government of the United States. Last point, checks and balances. So we have legislative branch can impeach the executive can veto to check the legislature, and judicial can strike down legislation. And this is absolutely critical. The framers and the ratifiers chose you, the state legislatures, to break glass in emergencies. Somebody used my term before. James Madison, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, George Mason, and yes, the other George, Washington, bestowed on you, our state legislators, the power and influence to apply for a convention for proposing amendments. I hope you vote in favor of HCR 3, and I hope we get an ability to share this with the rest of the body in the Capitol.
Thank you so much for that and for your submitted testimony. I will point out that there's been a lot of email traffic this week in our committee prepping for today, and I did send a message to all the members with the format so that everybody can know how to go online to see who has submitted online testimony or comment. Okay. So I've pushed that out to every committee member, and I'm sure that at some point we all will or should go online and see the likes of what you submitted.
Okay, and there's a chart in there in color, it's much nicer than this, that says what the representative is that's on the committee and how many petitions were signed in that district, along with a couple other interesting points and notes.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for what you've submitted and for being here. And with that, we will call a halt. I will call a halt to the hearing on HCR 3. We have one more this morning that we want to jump right into. The prime is here. On the OLS document, the House Concurrent Resolution 5, it says the prime sponsor is Representative Sabarin, but Representative, your correct name is Representative Sabarin D. Chouanier. For the clerk, as you introduce yourself and your measure, if you could make sure that she and we and all here
absolutely
your proper name.
Thank you, Chairman Moffat and members of the committee. I'm Representative Sabarin D. Chouanier from Rockingham District 30. Madam Clerk, would you like me to spell it out? All right, cool. So, introducing today House Concurrent Resolution number 5, rescinding House Concurrent Resolution number 40, passed by the 2012 New Hampshire General Court, asking that Congress call in convention under Article 5 of the United States Constitution. This bill is a refile of last year's House Concurrent Resolution number 9, which passed the House. We anticipate that this would pass the House again this year, and we just need to work on to the Senate. I would say that this bill has a little something for everyone in it. If you don't like the idea of a convention of states, well, it's already built in. And if you believe in the idea of a convention of states, the 2012 resolution was asking for a balanced budget amendment. It doesn't seem to be that it's the strongest of the amendments proposed for the idea of a convention of states. I personally believe that a balanced budget amendment would result in higher taxes for American citizens. That's pretty much it. Just wanted to introduce the bill.
Thank you for that succinct introduction, Representative. So obviously from looking at the measure here, HCR 5, calling for rescinding the earlier resolution that was passed about 13 years ago.
Yeah.
So if we understand you correctly, you want that rescinded, but you're not opposed to the Article 5 convention process. Is that correct?
I think there's merit to the idea. It seems to be popular. I don't have strong feelings one way or the other about it. I think it has to do more with the amendments that would be proposed. I would say I'm still haven't fully. I don't know, but I know this was for the balanced budget amendment, and that's something I think that we don't need to ask for.
Questions? Will you take questions if there are any?
Yes, I'll answer the best that I can.
Any questions for the Prime at this time? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Cool, thank you, sir.
I have five cards. And by the way, if we could get one from you, please, a pink card. Sure. Representative, former Senator Jim Rubens is still here. Welcome back, former Senator.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Once again, introducing myself. This is testimony on behalf of myself and for the Federal Fiscal Sustainability Foundation. We are the nation's leading single subject advocate of a single subject fiscal responsibility amendment to the U.S. Constitution. I'm going to hand out materials here that are more dense than my remarks at the end of my remarks. So I'll just start with one of our board members. Our chairman of the board is Dave Walker, who's former Comptroller General of America, nominated by 3 presidents, unanimously supported in the U.S. Senate 3 times. He's our chairman. He knows more about the federal budget than I think anyone else I've ever met. Another of our board members is a fellow named Steve Hanke, Professor Steve Hanke, who's a professor emeritus at Johns Hopkins University. He's probably on TV about 2 times a week, interviewed on the issue of economics, and he instructed me about the following. If you look at the history of leading economies of the world, hegemonic economies whose currency was used within their own nation and outside the nation. You could start with Rome, for example, and you could continue on through history and you get to Spain and the Netherlands and then Great Britain and now the United States. We are the keeper of the world's reserve currency. Our currency, the US dollar, has the position that these prior dozen leading economies of the world had. And unfortunately, we've hit a red line. And if you look at the history of these dominant economies and their currencies, when they hit the red line we're at right now, these economies never recovered. And the red line that we've hit is our debt in the United States is equal to the size of our economy. Our debt to GDP ratio is 100% now. We've hit the red line from which all the world's prior leading economies never recovered their preeminent status in the past. What this is telling us, what economists across the political spectrum are now telling us, and you can read this in the newspaper and in trade journals and economics analysis every single day, people warning us the federal government is out of control. Congress is addicted to debt. They're conflicted because the handing out of freebies with printed money gets people reelected. Congress began to get concerned about this in the 1980s when the movement to adopt balanced budget amendment resolutions by states under Article 5 began to take root. We got to 39 states having submitted applications, including New Hampshire in 1979. 39 states, more than the required 34 at that time. And debt in the United States was under $1 trillion a year. Okay, we all know it's now $36.1 trillion a year. And Congress, in response to the states using their powers under Article 5, adopted the Gramm-Rudman resolution. And Congress breached its self-restraint under Gramm-Rudman, and recurrently, 4 more times since then, Congress has breached all its own self-restraint with respect to debt spending. And it's very, very clear Congress cannot control itself. The framers put this power in the Constitution because when we hit circumstances like this, the framers understood that when the United States confronts problems like this that Congress will not solve, Congress is not able to, not willing to solve its addiction to debt, the states are allowed to step in and amend the Constitution by proposing an amendment. So our Constitution is very clear. I'll just talk briefly about this runaway thing, which is the reason that it's been very, very hard to move this process forward. Even for Congress, Congress is breaching the Constitution and failing to call the Article 5 Amendment Convention with respect to the Balanced Budget Amendment, Fiscal Responsibility Amendment. Congress is so opposed to the states doing this that they've failed to call. Let's look at the threat of the runaway convention. First, 2/3 of the states have to agree on a subject matter in resolutions adopted, like the one that this legislature adopted in 1979, since rescinded and readopted in 2012. So we have New Hampshire has a live fiscal responsibility BBA resolution on the books right now, making us one of the states calling for this. 2/3 of the states first have to do this. Then, as you've heard in prior testimony on the prior bill, you folks here in this room and the wider legislature, you determine who the delegates will be to the amending convention, who will deliberate and struggle with the very difficult job of adopting an amendment to restrain Congress's addiction to debt. You will select those delegates. You will control those delegates. If you look at, and this is reference to this, the Supreme Court's unanimous 2020 Chalfalo versus Washington decision, a unanimous decision by an ideologically divided Supreme Court has made abundantly clear that you folks in the legislature determine how the delegates will be selected, and you determine how they'll be governed. And you have the ability to sanction and remove them even without HB 264, should they diverge from the application that New Hampshire has in 2012, our balanced budget application. You have complete authority, ruled unanimously by the Supreme Court, to select and control and remove these delegates, should you see fit to do that. And finally, the convention for proposing amendments, those are the words in Article 5, give this amending convention no power to do anything whatsoever. And you hear people who oppose this tell you the runaway convention will shred the Constitution. The amending convention has no power to do anything other than propose. And this is going to be a difficult problem on the debt limit question anyway. And should they succeed in proposing one state, one vote, then it has to go back in 38 states to ratify. And you heard that 13 states, simply by doing nothing, caused that proposed amendment to go nowhere. We have the free world's most difficult to amend Constitution. Another point I'd make with respect to the balanced budget amendment, the amending convention is a deliberative assembly of delegates in the same way that Congress deals with proposed amendments. An amendment might be proposed by an individual in Congress. It's debated, it's amended, it's altered. It goes through a lengthy, and if you look at the 27 amendments that have been ratified to date, all of them have gone through an arduous process in Congress at reaching sufficient deliberative support, even to get back to the states for ratification. So the deliberative amending convention may choose to propose a line item veto for the president to deal with the spending and debt problem. It may propose a Swiss debt brake that the people of Switzerland adopted by 83% in a referendum adopting their debt limit amendment, the Swiss debt brake. It may propose a debt to GDP limit, a ratio limit on the extent to which debt relative to the size of our economy. The amending convention may adopt a something like a TABOR, what Colorado has in its state constitution. So I would conclude just simply by saying this: the opponents who wish to rescind New Hampshire's live BBA application, which we oppose at Federal Fiscal Sustainability Foundation, please vote this down. Please vote this ITL. Remember, you folks have control over this entire process. And the question the opponents put to you, or the case they put to you, is that you should not trust yourself. You have control over the delegates. You determine who the delegates will be. You have the ability to sanction and remove them. They're asking you not to trust yourself. I trust members of this legislature. I've been a member of this legislature, and I know I returned every phone call. And I know when I talk to you folks in the House here, I can talk with you folks on the street. I trust you to do the right thing to solve this country's problem that Congress is not solving. We've got a red alert fire emergency on debt. Trust yourself to guide the process by which the country is going to resolve this problem, a problem that Congress is not resolving. The opponents are telling you, let's buy this runaway convention risk. Let's use that and say, let our fiscal house burn down. That's an absurd proposition. Please, ITL, HCR 5. Thank you. Willing to take questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Senator.
Yeah.
One of the co-sponsors is still here. Representative Horrigan is asked for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham, although a long time ago I used to live in Hanover, and I was actually one of Senator Rubens's constituents back then. This bill is very similar. Well, this resolution, first of all, I should thank, even though he's not here, he had to go to another meeting, Representative Sabarin Dishwaner for introducing this. It's he's a first-term rep, and this is a pretty big topic he took on, and I think I congratulate him for doing it, and I hope I hope this will have the same fate that I had when I was a rookie state rep back in 2010, the second year of my first term, and actually another rookie state rep, Resident Timothy Comerford from I think he was from Fremont. He's moved on. He's doing something that pays more than $100 a year. So we were rescinding all previous Article 5 convention calls, and I think Senator Rubin stated, which I believe is correct, that the only one we had outstanding at the time was from 1979 for balanced budget. And I mean, I could go on about why a balanced budget amendment is a bad idea, especially if you turn it over to an Article 5 convention, which is prone to run away, even though anything it proposes after it runaways has to be ratified by a supermajority of the states. So we eventually get that passed with bipartisan support. I think it passed both chambers by a voice vote. And then ironically, the next year in 2012, we had a resolution calling for a Article 5 convention or to have the Senate propose a constitutional convention on their own, and that also passed. And the two sponsors of that are actually still in the legislature: Representative Ullery, who's still sitting in the back of the room, and Senator Sharon Carson, who's now the president of the Senate. So I supported this because I think any Article 5 convention is a bad idea at this time. It, may be necessary someday, but it's not necessarily necessary. Was it necessary in 2012? It's not necessary now, even though things are worse than in 2012. Large Southern California is literally on fire. But I don't think the convention could do much about that. And also, I think the national debt, that's a complicated issue. I think it's about half of it is the money supply. So if we actually tried to pay off the national debt, first of all, I'm not sure how you'd pay off the money supply except by printing more money, and also it would cause more problems than it solves. But
Will you take any questions if there
sure.
are any? Are there any questions for one of the co-sponsors? Seeing none, thank you again.
Yes. I'll just refer you back to HCR 28 in 2010, which also laid out a very good case. So President Comerford, like Representative Sapper and Deschwanair, did a very good job drafting a resolution. So I hope it'll meet the same fate we had in 2010, which is a bipartisan majority in both the House and in the other chamber that I guess we're not supposed to mention here. But so thank you very much.
Thank you for staying around.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay, Carol Petrusowicz is still here. She's asked for 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and I really appreciate how you time out. Obviously, you're doing your homework and timing out your preparation, so thank you for that, and welcome back for the third time.
Thank you. Yesterday on Article5Library.org, they showed 36 current balanced budget resolutions. Yet, as we know, 34 is all that's needed for Congress to set the time and place. And I know the courts are going to work that out. Regardless of that, New Hampshire should not rescind the 2012 balanced budget resolution. Yes, that legislator that passed that knew the spending of Congress was out of control and would bankrupt the nation. And today, of course, the debt is way worse. The legislator understood it's its duty to protect New Hampshire and its posterity. Someone I know and admire was very influential when passing that bill in 2012. At that time, he was a senator. It was Senator Fenton Groen. He continued to serve in the House for years, committing himself to upholding the statesman status, and I thank him for his service. This resolution is written portraying that the sponsors admire the Constitution, except that they feel the founders made a mistake when they unanimously agreed to the necessity of the second part of Article 5. To support the sponsors that wrote this bill, and anyone who agrees with this resolution, my recommendation is for them to write a new resolution removing the second part of Article 5. They can see if 34 states agree that only Congress should be authorized to make amendment proposals. The founders understood human nature and their desire for control and power, and so felt this safety net from congressional usurpations was absolutely essential to protect the states and the people's rights. Maybe the people of today think human nature has changed. The sponsors certainly are empowered to write a new resolution and see if there's any public support. But that's not what we're here to discuss today. The problem back in 2012 is the same. Congress is bankrupting our nation. Today's congressional overspending is evidence that we need to keep this balanced budget resolution in good standing. New Hampshire's balanced budget amendment resolution is not plenary. It's not open-ended for any subject matter, but rather specific to just discussing a balanced budget. The last plenary application was in 1929. Once the nation realized the risks of plenary resolutions, states rescinded all their applications. I don't know of any state that wants a convention that is able to discuss any topic. I don't know any, none. HCR 40 is bound to only discuss a balanced budget proposal. Without a faithful delegate bill, basic agency law protects New Hampshire against delegates who disobey their instruction. Most states avoid confusion of how to use basic agency laws and write delegation laws, defining how the delegates will be selected, financed, and held accountable if they violate the state's directives. HB 264 was heard earlier today on the subject matter. Even though the current administration is taking some actions to reverse this bankruptcy, the next administration can just undo their efforts. Only in Article 5 has the ability to make a permanent change in the structure for lasting results. Please vote no on HCR 5. I am available for questions.
Thank you for that very well-organized testimony. Much appreciated. Questions? Seeing none, thank you again. I have three more cards. Mr. Fieldman, Samuel is asked for 2 minutes. He also opposes the measure. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chair Moffat. Thank you, members of the committee. Samuel Fieldman speaking on behalf of Wolfpack as a volunteer. Wolfpack only opposes the parts of this resolution. We oppose the parts that are factually inaccurate. We have no objection to rescinding a call for a balanced budget amendment. We're single issue focused on the issue of campaign finance reform. And if this resolution were limited to the first whereas clause and the first two resolve clauses, then we would be neutral on it. We would have no objection. The issue is that the rest of the resolution talks about the Declaration of Independence and the right to abolish and replace the government, and just utterly conflates the idea of a true constitutional convention with an Article 5 amending convention, which is an easy mistake to make because most of the scholarly research up until about 15 years ago or so, used the term constitutional convention and then used other language to clarify which type of constitutional convention they meant. And because of that confusion, more recent scholarship has changed the name and specifically called it a convention for proposing amendments or an Article 5 convention, or something to that effect. But one of the reasons I actually like the use of the term constitutional convention, unlike most people who work in this, who study this, is that we have good precedent from various types of constitutional conventions, including the Philadelphia Convention, including the 40 interstate conventions that were mentioned by Senator Santorum and others, and also, which has not been mentioned, about 50 conventions held under the U.S. Constitution, about a dozen under about 14 under Article 7 to ratify the U.S. Constitution, and more than 40 under Article 5 to ratify the 21st Amendment. And all of these, as well as the more than 200 state conventions to either amend or propose constitutions, give us a tremendous amount of precedent that help us understand how this process works. There have been numerous treatises written about that, going all the way back to the founding of the Republic. And among, just to give you an example of the precedent, here in New Hampshire in 1788, the convention to ratify the U.S. Constitution, about half the delegates were bound by their constituents, and they were bound specifically to vote against the U.S. Constitution. And they were held to that. They considered themselves held to it. The convention that was called considered them held to it. And that's why they adjourned that convention and sent them back to their constituents to argue with their constituents that they should have, they should get broader authority. The constituents then, enough of the constituents listened to the arguments and agreed that the Constitution actually was a good idea to change the minds of enough delegates that were then sent back to a new convention and then ratified the U.S. Constitution, putting it into effect. And specifically in the town of Boscawen, they were the first to not only recognize their authority to bind their delegates, but the authority to remove their delegate and send a new one if they thought that delegate wasn't going to adequately represent them. They ultimately decided to keep that delegate, but there was another one ready to go, and it was a close vote to replace their existing delegate with a new one or to keep the course.
Thank you again. Questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, we have two more cards. Eric Benavides is still here from Guilford. Is asked for 3 minutes. Welcome back.
Again, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I will be brief. Everything has been said that needs to be said. I am here in oppose of this resolution. My name is Eric Benavides. I am from Guilford. And like Sam said, I'm here representing Wolfpack. We are neutral on the position of balanced budget amendment. We are a single focused organization on campaign finance reform. What we have a problem with is the inflammatory language about Article 5, that it is a dangerous pursuit, that is a dangerous method of amending the Constitution. We just do not believe in that, again, and that is not just us talking about it. the majority of leading experts that make it their career to study the Constitution and constitutional law agree that it is a safe process. It will not run away. There are multiple reports that you can, peer-reviewed reports from the Harvard Law Review, from the American Bar Association, from the Congressional Research Report, from the DOJ under 2 presidents. There's just a multitude of reports that say it is safe. Now, there are opinions out there that say it is not safe. There are plenty of opinions, and people are entitled to their opinions. But when those opinions are brought to the experts to review, they are dismissed, because in order to make those opinions, you have to ignore history, precedent, facts, and they are easily disputed. So that's all I have to say on that matter. I would like to correct the record, Madam Clerk, from my comments earlier. I looked at my notes. It was 25 states have introduced faithful delegate laws, not passed them. And according to my records, and obviously Senator Santorum said something different. He said a dozen. Under my records, there have only been 7 states that have actually passed and have put in place those laws. So, but there are 25, and I hate giving misinformation, so I wanted to correct the record on that.
We're opposed to misinformation in the official record. Thank you for
Yes.
clarifying that.
And being a librarian, a university librarian for 10 years, I hate misinformation. I like research and I like good information. So, that's all I have to say. Again, I hope you will vote no on this.
Madam Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is it 12 that passed? I
That's
just wanna make
what
sure I have the
Senator
number correct.
Santorum says. My records show 7.
Okay.
But maybe he has different information that I don't have.
Okay.
As far as I can see, there has been only 7 states that have actually passed and implemented faithful delegate laws.
Thank you.
I'm going to recognize Senator Rubin because I can. Before I go to the last speaker, Mayor Coy, Senator, go ahead.
You can go to an organization called Path to Reform. You can Google it, and I think they have a compendium of states that actually have on the books delegate limitation laws. I think it's about 14.
Path to Reform.
Path to Reform, and you can see which states have adopted delegate limitation laws.
Good to know. Path2reform.com. We just Google that. Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, our final card, Joe Torelli is back. He's asked for a minute, batting cleanup. He also opposes HCR 5. Welcome back, Mr. Torelli.
Thank you very much. And I have one correction from my previous testimony also for Madam Clerk. I referred to James Madison as being 26. He was 26 when the Declaration of Independence. But Mason was 30 years older or something around that. Okay, so I don't know if anybody's ever been involved in a patent. Anybody? Any of the committee members? So a patent is where you describe something so well that someone outside the knowledge of that should be able to build it. I look at the Declaration of Independence as the patent. And when I look at HCR 5, they're referring to the Declaration of Independence as having all the, it's the right of the people. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. And when I look at this, I'm thinking, this is not what we think it is. There's a lot of years between Declaration, Articles of Confederation, and Constitution. Articles of Confederation failed to have an amendment capability that was used. They never bothered using it. So everybody worked forward to the Constitutional Convention, the actual Constitutional Convention starting in May of 1787, and they built the product. And they made the product successful. And it's the envy of the world, except maybe South Africa. So I just wanted to say that I think this HCR 5 is folly and it's useless because there's been enough case over the testimonies that we've heard today and provided that an Article 5 convention should happen, the rescission should not, and this should be put in front of the full body. And I ask for your support. That's it.
Any questions for Mr. Torelli? Seeing none, committee members, before I swing the gavel and close this hearing, and before I lose you, because I know we're a little bit after 12 noon, We will reconvene on schedule for we have one measure to hear this afternoon at 1 p.m. Following that, right before we go to executive session, we'll have a very brief presentation from a representative from the new Veterans Campus in Franklin. Was not able to be here for orientation day, so he's going to speak briefly. I think he has some handouts. Looking forward to that. And then we'll go right into executive session. And I'd like to meet with the members of the red team. You know who you are. At 10 minutes to 1. So if you could plan your lunch break accordingly. So we'll see the red members in the committee office room at 10 minutes to 1. We'll see everybody else here at 1 p.m. Thank you. Representative Seibert, did you want to do you want to?
Yeah, sorry. For the members of the blue team, we will be meeting if you want to
Okay, 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay, at this time at 13:07, we're just a little bit behind, but we're good to go. We have one hearing this afternoon. It's going to be on House Joint Resolution 1, affirming the natural right of persons and affirming that the state and federal government are established for the purpose of upholding, protecting, and securing these rights. The prime sponsor is from this committee, Representative Belcher. He's in place, ready to go. And Mr. Prime Sponsor, have at it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. This fits rather nicely. A lot of commonality between the things we discussed this morning and what we'll find in here. I'm not going to read the whole thing front to back for you. I just want to touch on some of the big points in here and what the purpose is. So the purpose of this is to identify the nature of rights, the rights that people possess in our country, in our society, and update them just a little bit so they properly fit in the modern context compared to where they were a couple hundred years ago before the internet and such things. So first we have the fact that rights exist before and after the state. They are not legitimated by the state nor provided by the state. And because of that, the state does not have the authority to take them from you either. Goes on to establish the consent of the governed is the foundational principle for legitimating our government, which is effectively what a republic is. The consent of a governed legitimates a republic. Moving on, we talk about the freedom from the official establishment of a state church or coercion toward certain spiritual dogma, the freedom of speech and right to disseminate information in good faith that shall not be infringed directly, by proxy, nor subject to prosecution under hate crime statutes in the absence of a crime against persons or property. So let's talk about this one for just a minute. We have seen some very significant transgressions against the rights to free speech, especially at the federal level in the last perhaps decade. We have seen various federal agencies going through certain private companies, social media companies especially, to see American citizens censored and unable to spread whatever message that they wanted to spread on social media, which is why that's where the by proxy part comes in. It is an unfortunate, very unfortunate situation that the Supreme Court recently held that it was okay for the government to censor by proxy, to put pressure on companies like Facebook or Twitter or others to see American citizens' speech removed. That never should have happened. Moving on to the part about the hate crime statutes. We have a problem in this state. Now, I'm no particular fan of rather terrible white supremacist Nazi-esque groups. They're pretty bad. Their ideology is pretty bad. But because the rights of free speech don't come from government, they come from a transcendent source, and they cannot be taken by government, even those people have the right to free speech. And twice in the last few years, the New Hampshire Department of Justice has gone after one of these, I forget the name off the top of my head, one of these groups for speech crimes. Simply hanging a banner that said something horrible, but you get to say something horrible because of free speech. Both times, the New Hampshire DOJ was laughed out of court, and the New Hampshire Supreme Court called the precedent that they were trying to set dangerous to free speech. So it's important that we reiterate the fact that people have the right to say things, even bad things, even things we don't like to hear. Moving on. The right to assemble and to receive reasonable protection from authorities against lawlessness and criminality in such assembly. Unfortunately, this is a problem we've seen especially on college campuses, where certain times for certain speakers, they have refused to provide the necessary protection in place to allow events to go forward. And you've had hecklers' vetoes where people shut people down, and assaults were committed because there was not adequate, despite foreknowledge of various protests that were going to happen, there was not adequate protection put in place. The right to bear arms and to self-militia in defense of oneself, one's family, private property, community, state, nation, and liberties. That no soldier nor any person whatsoever shall be forcibly or coercively quartered in any house or home. Now, that's another important little update that I'm adding in here, because under the Constitution, it's very clear that there shall not be any soldier quartered in a private home without an act of Congress to do so. But what we've seen recently is something that I don't think the founders actually anticipated. We've seen places, especially places like Massachusetts and some other places, actually looking to quarter various persons, refugees, asylum seekers, illegal immigrants in private homes without the permission of the homeowners. This is something that's been moving forward, and we need to add this protection in place to make sure that it's clear that you cannot do that. Unreasonable search and seizure by all government entities by proxy of government or by any entity furnishing such knowledge to government. The Fourth Amendment was supposed to be pretty clear and explicit, but unfortunately we've had some judicial precedents and frankly just ignoring of the law. And you now have, especially the federal government, consistently spying on American citizens, including through the purchase of metadata from third parties. So that cell phone you have in your pocket, it's collecting data on you. And the federal government is quite likely buying that data from your cell phone company in order to compile that data on you, which ought to be viewed as a violation of your rights. And let's see here. Those are the big highlights. I don't want to take up too much time, but I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you, Representative. Questions? As I look at this, and I am trying to project this forward to if it goes to the full floor, depending upon what we do next week, presumably if we exec this resolution, I'm seeing it as a little bit esoteric, and I'm anticipating people saying, what does that mean? What do natural rights mean? And I read it and reread it, and I'm just, like I said, I'm trying to anticipate questions for us or for me, what this is about. I understand a little bit better. Thank you for introducing it. It helped to have some specific examples which you provided. So the essence is that a natural right is not derived from the state. You said that?
Correct. And I wasn't sure how deep down the particular philosophy road we wanted to go here, but I'll just touch on it briefly. So rights are going to be considered either derived from a transcendent source or an immanent source. If it's a transcendent source, we're saying, like our founders said in the Declaration of Independence, They come from our Creator. They come from God. An eminent source, if you go look at the philosophy of such as German idealist Hegel, who Marx built his philosophy off of, considers the state to take that role of being like God and giving those rights. The problem is when the state takes that position and it is seen as not merely affirming and upholding rights, but the originator of rights, well, then the state can change its mind and it can take those rights. And that's a little bit of the situation that we're finding ourselves moving toward, where our government, our form of government, has been slowly transitioned over a rather extended period of time away from a transcendent natural source of rights, where the rights are inherent to the person, existing separate from the state, versus they exist at the pleasure of the state.
Thank you for that. Line 8 refers to our creator, and that's language that's in the Declaration of Independence. Again, looking forward, I'm wondering if there may be any folks in the House who, if they read this, or in committee who read this, who, if they are agnostic or atheistic or whatever, are they going to have a problem with, of course, this is a resolution. It's not wording that'll be in statute, but potentially. So the notion of our creator, is that anything that you see as being an issue moving forward?
Well, that's a good question. It could be an issue going forward, but it's 100% necessary to be there. Because as I said, going back to the philosophy of right, the philosophy of where rights are derived from, there's really only two primary tracts. There's the tract based on the American tradition, which is a tradition based off of the Protestant Reformation and the Enlightenment, that says that our rights come from God. The other tradition is the tradition that is itself actually esoteric. It comes from the ideas of Plato, of the ideas of Aristotle, the ideas of Hegel, the ideas of Marx, that says that actually there is no such thing as rights because there is no transcendent source, and therefore the government doesn't have to respect them.
Thank you for that. The committee is going to have a week to process and digest and ponder, and we're here just to listen to you. So thank you for taking. I had a couple of questions. Representative Foss, thank you.
Thank you. Well, if we can get a little political philosophical, you said there are two main tracks, but don't we know from people like Rawls or Nozick or, the whole philosophy of utilitarianism, there's actually a lot of different ideas of where rights come from. So this would seem to be giving us a really strong political, philosophical, a state stance, rather. So is that not rather overreach?
So no, it's not an overreach, and it's not an overreach for no other reason than the language is taken directly from the founding documents of America. But to your point about utilitarianism and others, yes, there have been numerous over the years attempts to craft a philosophy to legitimate the concept of rights without a transcendent source. And as Nietzsche made very clearly, it's not possible. You cannot legitimate a source of rights that is not something that can be taken away from you unless it's transcendent.
I think folks watching at home are Googling Nietzsche, Hegel. We all know who he's talking about, I'm sure, but I need to do a little bit of homework myself on some of this. Thank you for that question, Representative Foss. Is there a follow-up?
I feel like that would get, actually, I think I took a whole semester of political philosophy. So if you want to joint teach a class with two different perspectives, then, but I think it's beyond the 5 minutes we have scheduled.
Sure. So beyond, if there's more questions, we'll take them. Our role here today really is to listen to you. If there's anything that we have a question about, we've already given you a couple. Like I said, we'll have a week to process this, and then in executive session next week, I think some of the thoughts that may blossom once we process and reread this and maybe even Google a couple of things, we'll have I think maybe a very interesting exec session on this House Joint Resolution, which if it passes the House, the way that works is it would go to the Senate, and the governor is involved in an HJR, correct? So, other questions for the prime sponsor of this HJR? Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for taking my question, Representative Belcher. So I know this is a resolution, so it's kind of a different standard than our House bills are. I'm just curious kind of how much leeway you see within these rights. I'm just thinking about, I think one notable one that's mentioned is the right to bear arms and self-militia and defense. And we've had some bills related to firearms recently. And I think there are some folks who think that putting what they see to be reasonable, like safety regulations around firearms is infringing upon that right. I mean, is there room within kind of this text from your perspective to accommodate different perspectives related to what these rights are?
Thank you for the question. Excuse me. Thank you for the question. I certainly did not expect this to be uncontroversial or universally supported. As far as your specific example, it would be my contention, and based on the history of the Second Amendment right in the United States, that there are relatively few reasonable restrictions that can be placed on it. For instance, when a privateer wrote Thomas Jefferson for permission to put cannons on his vessel, Thomas Jefferson wrote back scolding him for even bothering, because the Second Amendment covered that. Up until the First World War, every conflict in America was fought primarily with private arms and as well as private artillery. So there's a long historical precedent there. Thank you.
Follow up?
I mean, just to be a little bit more specific, I was thinking about how there's recently a bill that didn't even make it out of committee about on background checks for firearms. And I think some folks do see that as infringing upon their rights to bear arms. And I'm just curious, like, would holding that perspective, or holding the perspective that, you know, having a wait time or running a certain background check, would holding that view be in contradiction of this resolution?
Thank you for the question. Those are a little bit more nuanced. They're a little bit more difficult to pin down in terms of this resolution right off the bat. I would say that historically, given the precedents that exist, there is an argument to be made that background checks are not something that was meant to be in place. However, there was also the fact that if you were considered to be too dangerous to have a firearm, you would have either been kept in jail or an asylum. So there's a bit of a push and pull there as far as that goes. So I don't think I can say definitely which way those would go under this concept. Yeah, that's the best I could do on that one. Thanks.
Representative Seibert.
I actually have a question. You might be able to, but the chairman might be able to address it as well. As far as I've been in this committee, I don't remember us having an HJR. Could you please explain the difference between that and like the HCR?
I could take that if you don't mind. So the big difference is this goes, if it passes this House, this would go to the Senate. And if it passes the Senate, it would go to the governor. And unlike other resolutions you've seen, this, if going through that whole process, just like a bill, would be treated as having the effect of law.
So it's, oh, sorry.
Follow up.
So, I mean, I get that. I'm just saying, like, so why wouldn't we just call it a bill? Or
Well, to your point, Representative, a bill would be something that would go into statute. I think I touched on that earlier. And a resolution does not become law. It's a sense of the body. So we've had a number of resolutions, some that pass, some that don't. If it gets a majority vote, HR is just the House. HCR goes to the Senate, and if we just talked about HJR, involves the governor. So the force of law, if the governor signs an HJR, it's not a law, but it has the imprimatur of the legislature and the executive branch is supporting the notions expressed in the resolution. Fair to say, it's not a law. It's not a proposed law. Follow up?
Yeah, a quick little follow up. I'm just curious. So, I mean, I get all that. I was just curious, I guess what I meant is it enforceable in any way? Is it able to like pull it up as a precedent or be referred to, say in like a court case or anything?
I could take that one. Yes. Yes, it is. It is not a bill, so it is not a law in terms of it would go into the books in the same way the law would. But under the New Hampshire Constitution, it is treated as having the effect of law.
So next week, we will hear a couple of resolutions, the Jones Act being one of them that have been involved with, and we did this last year, you'll recall. And that was very specific. We wanted to have this resolution move forward calling for the Jones Act to be repealed. So that's a very narrow, specific resolution. Repeal the Jones Act. It passes or it doesn't or gets tabled. So this case, as I said right up front, it's a little more broader, esoteric, and I'm trying to understand the intent and the background, and I need to do some more reading on it, and I may have some more questions. Representative Belcher, if this does move forward, will you please be the one that speaks to it on the House floor?
Yes, I would be happy to.
Okay, and if someone wants to speak against it, you have plenty of time to work it up. Representative Foss, you have a hand up?
I do. Sorry to get back to the theory of rights. If this perspective is that they come from a transcendent source, but isn't that inherently contradictory with the free exercise of religion? And if we're saying that this is the position of the state as us as a representative body of the state, that rights come from a transcendent source, isn't that inherently putting forth as an official state position that there is a transcendent source from which our rights could come? So isn't that kind of an internal contradiction?
No, it's not an internal contradiction. No more so than the founding documents of America are, that cited in the exact same language. The creator is the source of these rights. Because what you're effectively saying is that there is a source of these rights that exists outside of government, and it's not coming from government. So the government, therefore, because it didn't create them, it can't take them away either. But that said, you move on to the right to the free exercise clause. And there's no contradiction that you can have an affirmative right to the freedom of exercise of religion and no compulsion to the exercise of religion under the standard that there is also a transcendent source for that right too.
So that's a good question, a question that helps to clarify what this is all about. It's starting almost to touch on a little bit of what an executive session might entail in terms of drilling down into what we want to do or shouldn't do. That's kind of what I'm sensing here. But Representative Mandelbaum, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So, this is more of a request than a question, this might be something I have to do on my own, and I'm not sure if it's reasonable to ask you, but I'd be curious. You say that these rights are enumerated in part in the New Hampshire Constitution, the federal Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. And I would just be curious where these different pieces of the resolution are coming from. And in what way the language might differ, or are you taking things directly from, say, the Bill of Rights? Because I feel like there's a difference perhaps between kind of reiterating the rights that are kind of out there and using that exact text versus kind of taking the sentiment around the text.
Yes, that's a very good question. So the source is variable. Some of the language is taken directly from a founding documents, the Declaration of Independence, the constitutions. Some of it is taken either in whole or at least paraphrasing from the Federalist Papers and other debates leading up to the Constitutional Convention. And some of it is taken from the concept itself. So, for instance, where we have the idea that free speech ought to also prevent government from telling social media companies to censor you, it's not something that is directly found in the First Amendment as written in the letter, but it is something that can be reasonably articulated from the spirit of the First Amendment or the principle behind it.
Anything else for the prime sponsor? Yeah, Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Representative, in your testimony, you said people have a right to say whatever message they want to share, whatever messages. Don't you think if a person calls for violence, wouldn't that be a problem?
Thank you for the question. So they have a right to free speech, but there are things that you can say, noises you can make when you move your mouth that don't technically qualify as speech. Such exclusions include true threats, incitement to violence, defamation of character. So these are some exception categories that are not free speech because they're actually a criminal or civil offense.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing no hands, thank you, Mr. Prime Sponsor. Representative, would you please do a pink card and give it to our clerk if you would? And seeing with no pink cards at all, with one coming in, there's no one else here to speak, so I will at this time close the hearing on this HJR. And I'm going to hope that one of the gentlemen in the back of the room, his name would be Alan Oldenburg. Is Alan here? Yes. All right. So, folks, before we go to executive session, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to have a presentation here from some folks who were not able to be or were not at the orientation. And Alan's from Easter Seals. And Alan, I'll let you introduce your compadre. And Easter Seals has been a prime mover behind the new Veterans Campus in Franklin. I was there for the ribbon cutting. Is anybody else been to that campus or seen it? Oh, great. So you have some literature coming out. So, Alan, I'll let you introduce your helper, your compadre, as I put it, and very much looking forward to having everybody learn what is happening there. It's very exciting. So, Alan Oldenburg, if you want to hit the button so the red light comes on, there you go. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Moffett, Vice Chair Rollins. Thank you, Chairman Representative Rollins, for the sacrifices that your family's made as well. I want to acknowledge that. So let me first by thanking you, all of you, for your service to the state of New Hampshire and your communities. I've provided each of you with a packet that Nick's handing out now. It includes a lot of information about the map of campus. There's a map included in there, frequently asked questions, as well as some valuable information about the overall mission of Easter Seals. So like the chairman said, I'm Alan Oldenburg. I'm Chief of Military and Veteran Services for Easter Seals in New Hampshire. I joined Easter Seals back in November of 24 after retiring as the Chief of Police for the Manchester Police Department. So it's nice to be back up here in a different capacity. Not so confrontational in some matters, but this body has always been very good to me. I'm also a veteran and currently serve in the New Hampshire National Guard as a colonel with over 30 years of service. I'll let Nick Grant give himself a brief introduction about his military service as well.
Yeah, so Nick Grant.
He doesn't need a mic.
Closer.
I guess he does.
So yeah, Nick Grant with Easter Seals as well, working on the Veterans Campus here with Al. I spent 6 years in the U.S. Army, did 3 tours, so familiar with what veterans go through when they come back and transition back into this life and the challenges that a lot of them face. And so I'm excited to be a part of this project and appreciate the time today.
Thanks, Nick. All right, so as the chairman said, the Easter Seals New Hampshire Military and Veterans Campus is going to be situated in Franklin, a dedicated facility to provide essential services to veterans, service members, and their families. The end game is that we will have created a center of excellence for our veterans and their families and those currently serving, as well as first responders and their families as well. We'll focus on holistic support, housing, workforce development, behavioral health, recreational activities, substance use treatment, and other social services, in order to ensure long-term stability and success for those who have sacrificed so much for our nation. So current progress, Nick, if you don't mind holding that map up, I'd appreciate it. So as most of you are aware, in fall of 2022, Easter Seals received $23 million in state ARPA funding to develop and build the campus on a 15-acre site in Franklin.
Excuse me, Al. We can see the map, but if you could hold it right next to the speaker, right next to Al, so that the folks can see, get a sense on TV what we're talking about, and if you can move it just a little closer to the speaker, so that some of that can get on TV. Thank you. So,
right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks, Nick. All right, so phase 1 of the project will be completed in June of this year. And by phase 1, that's going to be 29 units of permanent affordable housing for veterans. Of those 29 units, 5 of them will be 2-bedroom. 15 of that 29 will be eligible for the VA VASH program. So the amount that the veteran or their family has to pay will be greatly reduced. I think it's at about a 30% that they'll be responsible for. So 15 of those are very, very affordable for veterans. Part of that phase 2, so that housing will be right here, and you have a map in your packet, will be these 2 buildings right here that have been completely rehabbed, gutted right down. So those are, and this whole project's being done by Procon Construction, a great partner. So those 2 are phase 1 for June. Across the street on your map, you see a hub of services and a retreat center. And that's going to have meeting and event space. The goal here is to have space for all of our veteran service organizations to come to the campus on a, we don't expect all the VSOs to live there, but the goal is to have a good rhythm when veterans, not only that live there, but from across the state, know that when particular VSOs are going to be on site, from legal assistance, financial employment. We'll also have Easter Seals has a substance abuse grant outpatient that we're going to have on site as well. So just a lot of things that we're going to bring to that hub of services. The goal here is to make it a premier destination for veterans, military, nonprofits, first responders, and private organizations as well. And another big part of this retreat center is you're going to have 22 hotel-style rooms as well. That will be available to people, the organizations that use the retreat center. Hey, we want to bring in an organization. We want to do a Camp Resilience, for, let's say, retreat. We're going to be there for 2 days. We're bringing in 20 people. Okay, we'll have lodging available for them. So that's another great addition. That's kind of another thing that's going to set this campus, separate us from other organizations, that on top of the permanent housing for veterans, which we all know in this state, and I know from my experience as a law enforcement officer that homelessness, not only for veterans, but across the state is a major issue. Phase 2, where efforts are currently underway to raise an additional $23 million to fund our next phase, and that's phase 2, which will be an indoor aquatics and fitness center. So we're going to have a in-ground pool, 4 lanes. We're partnering with Swim with a Mission, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. So that will be located next to the retreat center. Across the street, we're going to have these are going to be new builds, new construction, recreation, indoor recreation, climbing wall, equine facility. The value of, I can speak from, personal experience, the value of equine therapy is very, very valuable and is real. We're also going to have a dog kennel, if you will. So we'll have a canine program on site. We hope to be working with Delta Dog on that. So they've already committed to come to the team. So that's going to be extremely valuable, particularly for them because they're really hitting the southern tier of the state right now. But we think we're missing veterans that can't travel to the southern part of the state. So that's why they'll have a facility there as well. We're going to have an outdoor challenge course, high challenges, low challenges, really for all abilities. And at the end of the road there on your map, you'll see what's called the Burley Cottage. That's an historical building that's being, we have to maintain that. That's being completely rehabbed, and that will include, we're going to hang Veterans Count, as you all know, is part of Easter Seals and has been since 2007. That's probably where they'll land. And also there's 59, those that are familiar with the area, there's 59 miles or 55 miles of trail, natural trail. And we're going to try to take advantage of all the natural recreation that's available in the area. So we have the equine dog yard, outdoor challenge course, and then this Burley Cottage, which I mentioned. We're seeking approval to an addition off the back of that for that part's going to really overlook the river. And that's where we hope to have art therapy, yoga type style, therapy, if you will, for veterans and first responders and their families. So that will bring us to completion. Frankly, I think we're ahead of schedule. If fundraising goes as planned in 2025, we hope to start construction on phase 2 with all the permitting and working with the city of Franklin, who, by the way, has been a great partner in this. Our goal is to begin construction in phase 2 in the fall of 25. So we could be fully complete sometime, mid 2026, which I think is maybe a little aggressive, but there's really no time to wait. Any other questions or any questions on the map? So really the call that, you can sit down, Nick, if you want. Make me nervous behind me like that. So the call to action, the need is dire. In 2021, an average of 17 veterans died by suicide each day. I'm sure all of you are familiar with these statistics. In New Hampshire, a veteran takes their own life every 8 days. Heartbreakingly, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development reported that about 7.5% increase in veteran homelessness in 2023, with close to 36,000 veterans living in shelters, cars, parks, or on the streets. Our New Hampshire service members deserve to come home to the same support that they had while they served. There is no wrong door for individuals seeking assistance. In the Easter Seals, the New Hampshire Military and Veterans Campus promises to provide the necessary tools for our veterans and their families. So Representative, or Mr. Chairman, I hope that met your intent, but I'm happy to take any questions. I know you're crunched for time.
Thank you, Alan. The handout folder is fabulous. And I have to tell...
I can't take credit for that.
That's okay. So I do want to make sure everybody knows that this is in Franklin. It's a campus. It used to be like a monastery type thing.
It was an orphanage.
Okay, that's right. Yeah.
Yep, that went back. My history tells me like late 1800s into the early 1900s. Easter Seals came upon the property. It was Farnham North in about 2015, and then COVID happened, and so that substance abuse treatment facility shut down. So it's been dormant for about 4 years. So it was in the total need of repurposing, and really this is where Easter Seals and many other organizations in this, probably many in this body and this stepped up and provided the initial funding, which we're extremely grateful for. And I think this is going to be a game changer for veterans in the state of New Hampshire and maybe beyond. The goal here, sir, is that this becomes a model for the nation, that they look to New Hampshire and say, look how they're doing it. And let's try to mirror what they're doing. That's our goal. It's a big goal. I recognize that, but I'm proud to be part of it.
Yes, I was there for the ribbon cutting, and I could see the footprint. I could see the buildings there. And at the ribbon cutting and the presentation, and I got to walk through, they showed us their vision of what these buildings would turn into. So even then, before you'd even started any construction, it was exciting as could be to imagine what is going to happen there. And Governor Sununu was there for the ribbon cutting.
Yes, he was.
And he said what you just said. This has the potential to become a prototype, a model, as you said, and as the governor said, for the nation. So I just encourage you all to get there sometime. So the middle of next year, it could be completed.
Or June.
We'll probably all still be in office, most of us by then, and maybe a field trip or something. It's amazing what's happening there. So that's all I want to say. Any other questions? Go ahead, Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for sharing the work you've been doing with Easter Seals and this project. I think it's really an incredible plan, and I'm very excited to see how it comes together. So I'm looking at your methodology for community engagement. I see that you did some site visits. I'm wondering if you could share maybe one or two lessons learned from those site visits and how you've incorporated those findings into.
One was the permanent housing.
Okay.
And the other one was the need for recreation.
Okay.
And getting people out. And really, those are the two big lessons. I wasn't part of that because I wasn't on board yet, but in speaking with the people that did it, that's really what the big takeaway. And that's why you see the emphasis that we're on. And I think that's why, we've been able to get swim in the mission to come to the table on the recreation side, aquatics therapy. So we're trying to cover every recreation angle that we can. And who knows, there may be a phase 3, right? I'm eating up the 15 acres pretty quick. But I want to emphasize that the city of Franklin has been really excellent to deal with, particularly the Historical Society. We're sensitive to those things as well. But I also think this is going to be great for Franklin and beyond. I'll be honest with you, Representative, when I first heard about this, I was like, oh, Franklin, like who's, I've been there. It's nice, it's a city that I think is going to make a comeback in a lot of ways and probably already has. But I got in my car and I drove to Franklin from Manchester and I'm like, yeah, that's not that bad. Right? If I was a veteran, I'd make the trip here. It's beautiful. It has a lot to offer. Just, recreation, natural recreation. So to your point, Representative Moffett, my business card is in that folder. If any of you want a tour, please reach out to me directly between now and whenever. And 2 or 3 of you will get you up there so you can get eyes on. Because it's come a long way since that initial ribbon cutting.
Can only imagine. Other questions? Representative Foss.
Thank you. And expect an email from me because I would love a tour. This looks gorgeous.
If it has to be a weekend too, we'll accommodate.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm a housing nerd. So
I'm learning.
So affordable, is that tied into the median income in Franklin? Is that the definition you're using for affordable?
That's my understanding. Yeah.
Yeah. Am I allowed to ask another question? Yeah. So just you said permanent housing. So is this the expectation that it's going to be people are going to live there? It's not like a transitional, people live there while they.
Yep.
Do you have a plan for, are you going to use like a lottery? Because I can imagine there's probably going to be a huge wait list or huge demand for being in this housing.
Yeah, right now we opened the portal, and if you go to the website at the top of the bar, you can navigate right to the housing application.
Oh, so you're already taking applications?
You're already taking applications,
Wow.
and as of a couple of days ago, they're up to about 24. Doesn't mean they've all qualified. So Easter Seals has a whole housing department, if you will, residential department that is handling that part of the permanent. But yeah, we haven't done any paid advertising yet. That's probably the next step because we really got to get those numbers up. We want to get to a point where we have a legitimate wait list, and maybe we can then refer those people somewhere else that we can't accommodate you, but perhaps Harbor Care can help, and vice versa. So we're all working together.
Thank you.
So you mentioned residential and recreation. Is there much potential for an event? What kind of events, if any, could this campus
Yeah, that's
host?
that's where Nick's going to come in. I brought him on as my marketing salesperson. He's got a almost, close to 20 years of experience doing that type of work. So yeah, we're looking at that. Could this be a potential wedding venue? Could it be, a location for corporations to hold an event?
Right.
We have to think sustainability from a business plan side. So, veterans and first responders are the priority, but we have to build a model that allows us to sustain ourselves over the next 20 to 30 years, whatever it is. Really what I'm at with this is, all of you know, we live in a volatile world right now. We've had our deployments. We don't know what's going to happen in this world. So as a campus, as an organization, we need to be ready. So should we find ourselves as a nation at war again, I hope not, that should that happen, we're going to have a whole new batch of veterans and families that are going to be struggling. And that's the fallout, we all know that, of war.
Well, we had a presentation from the Veterans Home Commandant, and that's for veterans, but this is a place for families, potentially, more than just a veteran in some cases. So that, to me, is very exciting. Thanks so much, Al and Nick, for this. Any other questions or anything for either Al or Nick?
Just wanted to make a comment. I just wanted to point out, it really stood out to me, the range of the therapy options that you have here. I think a lot of people don't always equate, veterans and yoga, but I think that's
I tried it. It was ugly. I tried.
It's really important, especially if people have PTSD, things like that. We need to be using all the tools we can put in our toolbox. So I really appreciate that.
And the other thing, we're going to have a playground on site as well. So when families come with children, the military themed playground, if you will, but I'm sure all of you are probably familiar with the Elliott Perry Foundation. They'll be donating the funds for that. So partnerships are being built on a daily basis. So if any of you, through your networks, feel that there's something that we should be partnering with, please reach out to me and I'll make the connection. And we're all in this together.
Excellent. Anything else? Yes, Representative Hemingway.
Mr. Oldenburg, I appreciate your service, both of you, and I really think this is a great idea, and I definitely will take time to come and see you in the near future.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. You're all welcome.
Thanks again for your time. Great work. Can't wait to see the finished project and carry on, I guess.
Thank you. Well, we'll carry on. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, folks, let's get right to it. Executive session. The first item up is HB 120, which has to do with transferring statutory authority from Department of Education, DOE, to the DMAV, Department of Military and Veterans. So I'm looking to Representative Seibert for a motion on this one.
I motion for ought to pass.
And Madam Clerk, slow us down anytime. If we have a second from Representative Jordi.
Okay.
Representative Seibert, would you care to speak to your motion?
Oh, sorry. I believe this was just a housekeeping measure. It was requested of us, and if it streamlines and makes things easier for our Department of Military and Veteran Services, I'm all for it.
Representative Jordi, would you care to speak to your second?
I think it's a good project, and also my previous speaker said all of them.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else have anything to add or discuss? This is executive session after all. Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, when you are ready, you can read the roll. The motion is ought to pass on HB 120. Before we read the roll, I want to thank the two subs today. Is it Representative Raymond? Yes, subbing on the blue team, and Representative Dolan is here. On the red side for Representative Lundgren. Thank you both for sitting in. And when the clerk is ready, we will vote on the OTP motion on HB 120.
I just need a moment. So Tom Dolan is subbing for Lundgren.
Dolan for Lundgren, yeah.
Okay.
So you'll have to make those two corrections on every sheet.
Who's the representative between
Levitt.
Levitt? Okay, so you just wasn't here this morning.
Correct.
All right. All right, ready for the roll call? All right, Vice Chairman Rollins,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Levitt,
Yes.
Representative Gagne,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Bennett,
Yes.
Representative Hemingway,
Yes.
Representative Plant,
Yes.
Representative Seibert,
Yes.
Representative Judy,
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd,
Yes.
Representative Jones,
Yes.
Clerk Mandelbaum is a yes. Is that how I should refer to myself? Representative Budathaki,
Yes.
Representative Foss,
Yes.
and Representative Raymond,
Yes.
and Chairman Moffett.
Oui, madame. Yes.
All right.
C'est bien, c'est bien. Très bien. 14-0.
Yes, Representative Jones. Thank you very much. With no objection, we'll put this unanimous recommendation on the consent calendar. There's no fiscal note, I don't believe, so for the new reps, that means that it'll be part of a package to be approved. If someone wants to pull it off and bring it to the floor, they can. But when we have these unanimous or near unanimous votes, then we look to put them on the consent calendar. Thank you, Representative Jones. Yes, I was just going to get to that. Representative Seibert, as you know, is a veteran lawmaker. The person who makes the motion typically we look to for a committee report.
Yep.
So I'll chat with you real quick after the session. We'll nail down all the reports, which is very important. These reports last forever in the archives. If you write a report, your name will be in the archives forever. I'm trying to encourage people to do reports. Yes. All right. So moving right along, HB 122 next up. It has to do with claims against New Hampshire Army National Guard for training damage if they run over a mailbox, as we heard in the hearing, or worse. So I'm going to look to Representative Jones. I understand you may have a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would make a motion to OTP this bill.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Representative Foss seconds that. Representative Jones, would you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is very simple, very minuscule compared to so many of the other things we do. Simply, the Governor and Council, upon the recommendation of the Adjutant General, may pay claims against the state arising out of accidents occasioned by the activities of the National Guard or arising out of claims brought against the Department of Military Affairs and Veterans Affairs, and it just raises it from $500 to $1,000. And it's the simplest fiscal note I've ever seen since I've been on. If you just read it, it's legislation has a total fiscal impact of less than $10,000. So we're not talking about a lot here.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Foss, would you like to speak to your second?
What Representative Jones said.
Thank you for that. Anyone else have any comments or questions or discussion on this HB 122. Seeing nothing, Madam or Mademoiselle Chair? Madam Chair? Madam Chair, Representative, when you're ready, the motion is OTP on HB 122.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vice Chairman Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren. No, sorry. I didn't update that. Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Yes.
Representative Gagne.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Bennett.
Yes.
Representative Hemingway.
Yes.
Representative Plant.
Yes.
Representative Seibert.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Jones.
Yes.
Clerk also votes yes. Representative Budasaki.
Yes.
Representative Foss.
Yes.
Representative Raymond.
Yes.
All right, so it's 18-0.
I would like to vote too, Madam
I'm
Chair.
so sorry. Oh, Chairman Moffett.
And the chair will vote yes as well.
All right.
Mr. Chair, once again, I'd like to recommend consent if you're okay with that.
No objection to consent. Madam Chair, we'll put that on consent as well. Representative Jones, you're up for the committee report.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and we'll nail that down before everybody leaves.
Okay.
Okay, excellent. Moving right along to our third measure. This is HCR 8, House Concurrent Resolution 8, urging Congress to review the state boundary in the Piscataqua River. That's the boundary between Maine and New Hampshire. Apparently, there is some gray areas, some ambiguity, some uncertainty that the sponsors would like to request some definition on. Representative Mannion, do you have a motion for this one?
I do, Mr. Chair. I move OTP on HCR 8.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Representative Rollins seconds the OTP motion. Representative Mannion, would you care to speak to that motion?
Yeah, so with the ever-changing, I know that they've made rulings on this before on like what whether the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard is on our territory and their Maine's territory, and I think with the ever-changing landscape at the federal level, it's worth urging the Congress to take another look at this. Currently, we have a lot of residents that currently live on our side that are being taxed Maine income tax, amongst other things, just from crossing the river. As a guy who lives down on the Mass border, I'm already experiencing this kind of taxation all the time because I work in Mass, and I was taxed even though I wasn't allowed to set foot in the country, in the state in 2020, and that was taxation without representation, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anything to add, Representative Rollins?
Not really. Basically, I don't think it's right that people in New Hampshire have to pay the taxes. I see this should have been right from the beginning in Portsmouth, in New Hampshire. The shipyard should be located in New Hampshire, and we should have full say in them.
Okay. Sovereignty issue you're supporting there. Anything else on this HCR? Madam Clerk, before I ask you to read the roll, I know you are from Portsmouth yourself, I believe, and I know and I appreciate. I could tell you've done some due diligence and reached out. Anything being that is your district, so to speak. Anything that you want to say to this?
Just that the city of Portsmouth is neutral on this resolution. Congressman Chris Pappas is also neutral, and the town of Newington is in support of it.
So Newington is for it and the elected officials are neutral. Okay. Yes, Representative Gagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we all know, the state seal as the ship the Raleigh, that's our state seal. So why shouldn't the shipbuilding come back to where it belongs?
Yes, our state flag. The ship on that, if you didn't know, is the Raleigh, which presumably was built, I'm guessing, in Portsmouth. There's certainly a Portsmouth connection, right? Anything else? Representative Lloyd.
Thank you. I just wanted to say on record that
I believe that this is the proper procedure to have our federal delegation figure this out and try to push for this and to push through a resolution on that piece of argument. Sorry.
Thank you,
I've got a
Representative
cold.
Lloyd. This resolution does not offer a prescriptive solution. To your point, I believe what this does is shine a light on a situation that we're looking for better definition, presumably because it's a New Hampshire resolution. We want to be treated fairly as this definition comes about. Anything else? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe in what everyone's saying. I just think the timing is off because of, I think with politics in D.C. right now, if it becomes New Hampshire versus Maine, New Hampshire's on the wrong side of the aisle right now. And so I don't think it's the right time to pass this.
Understood. Anything else? Okay, Madam Clerk, when you are ready, the motion on HCR 8 ought to pass on the recommendation, the resolution to review the state boundary in the Piscataqua River.
So for the motion ought to pass, Vice Chairman Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Yes.
Representative Gagné.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Bennett.
Yes.
Representative Hemingway.
Yes.
Representative Plant.
Yes.
Representative Seibert.
No.
Representative Judy.
No.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Jones.
No.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Budathaki.
No.
Representative Foss.
Yes.
Representative Raymond.
Yes.
Chairman Moffett.
Yes.
Yeah, 13-4.
14 to 4, you said?
Yeah, 14-4.
So OTP is approved or passed 14 to 4. Representative Mannion, I'm looking to you for a majority report. Will there be a minority report?
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, I could do it. It's right.
Okay, there will be a minority report, and we'll nail that down before we all leave today. Okay. Okay, so there's 4 down. Next up on our list is HB 64, which deals with hiring preferences for military spouses. I've been in touch with the ranking member, and there's some interest in working on an amendment and tweaking some of the language. So I am going to postpone executing this measure until a week from today. Representative Seibert, so the amendment, if there's one forthcoming, if that could be pushed out to the committee as soon as it's ready?
So I actually stand corrected with that one, is that that other issue wasn't as big that I'd sent over to you just about the clarification of that whatever word. But one thing that was brought up to me, and I wasn't here that day of the hearing, was in regards to the Department of Labor's request in regards to defining how they specify, if a spouse is really an active military duty spouse, because they really have nothing to prove that, which I think is an issue that has been brought up by our Veterans Affairs folks previously. So it's up to us the committee as a whole, if we want to just go ahead and send it over to the Senate and let them do it there, or do we want to do that within the week? Here?
Yes, Representative, what you just said about sending it over to the Senate, where we try not to say that, especially on TV.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about that. I forgot that qualified like everywhere.
But your point is well taken. The language is fairly close. I have spoken to the prime sponsor about this, and we don't necessarily want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. I think that my sense is that the consensus here is that we support the notion of supporting military spouses for getting a chance that maybe they would not get otherwise at an employment situation. The hearing provided ample testimony and rationale behind this, and I understand it and support it. We could exec this today. If there is not going to be an amendment forthcoming, then we can. I would make the motion for OTP if you wanted to second that, and then we can move it forward. Right, Madam Clerk, I am going to make the motion for OTP on HB 64 with regard to military spouses. And as I just said, the testimony was very compelling, and the rationale for supporting military families for many reasons is, as I just said, is compelling, given the sacrifices that not only the military people make, male or female, and the spouses, which some of us know firsthand. Would you like to add as the seconder?
No, I completely agree. It's totally straightforward. So makes sense.
Representative Seibert did the second.
Oh yeah, second. Sorry.
Would anyone else like to add anything? Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As many of you may know, I serve on the Child and Family Law Committee, and we had a bill this week on a tangential matter regarding some military retirement pay. But there were a number of military spouses and former spouses that came to testify on our bill, and they spoke at length at the difficulty that they had finding either full-time employment or employment that offered benefits during all of the deployments that they experienced during their marriage. And so I was really excited to sub in here and see this bill because it addresses a lot of the issues that the spouses were talking about in our committee. So
Thank you so much for that, Representative Raymond. I was involved with the bill, the measure that went to Children and Family Law on that issue, and thank you very much for sharing that. Appreciate it. We appreciate it. Anything else, Representative Lloyd?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to add a little bit of light on what the DOL had suggested as far as like a potential amendment, clarifying how to recognize someone as a military spouse. I'm looking at this as an end user, working in HR and payroll for over 18 years. How do you? They kind of wanted us to kind of look at some identifying feature that they could turn to that would say, yes, this is absolutely a military spouse. I'm not at all opposed to this this bill. In fact, I want to see it OTP'd, and to your, I just don't want to, I just want to make sure that we have what we need in place for the DOL.
Thank you, Representative Lloyd. There is the option of a floor amendment if you, or if anybody can identify any language tweaks that would address the DOL piece. That is an option too. And then there's the option that Representative Seibert had mentioned earlier that we don't want to talk about again. So, anything else? Representative Mannion.
Yeah, so during my time when I was down in Camp Lejeune, like you had a lot of guys 18, 19 years old getting married real young, and it's a big commitment to ask your wife to move like across the country down to these bases. And a lot of times they're fish out of water. They don't know anybody. It could be a huge culture shock depending on what region of the country they come from. And anything that can help them along similar here in this state, I think do a lot of good for them.
Absolutely. Totally know what you're talking about. I've seen it a lot myself. Anything else? Okay, seeing no other hands, Madam Clerk, when you are ready, we will vote on HB 64 regarding hiring military spouses. The motion is OTP.
All right, for the motion of OTP on HB 64, Vice Chairman Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Dolan.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Yes.
Representative Gagne.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Bennett.
Yes.
Representative Hemingway.
Yes.
Representative Plant.
Yes.
Representative Seibert.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd,
Yes.
Representative Jones,
Yes.
Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budathaki,
Yes.
Representative Foss,
Yes.
Representative Raymond,
Yes.
Chairman Moffett.
Yes.
All right, final vote is 18-0.
Representative Jones.
Even though it was a unanimous vote, I don't think we should put this on consent agenda because there's a possibility of a floor amendment.
Yes, excellent point. So this will not be on consent. Thank you very much for that. Okay, I will do the report. Correct. Okay, HB 55, repealing the Selective Service Compliance Act. Okay, I have an amendment. We have an amendment that I'd like to introduce. I've emailed everybody the amendment. The amendment number, Madam Clerk, you should have a copy somewhere. I have one right here. It's 0174H for House. So it's Amendment 0174H for House. And I need a second before I can speak to my amendment.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Representative Rollins. Seconds the amending motion that I put forward. I'll speak to it right now briefly. And I've sent this out. I've emailed everybody on this before. We've had some back and forth on it. What this amendment does is it changes the original measure, which had to do with, let me find the original measure here. The original proposal or bill, HB 55, Selective Service, it sought to change and take out from RSA 187-A:39, paragraph 1, sections A, B, C, and D. If you're tracking me, the original sought to remove all those from statute. So the concern that came up that this amendment tries to address is that folks we listen to, that I listen to, we all listen to from the veteran community, DMAV, did not support the measure that had some of the aspects in it that would be precluded from sections from that paragraph 1, sections C and D. So the amendment removes C and D from the bill, but it keeps in A and B, which is what post-secondary was hoping for, was important to post-secondary. So this compromise amendment will satisfy post-secondary in that it takes out the parts of the Selective Service requirements that impact the university and the colleges. But it leaves in the part that DMAVs wanted to stay in, which is subparagraphs C and D under paragraph 1, under 187-A:39. So that is the amendment, which I hope the committee will support, compromise amendment. And Representative Rollins, you want to add anything?
No, thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Mannion?
Yeah, so the compromise here is that since the federal government isn't even enforcing this with their FAFSA regulations that are going through this year, that they're no longer requiring compliance with the Selective Service registration, it doesn't make any sense for the state to do it either. So removing just the components that have to do with the post-secondary puts us in sync with what the federal government's doing already.
Thank you, Representative Mannion, who was the prime sponsor of this originally. Anything else? Representative Foss.
Yes, and just to go further on that, it's my understanding that the aspect of the current post-secondary requirement is very onerous for the university system of New Hampshire because they need to do extra legwork because it's not on the FAFSA. People don't have to check off whether or not they complied with the Selective Service Act. So the university system has to expend extra effort to determine whether or not they did in order to allow them to apply for a state school and state aid. And I know they are strapped for cash right now. So that's, if we got rid of this, then that would help them a lot with their workload and their budget.
Thank you for amplifying that, Representative Ross. Representative Foss, yes, the university system was very much in favor of this HB. Anything else?
Do a show of hands on this?
Yes, we can. Before we go to Representative Gagne's idea or suggestion, Representative Hemingway, you had a hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to speak to this. I appreciate the amendment. If it wasn't for this amendment, I'd probably vote no on this, only because I think there is a requirement to have a ready force in the backup. With the many theaters that we're on front right now, I thought that to take away the right for, or the requirement for selective service registry was not a good one. But as long as we keep the requirement to register, but we've taken away the funding piece for the colleges, I'm good with that.
Thank you, Representative Hemingway. Yes, I think the amendment was something that hopefully will work because it satisfies post-secondary and it also satisfies the military side. Anything else? Representative Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to tell you, yes, I do appreciate the amendment. I didn't like the amendment that was suggested by the general. I thought that brought us backwards to to the very beginning, but I think this amendment makes a good fix.
Thank you, Representative. Anything else? Okay, veteran legislator lawmaker Gagne pointed out that we do have the option, or I have the option of calling for a hand vote on the amendment, which I'm going to do. So if you support the amendment, would you please raise your right hand so that the clerk can confirm what the count is?
Like everyone has, does anyone not have their hand up? All right.
Okay, the clerk is certified that the amendment passes 18-0. So now that brings us to another motion that we will need if we're going to move this forward, which would be a motion. I'm going to look, it would be an OTPA, ought to pass as amended motion. I'm going to look to the prime sponsor, Representative Mannion, for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move OTPA on HB 55.
Representative Jurdy seconds the motion. Representative Mannion, would you like to add anything?
I think we covered the issues that a lot of people had with the original bill, and I think this covers everything here. The post-secondary's happy, the adjutant general's happy, and we can move on.
Representative Jurdy?
Representative say everything.
C'est tout?
C'est bien.
Très bien.
Très bien.
Any further comment? Representative Foss. Thank you. I just wanted to add that because I am enthusiastic in general, I did a lot of research on other states' requirements and how that correlates with their selective service compliant rates. New Hampshire has a 75.11% compliance rate, but there's not really a strong correlation with having laws like this in place, compliance at the state level, and a higher rate of compliance. Like, for example, Connecticut has 100% compliance, but does not have a requirement for state schools or a requirement for state employment. Let's see, I did. If anything, it seems as though places that automatically register you when you get your driver's license, or places that you have to actively opt out, have higher rates of compliance. In New Hampshire, you have to actively opt in. But in general, it doesn't seem as though this current legislation, yes, exactly. The current law is really serving its purpose.
Thank you very much for that. We have a very good researcher, Davis, who's with us in the room. But thank you for taking the initiative to do that. That is very interesting and helpful. Appreciate that. Anything else? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, when you are ready, the current motion is OTPA on HB 55 regarding selective service compliance.
All right, on the motion of OTPA on HB 55, Vice Chairman Rollins, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Levitt?
Yes.
Representative Gagne?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Bennett?
Yes.
Representative Hemingway?
Yes.
Representative Plant,
Yes.
Representative Seibert,
Yes.
Representative Judy,
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd,
Yes.
Representative Jones.
Yes.
Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budathaki,
Yes.
Representative Foss,
Yes.
Representative Raymond, Chairman Moffett.
Yes.
All right, so 18-0.
Okay, I will do the report for that, and I believe it can go on consent with the amendment. The speaker will ask the full House to approve the amendment. So that would be a consent item as well. Yes.
Can I question that?
Go ahead, Representative Jones. Yeah, go ahead.
Only, I don't know, because it was amended after the public hearing, for transparency's sake, should we not put it on the consent agenda?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. That's kind of what I was touching on, because we did amend it. If it qualifies for consent, and I think we can, to be safe, we won't put it on consent, Madam Clerk. Thank you for that catch.
Thank you.
Okay. That brings us to HB 256. That's the recommended proposed USS Liberty Study Committee. That was a motion, that was a measure, that was a bill that came about based on an interim study recommendation from a similar bill that we dealt with last term. Representative Mannion was the prime sponsor. Representative Mannion, I'm going to look to you for a motion here.
Correct. I wasn't the prime, but yeah. So my motion here is to retain.
And a second, we need a second for that.
I'll second that.
Representative Rollins seconds that. Okay, so Representative Mannion, if you would speak to your motion.
Absolutely. So I support the underlying committee that we should be doing. I think we need time to kind of come, I think as a committee, perhaps find the best solution forward for these men. The committee's a great idea. There's also another potential idea coming forward, but we need more time that we put over the summer. We can come back to this in the fall and then really give these men something, anything to help them.
Representative Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the 13 years I've been here, I have never had a bill that I've been more passionate about than getting something done with this bill and closure for these men that were on that ship. I'm very pro-Israel, don't have a problem with that, but to me, I put our men and women in the service first before anything else. These men and women signed on the dotted line up to and including their own lives, okay? They did not sign that dotted line to be a sacrificial lamb. We have got to get down to this. I'm praying next year we get on it to give these men on that ship and their families closure on this issue, okay? And I understand that this may be a quicker way to do it than a study committee because it would probably take longer. We can have a fall meeting on this. We can get it first on the list for voting next year. So it may be a quicker solution to the problem, but we got to stand by this. We've got to stick to this. We've got to do something for these men and women. My heart bleeds for every one of these guys. I think the stories that we heard in the testimonies, the first guy that spoke, it was the first time that he's ever spoke to anyone about what his experiences were on this. They want closure.
Thank you very much, Representative Rollins. I'll say that the testimony we received last term and this term was very, very emotional. There's a New Hampshire connection to there were New Hampshire people on the ship. A lot of New Englanders were on the ship. I think he was the intelligence officer, died not that long ago. He's from Colebrook. So there is a New Hampshire connection, of course. And as the vice chair just touched on, to do a committee would certainly maybe, hopefully, end up with something out of that would move this situation forward so that some light can be shined where it needs to be shined for these men who came from different parts of the country last term and this term, looking to be heard. So what can happen with this being retained, we'll come back to it. We will have to come back to it in some fashion. But one of the things that we've talked about doing is putting in an HJR. We talked about an HJR earlier today on a different matter, House Joint Resolution, which we could put in September in some fashion, submit it for the next year. And House JR would maybe do what a committee would have recommended anyway, which may have been to do an HJR. Well, we can just go ahead and work one up, put something together, submit it in September. And of course, as we said earlier, a House Joint Resolution involves the House. If it goes forward from the House, it goes to the Senate, and then it also involves the governor. Perhaps there could be a proclamation. It's a touchy issue for those of you watching remotely or aware of the hearing that we had this year and last term. What happened in 1967, the USS Liberty was a U.S. naval vessel. It was attacked by the Israeli armed forces and almost sunk. Many men were killed. Many more were injured. The captain got a Medal of Honor, but it was covered up, frankly. It was hush-hush. It was covered up. The men were threatened not to talk about it. And I'm old enough to remember that incident. And the survivors were told not to talk about it, and most of them, a lot of them are gone. But some of the ones who took the time to come and look to us here in New Hampshire, for whatever reason, however that first came up, the survivors are begging, literally, for some answers that still have not been forthcoming. So if our body, if our committee, if our House, our legislature, possibly even the governor, if this goes to an HJR, can shine a light and maybe get some answers, maybe get some things declassified so that the men, while they're still around, can get some answers and hopefully, as Representative Rollins said, some closure. So that's our intent. So by retaining this, it's not that we are not going to take immediate action. We are looking to take different action. Representative Seibert.
Do you mind, Mr. Chairman, is that okay?
Yes, please,
Sorry.
Representative Lloyd.
So sorry. So I appreciate your suggestion of putting through a resolution to this, or for this, especially because I feel like if this had been brought to us as a resolution, I think it would have been across the board OTP immediately. I guess my concern with retain, and I have no objection to retaining this, is it going to prolong the length of time that we have to wait? Do we need to ITL it first and then put through the resolution?
I understand your point. By not passing it, the option was of doing a committee. The thought was that's going to take a lot of time, and is that the best use of our time when we can have another option, which would be an HJR? If we ITL it, it's done. Of course, it would go to the House, and the House would have to approve our committee recommendation. If we retain it, it gives us the option of coming back to it, which we will have to in the fall. And then the first session in January, the retained motions will be attended to. So I get your point. It's a good point. I think retention works because it gives us, in a sense, two bites at the apple, if you're tracking me. Other comments? Representative Gagné, naval veteran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If any of you survivors and siblings of survivors, you have not been abandoned. I want you to know I'm supposed to be a tough guy. I was a martial arts instructor back in the last century. I was a kickboxer, etc. I'm supposed to be a tough guy, but I'm having a hard time because listen to you guys testifying here. I'm a tin can sailor, so I know that when you're on board ship, there's no place to hide. When the stuff starts coming in, there's no place to hide. If you're above deck, then you get shrapnel. If you're below deck, you take an incoming and you're stuck. You drown. Anyway, you have not been abandoned. This whole the whole reason why we're retaining this, so we can get some more clout, so you guys can be heard before it's over. Listen to me, those of you who are listening to me today on TV, call your elected officials, call your congressional delegation, because my understanding, I get a lot of email from Congressman Pappas, pro-veteran. Things will happen if they get involved with this. My problem was, why was that ship moved from the west coast of Africa, which was its stomping grounds, ordered to go just barely beyond the statute's limitation, the boundaries, the 12-mile boundary of Israel? And why was it covered up? When the jets were coming, they were told to stand down. Something happened there that's not right. You're not abandoned.
Thank you for that, Representative Gagne. Anything else? Representative Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the sake of those from the USS Liberty that are watching this today, I would like to ask, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, a show of hands from everyone on this committee that support you and want to get you guys closure. Would you mind if I did that?
This is an unofficial straw poll. Who supports, to your question, sure. Who supports, so go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You men have not been forgotten. You won't be forgotten. A number of us have really toiled on this one bad. It's really hard. I want you guys to have closure. And we're going to be here. We haven't given up on you. And we're coming back next year, I hope, with all guns firing. And I think all of us will be on board with that. And we can get with you what you've asked for. Answers to your questions and closure. In the meantime, love you guys.
Thank you, Representative Rollins. Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is more of a rules question, I suppose, but is there any way that we could come together as a committee to try to come up with some other workarounds that might actually help these veterans in the meantime while we're waiting for some type of resolution to this?
Sure, Representative, thank you for your question and comment. To your point, of course, we're all of us to some degree are invested and care about this issue. We spent a lot of time on it last term and this term. My response would be that if we're going to put in a resolution, HJR, which needs to be submitted in September, not that far off, we can use this time to put together an HJR worded in such a fashion that could cite some new information, to your point, to make that a more powerful, meaningful, substantive resolution. Does that touch on your point?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering if there's anything outside of the legislative process that we could look into as a group to try to get these veterans some relief in the meantime, as far as working with veteran services or something along those lines.
Yes, I think that's a very great idea, and that's something, as you said, I'm trying to think of the right term, offline or whatever, not formally or officially, but I think that those of us who are invested in this can certainly, let's talk later, not right here, about some things that we can look at doing to make a difference and move this forward. I agree. Anything else? Representative Jones.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but can I ask you or the motion maker just to once again tell me the benefit of retaining this? What the advantage is?
The motion to retain, I'll speak to it, and then Representative Mannion or anybody else can add to this. And the concern was doing a committee, and committees are not necessarily popular with everybody for a combination of reasons, one of which being the personnel demands, who's going to be in the committee, when are they going to meet, and also the time factor. if a committee meets and then they recommend action, we can't take any action until September or next year anyway, at least in terms of legislative action. So if the committee is going to take all this time and recommend, which I would anticipate they would do, maybe a series of actions beyond a resolution, that to Representative Lloyd's point, I think we can look at some of those alternative actions on our own to support the survivors. But to do a committee that's going to recommend a resolution, we can just do the resolution without going through all that's involved with getting a committee approved by the full House, which we don't know that would necessarily happen. So that's hopefully answers your question somewhat. Representative Mannion, can you amplify that?
I think that's kind of like the discussion we've been having. That's probably the best course of action.
That's a very good answer. Thank you.
Anything else? Seeing no other hands, the motion on the floor is to retain HB 256 with regard to a USS Liberty Study Committee. When you're ready, Madam Chair, that is the motion, retain.
On the motion to retain HB 256, how do you vote, Vice Chairman Rollins?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Levitt?
Yes.
Representative Gagny?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Bennett?
Yes.
Representative Hemingway?
Yes.
Representative Plant?
Yes.
Representative Seibert?
Yes.
Representative Judy?
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd?
Yes.
Representative Jones?
Yes.
Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budathaki?
Yes.
Representative Foss?
Yes.
Representative Raymond?
Yes.
Chairman Moffett?
Yes.
All right, it's 18-0.
18-0 on retain. All right, we'll move along now to HCR 9. HCR 9, that is with regard to raising awareness through Congress concerning the brutality ongoing in Bangladesh. The prime sponsor is here. Welcome, Representative Khan. You're here. And if we have any questions, appreciate you being around in case something comes up. We want to ask the prime sponsor. Someone was...
The number, you said HCR 9?
I believe is that the right one?
11.
HCR 11. Okay.
Which one are we on? 11?
Right. If I said 9, I believe it should be HCR 11, not 9. Thank you. With regard to raising awareness through Congress concerning the brutality in Bangladesh, we had an extended hearing on that. We had some folks who spoke at great length. I did not realize what was going on. But before I speak, we need a motion. And Representative Mannion, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion OTP on HCR 11.
And a second is from who? Representative Gagny seconds Representative Mannion's OTP motion on HCR 11. Representative Mannion, to your motion.
Yeah, so we heard a great amount of testimony from people that have lived there and know first or second hand what's going on. I'm personally very interested in U.S. foreign policy, and I like to know what's going on with the inner workings of other countries where we have investments. And from the sounds of this, I mean, I don't want to make too many judgment calls, but it sounds like an awful lot like this could have been an external force came into this country and has fomenting rebellion. It could be an adversary to the United States, could be linked to Al-Qaeda, an enemy of the United States. And I would, so I urge Congress to investigate this.
Representative Gagny?
All that the representative said, and also to boil it all down to one sentence, save Bangladesh and its people from injustice.
Thank you, Representative. I'll just say, which I started to say before, I did not realize what was going on there. And I do try to stay somewhat abreast of what's going on in the world. And I did not know until this resolution came forward exactly how bad it sounds like what has happened in Bangladesh, formerly East Pakistan. So we had a good history lesson during the hearing, very passionate testimony from the prime sponsor and from other people from his circle. So I want to thank the prime sponsor for helping shine a light on something that people need to know about. And so I think this resolution can help with that. if it moves forward, to raise awareness and shine a light on something that people need to be more aware of, in my view. Other thoughts? Representative Seibert.
I would just like to say that on top of this measure, which I fully agree with, I also just want to add that I condemn any religious persecution or oppression anywhere in the world by any other religion. and I definitely am even more so am for a separation of church and state. That's what causes a lot of these problems.
That certainly ties into the greater issue here. Anything else? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we were discussing this, I tried the wordsmith and I recommended changing the word allegations to incidents, but I think we're better off sticking with allegations the way it is. So I just wanted to say I'm not going to change.
Thank you for that. Anything else? Seeing no hands, the motion is to OTP. The motion is ought to pass on HCR 11, raising awareness through Congress concerning the brutality ongoing in Bangladesh. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
All right, on the motion of OTP HCR 11, how do you vote, Chairman Rollins?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Levitt?
Yes.
Representative Gagné?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Bennett?
Yes.
Representative Hemingway?
Yes.
Representative Plant?
Yes.
Representative Seibert?
Yes.
Representative Judy?
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd?
Yes.
Representative Jones?
Yes.
Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budathaki?
Yes.
Representative Foss?
Yes.
Representative Raymond? Chairman Moffett?
Yes.
All right, 18-0.
18-0 it is. Representative Mannion, I'll talk to you about committee report afterwards. Figure out how that works. Okay, we have two more to go.
Is that,
Oh, you
Uh,
will that go on the regular calendar?
I would not put this on the regular calendar because I would want someone to speak to it on the floor. Right. So this will not be a consent item, even though it was unanimous. So good question. No, not on consent. It will go to the floor for a vote. Only if it's unanimous. Okay, we have two more to go, which we'll get to right here. Right, when I said HCR 9, I spoke too early. That was HCR 11. HCR 9 is what we're up to now, and that has to do with rejecting compliance with the European Union's CSDDD. And we need that was the HCR brought in by Representative Bernardi. So I need a motion. I look to maybe Representative Belcher here for a motion on HCR 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move ought to pass.
And do we have a second? Representative Mannion seconds. Okay, Representative Belcher, would you care to speak to your OTP motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, the EU Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive represents an attempt to inflict on the United States extraterritorially a host of rather awful measures that were just recently resoundingly defeated in America at the ballot box. What is happening here is insidious. These measures would reduce the quality of life by promoting degrowth of energy and economics, and institute ideological nepotism via interest DEI policies. If these corporations got together of their own accord and schemed behind closed doors to adopt these policies, we would call that a crime under anti-competitive laws. It represents cartel activity. It goes against the New Hampshire Constitution, Article 83. When a government partners with or coerces corporations into the same behavior, we have something worse than a criminal cartel. By usurping the freedoms of speech and association of these private companies, the governments, in compelling these corporations, effectively turn them into an arm of government itself. And they utilize these quasi-private, quasi-public entities to circumvent laws meant to limit government. Let me make the point via a couple brief historic quotes. The first quote that is relevant here relates to government efforts to require social activism via private business. Everything within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state. That quote is attributable to Italian fascist dictator Benito Mussolini. Further making this point, Mussolini can be quoted as saying, "Fascism should more properly be called corporatism because it is the merger of state and corporate power." This is precisely what this EU measure is trying to inflict. It is a fascistic means to implement an ideological agenda that was rejected by the American people. Now, what is the agenda itself? As I already noted, the foundation of so-called sustainability, according to the United Nations and the EU, is the concept of degrowth. Simply put, it is the destruction of economic activity, the reduction of human population, the strict limiting of energy production, travel restrictions, and much more. Where can we learn about this model of degrowth? For that, we look to the work of prominent German-educated Japanese philosopher Kohei Saito and his book, Marx and the Anthropocene, toward the idea of degrowth communism. Should you doubt this is real, I would encourage you to look at the plans already formulated in the EU under this policy to shutter the majority of airports in the coming decades, to reserve air travel solely for privileged elites, to Germany's historically crazy energy policy that produced a massive recession in their economy, the censorship regime enacted across the EU along the construct of hate speech, and toward the importation of a foreign horde into Europe in exactly the manner described by Aristotle over 2 millennia ago. These policies are nothing short of civilizational suicide on the same scale as Mao's Great Leap Forward and Stalin's Lysenkoist plant science. The Soviet ties don't end there either, as the Soviets under Lenin established the world's first DEI program called Korenizatsiya in Russian, and this EU mandate includes these same inspired DEI programs. The attempt by the EU to force these policies on the American people from across the Atlantic should be seen as nothing short of a hostile act against the United States of America. And it should be dealt with that way by our federal government. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to your motion, Representative. Seconder was Representative Mannion. Do you want to add?
Yeah, everything he said was brilliant. The one thing I was like during that testimony, we were talking about how all the downstream smaller corporations are now going to be afflicted with this burdensome regulations coming across the seas, and it could filter down. They were talking about, I think it was automotives. We were saying like every little knob in your vehicle, if it's part of the manufacturing process that goes up to a company that trades in Europe, is going to have to be compliant with these all the way down. There's no way this isn't going to raise costs like exponentially worse than it is now, and like I can't stand for it.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Representative Ross.
Yes. Well, I'm sure that all of my colleagues read the CSDDD, but just for the folks at home, I think that there has been a characterization that if you did not actually read the EU regulation, it might be a little not intentionally but misleading. The due diligence aspect, the requirement is that corporations, not all of the American people, but corporations who wish of their own volition to do business above a certain threshold in Europe, use due diligence to assess risk of human rights abuses and negative climate impact. This is related to standards. If you read the law and you look at the annex, these are related to standards, especially the human rights related aspects that were passed by the United Nations. I know that Representative Bernardi alluded to things passed by the United Nations as being more democratic than just the EU. And these regulations are based on what was passed by the United Nations. But getting back to due diligence at risk analysis, it's not a mandate that you absolutely have to shut down if your one of your suppliers is using slave labor, which is one of the aspects that people are supposed to watch for. They're supposed to assess the risk of one of their suppliers using slave labor, and if it is financially unfeasible or overburdensome, then they're allowed to make an executive decision. So it's not quite as draconian as I think that someone who actually hasn't read the law might think from the maybe just the way that we are discussing it. In addition, if your supplier does violate any of these, you as a company, any of these regulations, then the larger company that uses the supplier can't be held liable for that. So that's just some pieces on the ideological aspect. But what I think it's important to look at this absent the ideological aspect and the precedent that it sets, because at its heart, the ability of a body to regulate who does commerce within their borders, I am shocked that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would want to put the government in the affairs of a foreign state and private businesses. Private businesses have the ability to choose not to sell in the EU above a certain threshold. Where's the place of the government to say, no, this is a private relationship that the American government should not be getting involved in? Furthermore, if there was any enforcement mechanisms, I believe tariffs were involved, that would potentially get us into a trade war, and tariffs would certainly raise prices for the American consumer. And just finally, the hypocrisy of us saying, no, you are not allowed to make, not even allowed. We can't tell them that they're not allowed. This already passed, and we don't have any ability to unpass it on behalf of the European Union. We don't have any control over what laws or regulations they pass for themselves. But let's say the U.S. was going to reject compliance and, I suppose, enforce tariffs as retaliation for a law that Europe passed about what's allowed to go on within its borders. That is substantively or procedurally absolutely no different than what the United States just did with TikTok. We said we don't want we believe that there is a compelling interest, a national security interest, which there was not any proof of that, but the lawmakers felt that there was a compelling interest in making sure that you do not have access to U.S. citizens' data. We said you are TikTok is allowed to operate in this country if you divest and sell to an American company. ByteDance continues to say, no, we are not going to do that, as they have the right to. The law was passed by Congress. It was upheld as constitutional by the United States Supreme Court. And as Chairman Moffat said earlier, it's a good thing to have the Supreme Court on your side. So the Supreme Court essentially has endorsed the idea that a body has the ability to set their own regulations on who does trade within their borders. So the idea that just because of an ideological difference, we can use our power to politically influence another state is horrifying, honestly. Who are we to say that our politics are worthy to be inflicted on another state. What's to prevent anyone from doing that to us? The political coercion is just staggering if the government were to actually try and penalize the European Union for passing their own laws. So I wholeheartedly hope that my colleagues will vote no on the OTP.
Just a comment. Both Representative Belcher and Representative Foss, I thought, were wonderfully articulate. And I just want to say that when Representative Bernardi introduced HCR 9, I thought that the questions that were directed at him and his answers were very interesting. In fact, I went home that night, believe it or not, and I watched it on YouTube again because I thought it was such a good back and forth. That's just a comment. Other positions, thoughts, questions on HCR 9? Representative Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, excuse me. So the CD or the CSDDD is started out basically as you got to comply with certain standards of environment, social economics, and governance and how you run your businesses. ESG is the same thing, and it's right there in the CD or CSDDD that ESG is part of it. CSG is active and up and running. Not only will that happen, it is happening in businesses within the United States are being evaluated and ranked under the ESG and the CSDDD. Any smaller, as I said, as it progresses down to 28, you're going to look at $50 million and 50 million euros, and X number of employees are going to follow into this standard. So any small organization or company that has a cash flow problem of being able to put in a solar field, wind turbines, and everything to bring down their their carbon use, will not be able to participate in this. And when they ship that off to the next higher level and they're doing business with the EU, that company will have to take the risk and will get docked those points and lower their rating to be able to do trade within the EU. And this is going to happen across the world. As I said, right now in Asia, they're already using ESG on the public. So if you are not doing environmental, social, and governance within your household, you can't get a loan at a bank. They look at that. They look at all your posts, what you're doing, how you're living, and making sure that you're doing it in a proper. It's going to come down to more than just the companies. So I think we need to make a stand and say we don't want to deal with this because we already get rid of the new Green Deal. We got rid of DEI. And if you look at the CSDDD, it's the same thing. It's in there. They had the Green Deal. It's not the new Green Deal, but it's a Green Deal. And that's basically what it is. It's saying that you have to do this to be able to work or produce something and trade in Europe. We got rid of it in the United States, and I don't think that we should put our companies through that if they want to put that out there.
Thank you very much, Representative Hemingway. Representative Mandelbaum.
Can I ask a question of one of the sponsors?
Sure, the exec session, ask away.
One of the not Representative Bernardi, sorry, of Belcher who made the motion. Would that be okay?
Sure. That's why what we do in executive session is challenge each other or discuss. So Representative Belcher, will you take a question from Representative Mandelbaum?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Belcher. So I believe that you mentioned that what this bill is asking is not allowed in the New Hampshire Constitution. I heard something about the New Hampshire Constitution and just wanted to clarify.
Yes, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
So, the New Hampshire Constitution was amended, I think it was roughly 1950, but you have to look that up, to add under Article 83 a section in our Constitution against anti-competitive behavior, against monopoly laws. So what happens is when companies, the example I was giving, when companies come together and they decide to manipulate the market in a way that limits choice in the market or creates, in this instance, a set of social activist conditions that all players in the market are agreeing to do simultaneously. It's a manipulation of the free market that's not allowable under the Constitution. It's also against federal law and the whole monopoly busting stuff that happened in the early 20th century. It was a point to make that these companies would be in violation of, if they were doing this on their own, it would be criminal. But because they're actually being manipulated by a government into doing this, it's actually worse than that. So that was the point I was making.
And follow up, does that, when we talk about being manipulated by government, does that refer to governments outside of the U.S. as well?
Yes, that was the exact point. The EU in making this law is saying that any government any corporation over a certain measure, even an American corporation that operates in Europe, has to implement these procedures. But they don't just have to implement them in Europe, they have to implement them company-wide, including implementing them on Americans in America, even though it's an American company.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Seibert?
I was just going to say, first of all, we're making very good points about, this being not the U.S. who is doing this. I mean, that's the big point. And our companies here can choose to opt out. We really don't have a say in what the EU wants to do. They're also in a totally different situation. It's totally understandable that they have a mindset that there are a lot of different countries, but they're all tied together. So what one does can directly affect the other, and actually does a lot of the time. So it's a way of them keeping themselves in check, and it's a policy they want to implement. And so, opt out of it if you don't like it. I mean, it's as simple as that. And quite honestly, if it's better and we have cleaner air, I mean, we're the biggest tourist state and one of the biggest ones in the nation. Why would we not want to start implementing some of these things?
Representative Foss.
Well, I just want to, again, emphasize that this is not, first of all, it's not a mandate because companies are fully able to choose not to do business in the EU, but it's also requiring them to do due diligence to make sure that they are not committing human rights abuses. And if they find that potentially there is a conflict of interest there, to do risk assessment. But they have the choice. If anything, inserting the government in there is a form of government overreach, but also we're talking on an ideological level as though we have the ability to repeal a regulation that the European Union has already passed. We don't have the ability to go and say that they are not able to enact these, especially when, as I said, we have just done something very similar with TikTok. And I think there's a misconception that there has been some sort of extension when the executive branch can't unilaterally overrule a law that was passed by the legislative and upheld by the judicial branch. But we have just done exactly the same thing. And I know in hearing we've discussed, and I anticipate that it will come up in 104, forever wars and the problems that happen when the United States goes and interferes with the government or the political system of another state. So if we're imposing our political ideology on the European Union, then that's the same as Iran in the 70s or Afghanistan or Iraq. The principle is the same. So if you divorce it from any ideological points that you do or do not agree with, the actual principle just does not stand.
Hold that for just a moment, if you would, Representative Mannion. Representative Foster, you just used the expression imposing ideology. And I'm not sure if I see us necessarily as imposing ideology. I see us as maybe trying to influence commerce. But I don't know that we're necessarily trying to impose ideology. I think we'd maybe like to see some EU countries have different systems. But I think there's a long history of nations and countries and organizations trying to influence commercial situations to their advantage. Do you really think that we're trying to impose ideology here?
Well, I think that the discussion that we've been having, since it comes from such an ideological lens, the terms DEI has been thrown around, and for reference, hiring preferences for veterans, military spouses, and active duty service members is a DEI effort. So I suppose we're all not in compliance. But it's the way we're discussing it, from whether or not these are right or these are wrong, it is an ideological imposition, because that seems to be the basis upon which we are, the folks who are arguing for this OTP are saying that it should pass, because the majority of Americans are inferred to have rejected this. So we are, if it's being rejected on ideological grounds, because as I said, and as I believe, the European Union has the right to make their own regulations around who is allowed to do business within their borders. Furthermore, it's not a mom and pop shop doing business in the EU who is going to be so financially burdened by these regulations. Everything is owned by Nestle and Unilever and Johnson & Johnson. So it's not as though, this small struggling company is going to be effectively shut down, completely shut out of business in the European Union. But the discussion that we've been having does make it seem like it's being argued against from an ideological standpoint. So I do see it as imposing an ideology on the people of a foreign state.
Thank you for that. Representative Mannion.
I just want to say that everything that we did in the 21st century as far as conflicts was absolutely abhorrent, so I don't support that whatsoever. So I don't think that the comparison is fair, because I wouldn't say that because we did these awful things, it's okay for the EU to do this to us. I also want to kind of speak from a perspective of somebody who's really upstream of manufacturers. So I work in automotive cameras, we build automotive cameras, but we make the machines that build the cameras that go to the auto manufacturers. So for example, if we were Ford were to sell these cars in the European Union, we are upstream from that. So my business would be directly affected. We're not a mom and pop shop, but we definitely started with 20 people, and we would be subject to these EU regulations because we are upstream from Ford.
Thank you for personalizing that way. Un moment, s'il vous plaît. Any other hands? Okay, Representative Foss, go ahead.
But when you look at the law to respond to that, it has recourse for these small suppliers. They're very large folks to whom they provide these can help them as part of their due diligence and risk assessment. So it doesn't leave people out to dry. But again, I really can't emphasize enough that this is asking large companies to do due diligence and risk assessment.
Representative Mannion first, and then Representative Mandelbaum.
I mean, I know this is anecdotal from my experience, but I know that, for example, in a competitive market where we're a small supplier, if we are now, if our buyers, our customers, like which are like the companies that sell to Ford, now look at us and say, oh, well, they're not EU compliant, but this other business over here is EU compliant, we will just lose business based off this mandate from Europe.
Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this question, I think, is coming about a little bit because I did not thoroughly read through the CSDDD. But I'm wondering, the term due diligence seems really broad to me. And I'm wondering if Representative Foster or any of the rest of you on this committee have a kind of a more tangible understanding of what that means, because how, my business might define that might not be how Representative Mannion's business defines that. Or I don't even know how the EU is thinking of that. So I'm just curious if you have any thoughts about that, or if anyone else does.
Are you directing a question to Representative Foss or to anyone at large?
I think to anyone, but I think Representative Foss is probably like the primary target.
Representative Foss, you're the primary target here.
I'm flattered. Due diligence is extremely broad and up for a lot of interpretation. So if you want to hold that against this regulation, then I think that's worthy of another conversation. But what it says is that these large corporations doing business in the European Union are supposed to look at their supply chain and their processes and the way in which they do business to make sure that they are not involved in human trafficking, for example, is specifically mentioned in the regulation, or slave labor, or anti-human rights and what we consider very basic labor protections that we have in this country. So they are supposed to investigate their processes and their wide operations to make sure that they are not, to their knowledge, due diligence. Again, it is extremely broad, and to make sure that they're not supporting that. If they do find that there is a risk that possibly one of their suppliers is, using trafficked labor, then they should assess whether or not there's a certainty or how that would affect their business. And if there are potentially multiple risks, then they are allowed to assess which is the larger risk. It leaves a lot of room for the corporations to adapt it to their business practices.
Anything else from anybody?
No, I'd like to move the vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a request to move the vote. The motion is on HCR 9 rejecting compliance with the European Union's CSDDD. Motion is OTP. So Madam Clerk, when you're ready, you can call the roll.
OTP. Thank you. On the motion to OTP HCR 9, how do you vote, Vice Chairman Rollins?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Levitt?
Yes.
Representative Gagné?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Bennett?
Yes.
Representative Hemingway?
Yes.
Representative Plant?
Yes.
Representative Seibert?
No.
Representative Judy?
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd?
No.
Representative Jones?
No.
Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budathaki?
No.
Representative Foss?
No.
Representative Raymond?
No.
Chairman Moffett?
Yes.
All right, so it's 12 to 6.
12 to 6.
Yeah.
Okay. The motion carries 12 to 6. Representative Belcher, I'm going to look to you for a majority report. Will there be a minority report? Representative Foss, I look forward to your minority report. Thank you. All right, that brings us to our final motion, final measure, which is HB 104, the Defend the Guard measure. I'm going to look to the prime sponsor, Representative Mannion, for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Reluctantly, I move retain.
Motion to retain from the prime sponsor. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Representative Belcher, seconding it. Representative Manning, please speak to your motion, if you would.
Awesome. So, what we noticed, as always, in all the different states that this thing gets filed is they roll in a bunch of generals to oppose. Their key argument is always funding, and it's never, we will lose X. It puts X at risk. And we're seeing this all in a bunch of states that this has been filed in already. I've been watching the testimonies in all the different states. It's almost as if they were handed a script from somewhere, Department of Defense, that says, these are your talking points, deliver on these. And they've changed over from the last time we heard this thing a little bit, but they're still unanimous, like uniform across all the different states. So part of the funding question here is, so are we part of a big defensive network? Are all Guard units part of a defensive network or not? If they are, why would they defund us for the other functionalities that the Guard use? They have 3 missions: repel invasion, quell uprising, and execute the laws of the nation. So if the threat here is that the federal government is going to completely defund the Guard, that undermines the constitutional authority and the missions that these Guard units have, by default, the constitutional role. Then they argue about Pease. Pease is not just a military base, it's also a civilian air base. It has a hybrid role, so there's no way they're just going to close an airfield. Secondly, we have a strategic location of Pease being near the North Atlantic with a long enough runway to accommodate these. Just saying they're going to close it seems crazy to me. We have congressmen on record, Paul Gosar from Arizona, Thomas Massey from Kentucky, from Kentucky, Senator Paul from Kentucky, saying that no act of Congress will be done to defund the Guard. And not only that, they walked around and they asked all their compatriots at the State House, would any of you file a bill to defund any state guard should this legislation pass? None. There's a House resolution from Gosar saying such. So during the testimony, we heard quotes. On our side, in favor of the bill, we had Daniel Webster quoted that it is the duty of the state to interpose itself between an overzealous federal government and its militia to protect them from, at the time, they were familiar with the kings sending the kings from Europe, sending their men off to these useless wars to die for nothing. And it is the job of the state legislature to interpose between their men and the overzealous warmongers in D.C. Then we had 2 times Medal of Honor winner Smedley Butler from the United States Marine Corps wrote a very short little essay about the war is a racket. That still applies to this day, in my opinion. We then had a quote from President Eisenhower about the potential problem of the military-industrial complex that we have not, that he warned then, but we are very familiar with today. What was not addressed on the opposition side was there's a lot of talk about this patriotic propaganda word of the mission. Can anybody define to me what the mission is? Like I would like to know, because as a guy that had joined the Marine Corps, I went to go fight the enemies of the United States, including Al-Qaeda specifically. I went to go find bin Laden and kill bin Laden. Bin Laden died in 2012, and we stayed in Afghanistan for another 10 years. My understanding is that the CIA was aware that bin Laden wasn't in Afghanistan as early as November 2001, and we remained there for 2 decades. The 2001 AUMF was specifically crafted for this purpose, to go destroy the enemies of the United States that attacked us on 9/11 and the countries that harbored them. Fast forward to this past December, when we helped Al-Qaeda. I am not kidding. You all need to go look up Abu Muhammad al-Jolani, that name. Write it down, look it up. That dude is now in charge of Syria. He helped Al-Qaeda in Iraq. He shot at guys like me. He was detained for an extremely long time till we released him. Then he went to go form Al-Nusra Front, which was an offshoot of Al-Qaeda in Syria, joined ISIS for a little bit of time, then went back to his Al-Qaeda offshoot. We have handed the country of Syria to that man and the people that work with him, all under this 2001 AUMF. We have people, there are National Guardsmen in the beginning of the Syrian conflict made up less than 5% of the boots on the ground there. It is now over 50%. The Tower 22 base in Jordan, northern Jordan, it borders the corner between Syria and Iraq. This area has been used there's a main supply route that goes from Iran through Iraq into Syria. Our job at that tower was to basically infiltrate any type of Iranian supplies that may be going to the Bashar al-Assad regime. That base came under attack because the Iraqis are pissed off that we're still sitting in their goddamn country right now. And that came under, sorry, language.
Representative, roll that back, would you please?
My apologies. GD. We're still in their country. Since ISIS has been basically defanged, destroyed. We are still in Iraq under the pretenses that we are protecting them from ISIS, which would not have existed if we didn't invade that country under a lie, behead their entire government, dismantle their army so they couldn't defend themselves, and then bomb their country and cause all kinds of martyrs and people who have nothing left to live for. So they went to go join a terrorist organization because they had nothing left to lose.
Just really quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to add in, but I think it also goes a bit further back just to kind of add to that on the Charlie Wilson's War and all that fun
Oh,
stuff.
yes. Yeah. I mean, I'm just
really back to partitioning of the British.
I agree. Yes, I will not argue that whatsoever. But I would say that the United States, like directly in our lifetime, this has occurred. So Tower 22, I want to go back to this. So Tower 22 came under attack last year, about 1 year ago today, and it killed 3. It became under a drone attack from Iraqi militia. They always use the damn phrase, Iranian-backed, because they want to provoke us into conflict with Iran. For the record, Iran is bigger than Afghanistan and Iraq combined, with the population bigger than that combined. It has the worst features of both, and we lost both the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. So anybody who's trying to push us to attack Iran, like, I want to know what you're smoking. So the Tower 22 came under attack by these militia, and it killed 3 Georgia reservists, and it wounded over 40 National Guardsmen from across 4 different states. The kicker, the New Hampshire National Guard had just left that airbase 2 weeks prior. It could have been our guys coming back in critical wound. And for what? Like, this goes back to the mission. We kept hearing the mission. Like, there was like 4 different people up there saying, like, the American interest, the mission overseas. What's the mission? Help Al-Qaeda take Syria? Help Al-Qaeda in Yemen? Help Al-Qaeda in Libya to get rid of Gaddafi? For what purpose? Anyway, so the good news about this bill, this week it has passed. The Virginia House Committee, 20-0 bipartisan, passed today, came out of their House Committee. Senate Committee in South Dakota, 3-1, passed out of that committee. Wyoming House, bipartisan, 9-0, passed out of this committee. This is all progress this week on this bill. Everybody is getting fed up on it. We'll retain it for now, but get ready for me to be really angry in September. And God forbid somebody comes home from the New Hampshire National Guard in a box between now and then. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to your motion, Representative Mannion. Other thoughts on the retained motion? Representative Belcher, you did the second, correct?
Nothing further.
Representative Seibert.
Yeah. So I don't mind, honestly retaining this, but I would like to look at it further. I feel like it's a little oversimplified in what it could cost the state, not just in that, but there's a lot of people, and I talked to a fellow representative who's actually new. He's the new Pat Long, is what we call him, Patrick Long. He's a new representative this year. And he served 2 tours in Afghanistan through the National Guard. And, he's a lawyer now. He was able to go to college. He would otherwise not have been afforded those opportunities and to be able to buy a home. And, we're kind of not listening to the actual people that are out there right now that want to leave after their 4 years and just get those 4 years done and then be able to, go on with their life. And this is the way that they've chosen to do it. And so to me, that's really hard to reconcile, is the people this would directly affect here.
Thank you, Representative Seibert. Representative Jones.
Thank you. If I just may throw out a kudos to Representative Mannion, I just wanted to say you came over and reminded me that I asked a question of a presenter and they skirted my question, and I just wanted to thank you for reminding me of that.
Would you care to say what your question was? Because it's pretty important. I mean, I can reiterate what your question was.
It was the difference between recruiting for National Guard and recruiting for the military.
Yeah, and I think it was specifically if when they recruit these teenagers out of high school, if they tell them when they're joining the National Guard that they may be sent to combat zones.
Other comments, questions? Representative Bennett.
Thank you for taking my question. Yes, sorry. I have gotten a lot of response to vote for this, and I'm hearing that I did hear something about the funding. Actually, I know somebody close to the family that is in the National Guard, and I asked them if they knew about this situation and what they would think about it. And this was a young person and definitely, you know, did their time and got some education, has a good job and everything. And that was the thing they pointed out was the funding, but I didn't really completely understand that. But I think the people that want this situation are concerned not for the people who come back, but the people that might not come back. You know, sending your person over there, they might not come back. And we can help the people that did come back, but we can't bring back the people that gave their lives. And I think that's who we want to protect. And I think that we can't lose sight of that, you know. That's what I thought of when I had the choice at that age to go into the military, was I might have to go to war. And when I was in college, actually, people that signed up went to like Saudi Arabia and stuff, and they were surprised because they didn't sign up for that, you know. But I'm thinking that's why I didn't sign up, you know. But I do have a son who went into the military, and you know, every day you're wondering, I wonder if they'll come back or not. And some of their friends don't come back. So I just think we should keep that in mind. And I don't understand all the process. If retain means that we can still pursue this, I think that's what I'm hearing. So that's where I would go, but I was going to vote for it. But I appreciate your comments.
To your question about retention, Representative Bennett, what will happen here is that we'll basically retain or sit on it in the first year of a term. In the second year, we have an option of interim study, which we don't have here. So if we do vote to retain this, which is the motion on the floor, we will come back to it in the fall and vote on what to do with the retained motion. And there'll be several choices. And then the first House session in January, whatever we decide will go to the floor at that point. So this gives us some time. Representative Mannion shared some breaking news, and that's part of the value of retention is sometimes circumstances change one way or the other. From what the prime sponsor just shared, I didn't know that's significant. We always look at what other states do to see if it works, it doesn't work, whatever. It matters. It's a federal system. So we'll come back to this, and then I don't know what will happen when we come back to it. It may depend on other things that develop. Who knows? But we have time and months and months of time. Representative Mannion?
Just to clarify, so like the retain is, I think, to put some people who are on the edge, like whether or not they're going to support it or not, because we have had buy-off from the current Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, that he supports this bill. He said it on Fox and Friends. He said it in a closed-door meeting with the people who wrote this bill when he met with them. And I want him to do something that comes straight out and says it. Honestly, I supported this bill last year before Pete Hegseth was even a name I knew when I supported this because I don't believe that the funding thing is true. One thing I do want to mention about like the guys that go downrange, like some of them won't do it for there was one representative testified, and he was describing what I kind of pejoratively call ribbon chasing, where it's like I want to deploy because I want ribbons. I served under officers that put men's lives at risk because they were ribbon chasing, which is the equivalent of like we had a captain, our company commander on my second deployment would take foot patrols of 12 men into an area that was known unsafe, that the Iraqi army that we're in charge of, who are notoriously unreliable. So we would take men on foot patrols because he really wanted that combat action ribbon. So you take our guys that were in his charge into an area that was unsafe. So I consider that ribbon chasing, and I think it's not great. I understand that some people want experience, they want deployments, et cetera, et cetera. They, I can't. That's what they want. But our job isn't to just like allow that thing to happen. Our job as the government is to be, as the legislature, to provide oversight for the executive that may be taking advantage of these young men. For example, when I was recruited, I was told the Iraq war is probably going to be over by the time you get there. Like, I didn't understand the Iraq war. It's like, you're going to go fight al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. I was lied to. They didn't necessarily know, but, it's our job as the legislature to step in where the executive will take advantage of our citizens. We should be the people defending them. We shouldn't just, because when a general comes up in here, we shouldn't just bow to his knowledge and be like, oh, well, he's a general. We should listen to him. As a low-level enlisted man, I know that generals don't always make the best decisions.
Representative Foss.
Thank you. And I am very glad of the opportunity to retain this because I myself have been very conflicted I have been asking everyone I know who was in the Guard, to the point of at my favorite bagel place, I saw that someone had a National Guard license plate in the parking lot, and I went and interrupted their breakfast and asked them what they thought. So I wholeheartedly would appreciate this opportunity because while I am cautious of the fiscal note, I mean, I don't want to. It's people's livelihoods that we are, rolling the dice on here. I'm very conscious of my father's family. When he was growing up, they had one income, and it was from my grandfather working on Pease Air Force Base. And were people to lose their jobs, I don't feel like I could go to my constituents and say, well, I thought it wouldn't really happen. And I certainly can't summon the ghost of Daniel Webster to quote at them and say, this is why your representative should have voted for that. But at the same time, I'm someone who, when 9/11 happened, I had just turned 11. So for my entire adult life, there have been people in the Middle East. And if people signed up for the Guard when I was turning 18, I couldn't myself because I'm disabled. They knew that they were going overseas. I had a friend who his father was in the Guard and served in Iraq. And then when we graduated from high school, he went and served in the Middle East. And I used to check his Facebook every once in a while to make sure he was still alive. He was, and he's doing very well. So I am definitely sensitive to both aspects, and I very much appreciate the opportunity for more study on this.
So we're heading down the home stretch. We're going to vote soon, and I'm going to go right to Representative Seibert in a moment. To your point, this has come up and it's been called a game of chicken. Many people have said that. The folks that Representative Main is talking about said they would never dare defund us. And I kind of think he may be right, but I'm not sure. And the folks, we heard much testimony that they'll move assets, they'll defund us. That nobody can guarantee either way, and so it is an uncertain game of chicken, and that's not a nice way to put it, but that's the essence of it. Real quick, you mentioned being 11 when 9/11 hit. When I was growing up, Vietnam was hanging over our heads every single day, year after year. That was a more intense conflict than what happened in the Middle East. Like Representative Mannion, after 9/11, I was a reservist. I put a uniform on. I went to Central Command, where they ran the war. I worked for General Franks at CENTCOM in MacDill. And the focus was Afghanistan, as Representative Mannion said. A lot of people joined up after 9/11, as it sounds like he did. I put a uniform on, the same thing. But the focus was Afghanistan, Afghanistan, Afghanistan. I was there for quite a while, and it shifted to Iraq. And we don't need to get into why that happened or the merits of it, except that that did happen. And so listening to folks like Representative Mannion, or Pat Tillman, who joined up. He was a NFL star Arizona Cardinal, and he joined up like we did, put a uniform on after 9/11 to go to Afghanistan. They sent him to Iraq. And ironically, he eventually did get to Afghanistan, where he was killed by friendly fire. But I just wanted to personalize that a little bit, and thank you for personalizing it as well. I think that's important, that it matters as we finish up. Representative Cyber, you had your hand up.
I think we should mention all this without mentioning what happened recently with like 2 days ago with the training exercise crash. I found out one of the kids on that was on the helicopter actually went to my high school. He was in the ROTC. Somebody was passing that around. He went to Parkview High School in Lilburn, Georgia, which is right outside of Atlanta. Ryan O'Hara. But I guess I kind of wanted to point out that unfortunately, like all too often, people also die in training exercises, just as a point of that. Yeah. So it's not just going overseas where, people give their lives. I felt like it's fair to mention that.
Representative Mandelbaum?
So I'm going to echo what Representative Foss said about just being appreciative that we are retaining this bill and not necessarily voting on a motion to OTP today. I agree with the spirit of the bill, but Pease Air National Guard is in my district, and I felt that as written with what we were being told by some of the military officials, that I just couldn't support it just because of the unknowns about what it could mean for the people working at Pease. So I think the motion to retain is a good one.
Anything else?
Can I ask a straw poll?
Say again?
Can I ask a straw poll? I'm just curious about like potential amendments.
This is executive session. I believe in free speech. Representative, ask whatever you want.
Okay, so I've been kicking around an idea, and even the guys who wrote the bill aren't like too hot on it. However, what if, let's say, we amend it to put a trigger clause in place that says if 5 states or some percentage of the population pass this bill, it goes into effect?
Representative, very interesting thought. The wheels are turning. I think it's putting folks on the spot a little bit to commit to anything without doing.
Maybe not a straw poll, but just something I've been mulling over myself, because I understand the fears here with like funding, and they might move stuff somewhere else. But if like there's nowhere to move it to because we all passed this bill, or like 10% of the country passed the bill.
We can amend this this fall. We can do a number of things with it, and the landscape will be different. Then we'll know more. The Defense Secretary Hegseth piece I'm very interested in. If he says something one way or the other way, that matters. Of course, it matters. So somebody. So I don't want to squelch your straw poll, except that that's. I responded to it. Anybody else? Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, in response to that question specifically, I think that is a holding point for me in particular, because there are so many unknowns of whether or not this would have repercussions. And I would just like to remind the committee and those watching online that even though we're arguing about potential fiscal impacts and dollar signs and assets and things like that, in my mind, that also equates to saving lives, because if I'm going to ask anybody to send their child overseas, or if I'm going to ask anybody to fight on my behalf overseas, I want to ensure that they have the most advanced equipment, the most defense possible for their own lives and the safety of their families. So I think that it's not as easy and cut and dry as this has this much fiscal note impact. I think for me, it's the Pease Air Force Base aspect of things. That's over 10,000 civilian jobs if that were to shut down, and several hundred businesses. And that would have a huge impact here in New Hampshire alone. In addition to that, losing any of the assets or any of the equipment or just even the funding for the proper equipment would also impact lives as well. And so the other piece of it is just even being able to allow our Guard to more easily respond should our troops already overseas have an adversary or an adversarial interaction, having yet another hoop to jump through in order to get them the relief that they might need is also a concern for me. So it's those types of things, but I do think that retaining it would allow, hopefully if another state passes this or other states have passed this and there are no repercussions coming down from like the national level, I would feel a little more comfortable with that.
Thank you for that. Other hands, Representative Hemingway, who is a guardsman, correct? A retired guardsman?
Yes, Mr.
So please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just want to speak on that, and I'll be brief because I know we're running on time. But you said to amend to 5 or more states or 10% of the states did that. I would say if that would happen within this year, I probably still would not vote for it, only because you still don't know what the ramifications are. They already have their funding, and the funding won't happen again until next year. And we can say the congressmen and congresswomen wouldn't cut the funding, but the funding goes to NGB. NGB would be the one, National Guard Bureau, would be the one that would say divvy out the funds. One other thing is that Pease was shut down and a BRAC and is now an Air Guard unit, so it is no longer an Air Force unit. It was shut down with BRAC, and BRAC is federal, because BRAC's not going to come in and grab a National Guard unit and pull it away. So,
BRAC was the Base Realignment and Closure Committee. When they could never close any bases, I think it was a good idea, they created a commission to separately take the politics out of it largely and separately recommend base closures. And Pease was one of the ones that was deemed as less necessary as an Air Force base, but very good point. It's now a New Hampshire Guard asset. It's not a Air Force asset. Very good, important point to BRAC. Other hands before we close down. Prime sponsor, yes.
And the last thing is just remember, all this goes away if Congress just declares war. That's all we're actually asking. So this entire debate is moot if we could just get Congress to actually put their name on the line.
Anything else? Seeing no hands. We're giving the clerk a moment here. Okay, the motion on our final measure of the day, HB 104 FN, Defend the Guard motion, is to retain. So, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, you can call the roll.
All right, on the motion to retain HB 104, how do you vote, Vice Chairman Rollins?
Yes.
Representative Dolan?
Yes.
Representative Levitt? Yes. Representative Gagne?
A reluctant yes.
Representative Mannion?
Same reluctance, yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Bennett?
Yes.
Representative Hemingway?
yes.
Representative Plant?
No.
Representative Seibert?
Yeah.
Representative Judy?
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd?
Yes.
Representative Jones?
Yes.
Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budathaki?
Yes.
Representative Foss?
Yes.
Representative Raymond?
Yes.
Chairman Moffett?
Yes.
All right, so it passes 17-1.
17-1 to retain. That was our final motion of the day. Thank you for your time. It's a long day. Hopefully it was a good day. We are going to come together again a week from today. And at that time, we'll hear the last 3 hearings that we still have, and then we'll have an exec session in the afternoon. Be prepared. We may or may not be able to do this, but if we can, we'll try to exec those 3 measures next Friday if it works out. If it does, we'll be done. If it doesn't work out, we'll come back again as necessary. Folks who are doing committee reports, if I could get those, this is Friday, Sunday night by 2000 by 8 p.m. So on Monday we can get our reports in to the clerk, etc. And that's all I got. We'll see everybody next week. Thank you much. Okay.
2000.
Which one?